Chapter 627. As dusk approached, a bustling public square was bustling with activity. Red lanterns and flagpoles could be seen everywhere. Streams of people could be seen everywhere. Most probably, if one walked in, they wouldn't be able to find where they were. The atmosphere was so lively that it felt like a festival. With such a huge commotion among the freshmen, even the seniors retracted their arrogance and chose to hide in the crowd, casually looking around. The seniors of the previous batches had also organized similar events. Now that they were here, they were reminiscing about the times when they were freshmen. Unknowingly, years passed by. There are so many people, and there are so many seniors. I feel that there are more seniors here. At the end of the public square, Yin Nuashing and the other two slowly walked out. When they saw so many people here, Yin Nuashing's eyes twitched. This crowd was so dense that it could scare someone with trypophobia to death. Brother Lin said that the majority of the seniors here are reminiscing about the past when they were freshmen. Occasionally, there would be seniors who don't belong to any organizations that would join the freshmen. There are also seniors who would take this opportunity to recruit more students. After all, the freshmen are the fresh blood. No matter which organization they join, they would be welcomed. Mu Qing smiled as he spoke. After that, he pointed to the seats and introduced what organizations they belonged to, who established them, what groups they belonged to, and who is the leader of them. I feel that this is more like a New Year's gathering. Yin Nuashing placed his palm on his forehead and glanced around. This festive atmosphere caused him to recall the time when he was in the Mystic Dragon continent. At that time, when the Mystic Dragon ritual had just started, every household was filled with joy. After all, this is a large-scale gathering. Over 80% of the freshmen would come here. Occasionally, we would even see seniors on the devil rankings. However, I'm not sure about that. What I know is that there are 2 freshmen on the devil rankings before me. Mu Qing chuckled as he rubbed his head, causing Yun Nuashing and Zian to shrug their shoulders. Unexpected. This was truly unexpected. The 3 of them walked and stopped. Occasionally, Mu Qing would inquire about information from some of the factions. This fellow had a harmless and delicate face. He looked like a little sunshine, especially that sunny smile of his, which made many people happy to chat with him. He also used this advantage to inquire about a lot of information. Among the freshmen, other than Brother Yin, Sister Zian, and Brother Lin, I heard that there are 3 very powerful fellows. They are all half-demon powerhouses and are said to be very talented. A few elders have taken a fancy to them and want to take them in as disciples, Mu Qing said mysteriously. The students who enter the Farlight Academy have to go through many rounds of selections. Those who stand out from the selections are naturally the geniuses among the geniuses. The divine world is vast, and there are countless people. What we don't lack the most is the number of people. Naturally, the number of geniuses that are born will not be small. I have seen many geniuses. They only need some time to become top-notch experts. Yin Nuashing sighed as he spoke. He thought of the Taiyuan Grand Assembly and couldn't help but say, "But how much time does the divine world have left?" After he said that, Yin Nuashing felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and, as expected, saw Mu Qing's eyes flickering with excitement. He was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Brother Yin, did you come from another region of the divine world? I haven't left Xiaowang City yet. What's the outside world like?" The young boy's eyes flickered with admiration. He yearned for Yin Nuashing's deep and rich stories. He yearned for the latter's experiences and the world outside of Xiaowang City. Every city is a miniature version of this world. Yin Nuashing smiled and shook his head. His experience wasn't very high. Many of his insights came from ancient books and reading books. Reading books was one of his few hobbies. Hearing this, which was equivalent to admitting it, the excitement in Mu Qing's eyes intensified. He couldn't help but say, "No wonder I felt that Brother Yun and Sister Zian were very mysterious. It turns out that you've seen the world." The world. Was the Taiyuan Grand Assembly counted? Yin Nuashing and Mu Qing looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Even if it was, they were just little brats. They weren't much older than Mu Qing. It was just that for some special reasons, they had been running around outside. Hence, They weren't used to this kind of academy life. Brother Lin, as they walked, Yin Nuoxing suddenly saw Mu Qing jump up in excitement. He waved vigorously in a certain direction, which made him look over as well. He saw a place packed with people. There were a few people sitting behind a table, and they were in a flurry. On the wall beside the stall, a young boy and a young girl were leaning against it. Their eyes were filled with smiles as they looked at the overcrowded stall. When they heard the sudden shout, the two of them turned their gazes. When they saw Mu Qing, they raised their hands and waved. When they saw the two people walking over with him, they were stunned. Yin Nuoxing's colorful eyes also looked at the two of them with some interest. These two people were really a match made in heaven. Their appearances were also quite extraordinary. The young man's eyes were slightly languid. His soft and slightly messy black hair was tied up with a blue butterfly hairband. His youthful and handsome face was a little thin. His clear facial features gave his face a gentle and soft feeling. His pitch-black eyes were bottomless, but they also revealed the innocence and carefreeness of a young man. Faint fiery patterns fell on his slender body, forming a faint halo around him. It was comfortable and beautiful, calm and gentle. This was Yin Nuoxing's first impression of him. However, the feeling in the bottom of his heart told him that this young man was a powerful person. This intuition that came from nowhere made him stunned. Then he chuckled in his heart. This young man probably had a lot of stories. The young girl beside him was slim and elegant. Her figure was slender and graceful. Under her blue dress, her slender waist outlined a moving curve. Her long black hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her clear, glass-like eyes made people feel the calmness in her heart when they looked at her. Tiny fragments of candlelight shone from the side, making the young girl's delicate face exceptionally beautiful. From the many eyes that were secretly looking at her, one could tell that this young girl already had such amazing charm. If she grew up, she would be even more amazing. While Yin Nuoxing and Xian were sizing up the two of them were also sizing up the former. Although the former two of them had deliberately covered their faces, the temperament that was engraved in their bones could not be concealed. It was different from what others had described. They were not overbearing or condescending. What they had was a natural, distant, and ethereal aura. Gradually, the four of them stopped when they were less than 2 meters apart. Mu Qing also saw that the four of them had already met gazes. He tactfully cupped his hands at Yin Nuoxing and Xian, then quietly retreated to the side. For pairs of eyes met in the air. There was only silence. Even a noise around them could not reach their ears. Nice to meet you. I am Lin Sheng. This is my girlfriend, Yi Qinglian. The young man who called himself Lin Sheng slowly stepped forward and cupped his hands at the two of them. Seeing this, the young girl in blue also stepped forward and cupped her hands. Mei Mao was still sizing up the two of them. Yin Nuoxing and Xian also cupped their hands and smiled. Nice to meet you. After that, he gently took off his mask and hat. His appearance that was completely revealed caused the two of them to be stunned. Not only were they stunned when they saw Ziyan's appearance, but even though Yin Nuoxing was wearing men's clothing and claimed to be a man, they were also stunned when they saw him. This person was much more beautiful than a woman. As for my real name, I can't say it because of some things. My surname is Yin. Yin as in by Yin. This is Xian. Yin Nuoxing smiled. He did not know where his name had flown to or how far it had spread. It was better not to say it if he could. Hearing this, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian nodded to express their understanding. Everyone had their own little secrets. They had just met, so it was impossible to say it out loud. The two men and two women gently shook hands. Then, Lin Sheng smiled faintly and said, Brother Yin, are you also interested in this new student society? We're just here for a stroll. We don't have any intention of joining any factions. We're already used to being alone. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. He didn't know how many times he had said these words after entering the High Light Academy. After thinking for a while, he said, Moreover, our positions. Yes, it's slightly awkward. Wherever we go, we'll accidentally step on landmines. Haha, Brother Yin, Are you talking about the Azure Cloud Pavilion? That Yin Mo is known as a mission maniac. He has experienced countless killings. We didn't expect Brother Yin to go up against him, Lin Sheng said softly. Lin Sheng said softly. When he mentioned Yin Mo, some seriousness flashed across his pitch-black eyes. An expert of that level gave him an extremely great pressure. However, as long as he was given enough time, it was not impossible for him to surpass Yin Mo. Has it already spread? Hearing him say Yin Mo's name, Yin Nuoxing was also stunned. Then he laughed bitterly. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. It hadn't even been half a day since the incident. Almost all the new students are paying attention to the matter between Brother Yun and Miss Z. Many of the older students are also following you. They want to see what earth-shattering things the first and second place of this batch of new students can do. After all, it's not something an ordinary person can do to snatch the top 40 spots of the Demon Rank Combat Strength ranking. Lin Sheng laughed softly. His eyes were filled with motivation as he looked at Yin Nuoxing and Zian. It was as if he had set the two of them as his goals. Oh, that's right. Zian is her name. Her surname is Xian. Yin Nuoxing pointed at Zian, looked at him, and teased. Lin Sheng blinked his eyes in astonishment. Then he laughed bitterly. You didn't say that. Yi Qinglian couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The two of us won't get involved in the matters of the first and second place of the new students. We'll let you guys deal with it. The matter of the demon rank was also an accident. We didn't expect it either. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened that day. Yin Nuoxing laughed and said, Won't get involved? Brother Yin, are you planning to endure for a while? Hearing this, Lin Sheng was also stunned. He didn't know what Yin Nuoxing meant by not getting involved. He subconsciously thought that Yin Nuoxing was standing on the cusp of the storm and wanted to avoid it. Whoa. Yin Nuoxing frowned, not knowing what to say. The two of us are very special existences. If we get involved too much in these matters, it will cause the system of the academy to lose balance. This is also the reason why we've always been outside of the group. Zian gently continued from the side. Then she rolled her eyes and said, When we entered the academy, you asked me to say this a few times, but I forgot. This? Yin Nuoxing awkwardly scratched her head and laughed dryly. Seeing the two of them getting along so naturally, as if they were already familiar with each other's existence and had already integrated into their daily lives, Lin Sheng's eyes were filled with envy. He secretly glanced at Yi Qinglian. When the latter saw him looking over, her beautiful face blushed slightly and she pouted. They hadn't gotten along to that stage, yet Lin Sheng couldn't understand Zian's words. He couldn't understand what she meant by causing the system to lose balance. He also didn't know what she meant by special. Since he didn't understand something, he could only suppress it and wait for a chance in the future to take a look. How is it? Have you formed your own club force? Looking at the busy stall in the distance, Yin Nuoxing also walked to the wall and casually leaned against it. She looked at Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian. These two were also very outstanding. Being able to defeat a half-demon at the 9th level of the immortal rank was enough to prove some things. The two of them should also have some fame. If they formed a force, many people would join. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded. He also leaned against the wall and pointed to the nearest stall. Mu Qing was already busy inside. He smiled and said, That's our place. It's basically finalized. About 500 people have been confirmed to join. They're all from the freshman area, and most of them are from Elder Jean Chen's team. As for the future, we'll see what happens next. I guess you guys don't care about anything, right? Yin Nuoxing smiled. Seeing the two of them standing outside and chatting, she guessed that they were also hands-off shopkeepers who had been captured by their forces to be mascots. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and nodded. They were really captured to be signboards. The two of them only cared about improving their strength and didn't care about anything else. What's the name? Yin Nuoxing suddenly asked. When Lin Sheng heard this, he chuckled. However, his eyes glanced at Yi Qinglian. He coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, This was basically decided by me. It's called the Green Lotus Association. It's the green lotus that grows in the water, the one that grows out of the mud without being stained. However, No one has any objections. Green Lotus, Qinglian. Aren't these homophones about the same? Your thoughts are written on the surface. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. When he heard this, Lin Sheng's handsome face turned slightly red. Even Yi Qinglian was stunned. It seemed that this fellow was using her name as if it was her private force. Hee, Qinglian has a good image. She's also the third-rank goddess among the freshmen. It's my fault that my image isn't good enough. Lin Sheng scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled. Although he said that his image wasn't good enough, his appearance was also very handsome and pleasing to the eye. Third-ranked? Then what about the first and second place? Yin Nuoxing blinked. What did he do this thing? Lin Sheng was stunned. Yi Qinglian's pretty face also changed slightly. The two of them looked at each other awkwardly before turning their gazes to Yin Nuoxing and Xian. They pointed at them and laughed dryly. Miss Xian is second. Brother Yun is first. Puffed. When she heard this shocking news, Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud. She covered her red lips with one hand and supported herself against the wall with the other. She laughed so hard that her delicate body couldn't stop trembling. The laughter that leaked out from between her slender fingers also made Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian feel a little awkward. There was really no end to this blunder. However, with Brother Yun's qualifications to compete for the goddess leaderboard, he probably wouldn't be able to escape first. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes fiercely. He was also used to this kind of thing. He wanted to open his mouth and scold a few words, but he couldn't find the person to scold. Could it be that he couldn't scold himself? Scold himself for being too flirtatious? He had a girl's voice and a girl's face. Other than a flat chest, he didn't have an Adam's apple. It would be strange if they could recognize him as a man. When a humanoid creature was 80% similar to a girl, most people would subconsciously treat it as a girl. Who would have thought that such a beautiful creature was actually a boy? Ugh! Yin Nuoxing covered his face with his palm and let out a low, drawn-out cry. His listless and weak appearance made Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian's hearts ache. Why did this guy have a girl's face? This is the badge of our Green Lotus Society. Well, it's a green lotus. Lin Sheng took out an exquisite badge and handed it to Yin Nuoxing. Yin Nuoxing glanced at it. It was indeed just a lotus. However, after thinking about it carefully, his gaze swept past the two of them, and he had an idea. He smiled and said, "Wouldn't it be better to carve your images or representative objects on it?" Lin Sheng was slightly taken aback. He thought about it and nodded after a moment. He could indeed do that. However, he turned his gaze to Yi Qinglian. If she was unwilling, seeing him look over, Yi Qinglian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng smiled brightly, making Yin Nuoxing feel a little helpless. Would this guy end up being a henpecked husband? Brother Lin, Mu Qing, who was busy over there, jogged to Lin Sheng's side. He looked a little nervous and said something softly. Yin Nuoxing tactfully moved to the side and did not eavesdrop. After waiting for a few minutes with Xian at the side, Mu Qing jogged away and returned to the stall. Yin Nuoxing saw that Lin Sheng's expression was much calmer, as if he was thinking about something. Yi Qinglian was also whispering something to him. After waiting for a few more minutes, Yin Nuoxing saw the two of them walking over with smiles on their faces. He smiled and said, "It's not easy for you guys either. You even got into trouble by creating a force." You heard that? Lin Sheng was stunned. He had not said anything yet. "I guessed." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and raised his chin. He said, "Since Mu Qing came to look for the two mascots, he obviously has something he can't solve or can't decide for you. The rest is easy to guess from your expressions. I won't say anything." Upon hearing this, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian were both stunned. They looked at each other. The former could not help but feel a little embarrassed. This was just a report. How could he have guessed so much? Sigh, among the freshmen, there are some grudges with some people. According to the seniors, the freshman banquet in a month's time is a test. I originally wanted to resolve the grudges during the test. I'm afraid it's not that simple. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, he fell silent and did not say anything. The four of them leaned against the wall quietly and looked at the square where people came and went. They all had different emotions. No matter how difficult it is, you have to think of a way to get through it. This is just a small hurdle for you guys, isn't it? Yin Nuashing took a light breath, stood up straight, stretched, and said with a smile, "With your talent, you won't stop at this place. If you want to prove yourself, then release your fire in that activity that only belongs to the new students." After saying this, he smiled again and strolled away with Xian, leaving behind only a voice that quietly dissipated. "If you have any difficulties that you can't overcome, call for me. It's not impossible for me to lend you a hand." Chapter 628. In the dim light of the candlelight, the sea of people cast a large shadow on the ground. The shadows gathered together to form an extremely lively scene. After Yin Nuashing said that, he pulled Xian and joined the bustling scene. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian, who were not far away, smiled at him and cupped their hands. What a strange person. After watching Yin Nuashing and Xian disappear into the sea of people, Lin Sheng stretched and smiled faintly. It's a pity that he has no intention of joining our Green Lotus Society. Otherwise, we would have pulled him into our Green Lotus Society. He doesn't like trouble or noise. He's more like an old man. He's not as young and frivolous as you. It's as if he has already seen through it all. Mei Mao, Yi Qinglian, flapped her fan lightly and looked at Lin Sheng. I feel that he has a strong background. Perhaps he's from some powerful faction. Lin Sheng frowned slightly when he heard this. After a while, he laughed at her and said, "Is he as strong as my Qinglian?" "Who's your?" Yi Qinglian could not help but blush when she heard this. She rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "It's hard to say. You can't judge a book by its cover. Although we've only met for a while, I can tell that he has at least 2 masks. This kind of person is either shrewd or has a strange personality." Mask. Doesn't he only have 1 mask on his face? And it's only half a mask. Lin Sheng was stunned. "Idiot. I'm talking about the way he appears in front of others." Yi Qinglian looked at him speechlessly and sighed softly. Sigh. Lin Sheng still believed what she said. However, from the looks of it, he did not see anything special about Yin Nual planet. He still needed to observe quietly. No matter what, on the surface, he was still a person worth befriending. Well, let's not care about that. I still need to work hard for the freshman assessment in a month. Find some time to go into seclusion. It's time to cultivate that thing. With his hands on his hips, Lin Sheng let out a long sigh. He looked at Yi Qinglian and grinned, as if he was trying to please her. "Tomorrow. It's too late today. Cultivation has to be done gradually. There's no point in being anxious." Yi Qinglian nodded. Yes, understood. Tomorrow? All right. Since we're both free, I'll definitely teach you whatever you want to learn." Yin Nuashing was slightly stunned as he strolled around the square, filled with new students. A thoughtful expression flashed across his handsome face, but it only lasted for a moment before he nodded. He had already promised to teach her, but he didn't expect this girl to look forward to it so much. He felt a little embarrassed when he saw her sparkling eyes. "Anything is fine. Little Star can arrange it. I'm not too sure what mystic skills and secret techniques you have. Just pick one that Little Star thinks is suitable." Xian smiled faintly. She wasn't too sure about the divine mystic skills. There was a rather powerful mystic skill in the divine evolution of the 5 elements, but with her strength, she had only unlocked less than 30% of it. It was fine to use it for sparring, but once she encountered an emergency, it would be a little difficult. She had a weak foundation and didn't have many trump cards, unlike Yin Nuashing, who had endless methods at her disposal. Behind the academy is a huge mountain. Let's go there. Let's make things clear first. Divine mystic skills and secret techniques are already out of the scope of normal mystic skills. There's a high chance that they will fail. Once that happens, don't be greedy for the demonic aura that has already been mobilized. Quickly cut off the connection and expel it from your body. Yes. Xian listened very seriously and firmly engraved Yin Nuashing's words in her mind. Of course, when you're familiar with it, this situation will slowly decrease. Later on, even if it fails, you can still forcefully use it. You'll only lose some of its power and it won't threaten your life. Yes. Also, what type of mystic skill do you want to learn? Weapon type, close combat type, energy impact type, or movement type. Yin Nuoxing's colorful eyes stared at her delicate body and looked up and down for a while before asking. Xian thought for a while and thought of the dragon cry, sword that she was already familiar with. She nodded and said, sword type. When the two words sword type came out, Yin Nuoxing was also stunned for a moment. She staggered a few steps forward and asked in astonishment, why sword? The dragon cry sword that little star gave me. I'm used to it and have always carried it by my side. Seeing his strange, handsome face, Xian couldn't help but let out a charming laugh. She couldn't help but use a bit of strength in her lily-white hand that was holding his hand. Mei Mao shyly looked at him, causing him to smile bitterly. Was it really because of that sword? All right, sword type it is. Why don't you say that I have plenty of sword types? Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Yin Nuoxing didn't think of persuading her. The sword was the king of weapons. It could attack and defend, and it could advance and retreat at will. It was also because of this that the mystic arts for weapons like the sword were more difficult to cultivate compared to other weapons, because there were too many things to consider. However, after thinking about it carefully, those big and wide weapons didn't seem to be suitable for this girl. He thought that Xian would choose an energy-type mystic art. Early in the morning of the next day, when the sun had just emerged from the horizon, two shadows rapidly flew out from the freshman area, bringing along a brilliant golden light. They disappeared in a flash. In the boundless 100,000 mountain range, the lush greenery extended to the end of one's line of sight. It was like a boundless, dark green ocean. Standing in the middle of it, a violent wind would blow and the sea of trees would sway. Huge green ocean waves that were several tens of meters tall would roll up and roar as they approached from afar. It was as if one was looking at a tsunami, shocking everyone. Above the sea of trees, a golden light suddenly flashed and disappeared. In an instant, it appeared on the horizon. After a few seconds, a storm descended, blowing the dark green sea of trees to the point that it was swaying left and right. The towering trees were almost broken. The mountain range here isn't connected to the millions of mountains in the ultimate plain region. There's a small section in the middle, but it's already so vast. The ultimate plain region is filled with mountains and forests. It's a paradise for magical and demonic beasts. I wonder how spectacular the terrain there is. The scenery below was stretched into countless thin lines, but relying on her special eyes and her own light element, Yin Nuoxing could still see clearly. She couldn't help but sigh softly. Sweeping her gaze around, she estimated the distance from the academy in her heart. The first rays of the morning sun descended. In the sea of trees below, some low roars of magical beasts could be heard. Yin Nuoxing pulled Xian, and the light element violently rushed out. However, it stopped in an instant. The violent wind only caught up after a while. Let's stay here. Cultivating a divine grade sword technique might cause some disturbances. Furthermore, you can't open the spatial barrier of Linghongjian. You need to accurately sense the elements in the world, the power of the world, and other forces that you can't control but exist. Yin Nuoxing's eyes paused for a moment as he looked at the sea of trees below. His gaze landed on a mountain peak, and with a flash of his body, he brought Xian up to the mountain peak before stopping. After stopping and sensing that Xian had already adjusted his breathing to the most complete state, Yin Nuoxing nodded and said, I've already passed the Heavenly Chasm sword technique to you last night. However, I'll explain it to you again. The Heavenly Chasm sword art is actually a sword formation mysterious technique. There are a total of 6 sword formations, and the formations can only be used when fighting against many people. For example, in a battlefield, the formations are usually used by many people to share the energy and use it together. With tacit cooperation, the power of the formation can be multiplied. The Heavenly Chasm sword art is a sword formation controlled by one person. The chaotic sword formation uses sword chi to condense countless flying swords and quickly cut into the enemy's camp. The return to origin sword formation uses sword chi to seal an area, rendering all other energies within it useless. It can only be used for attack and defense, and can absorb the enemy's power. The 5-element sword formation is quite suitable for you. It uses 5 different energies to stimulate each other, and it has the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Apart from the first one, I haven't used the other 2 because there's no suitable situation. As for the remaining 3, they're the 3 with the greatest destructive force and the most energy consumption. World-killing formation, 12 huge, immortal swords formed by sword chi, which could destroy the heavens and the earth. Sword flower spring rain. Compared to the others, this one is more weird and sudden. It could kill people silently. As for the last one, heavenly chasm formation, I only need to say one word. Gather all the sword chi that you've already used and turn it into the king of swords, which would descend from the sky like a judgment. Xian listened modestly. Unlike the massive amount of information he had received last night, this was Yun Nuoxing's cultivation experience. It was explained based on his understanding of the heavenly chasm sword technique. I don't think this is suitable for one-on-one combat. After thinking carefully for a while, Xian opened Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuoxing. These 6 sword formations were very beautiful and powerful. They were worthy of being called divine grade. However, sword formations were used on groups. Wouldn't it be limited if they were used on one-on-one combat? Sword arrays are able to maximize their effectiveness against a group of people, but against a single person, it's the most powerful. Think about it. If a sword array that can deal a huge amount of damage to a team of 100 people is used against a single person, Yun Nuoxing raised a finger to his lips and smiled mysteriously. Xian thought for a while and said, "He will bear the firepower that a group of 100 people should bear, and he will have nowhere to hide." Yun Nuoxing nodded in satisfaction. Then she clapped her hands and pointed at the forest below. "From today onwards, I will suppress the dragon cry, sword to the level of a demigod. You will carry it on your back. It will follow you wherever you go. It will be inseparable. You will be familiar with it, and it will be familiar with you. Also, I just sense that most of the demonic beasts in the nearby forest are comparable to humans who have reached the 8th seal of the demigod rank. You can kill 10 demonic beasts in a day with the Dragoncry sword. You can't use other methods, such as your 5-element sky formation." Yun Nuoxing joked. "Why isn't Little Star's cultivation so troublesome?" Xian heard and couldn't help but mutter. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said, "I have the spiritual godly body. I can't be more familiar with the weapons in my body. They are part of my body. Naturally, it won't be so troublesome. This is the most powerful part of my body. I can cultivate whatever weapon I want. I don't even need to familiarize myself with the weapon. As long as I learn the corresponding mystic technique, I can use it accurately." Cheating, Xian rolled her eyes. Other people learned a weapon and used it to travel the world. He, on the other hand, could use whatever he wanted. He was proficient in all kinds of weapons. This kind of convenience was something she couldn't help but be envious of. All right, the 5 elements body is also an extremely powerful body. It is extremely sensitive to energy, especially the energy of the 5 elements. If you use it well, I guarantee that you will be completely familiar with your partner in 3 days. Then, you will be able to cultivate the heavenly chasm sword art. Yun Nuoxing smiled and rubbed her head. Her talent wasn't any worse than his. There was no reason why she couldn't learn it. "Yes, I believe you." Hearing that, Xian nodded with a smile. She waved her hand, and a faint dragon's roar pierced through the air. A 2-meter-long sword appeared. Xian Mei Mao glanced at it with a smile and grabbed it. She stroked the silver scabbard and said softly, "From today onwards, I'll be in your care." After that, she handed the Dragoncry sword to Yun Nuoxing. The latter glanced at her and smiled faintly. The origin energy of the spiritual, godly body flowed through her hand. She gently brushed it across the Dragoncry sword and returned it to Xian. This was only to suppress the output of energy, not its quality. That would be more strenuous, but it was enough. After receiving the Dragoncry sword, Xian hung it on her slender waist. Afterwards, she smiled and clasped her hands at Yun Nuoxing in all seriousness. She smiled rather mischievously. "Teacher, please rest here. I'll be right back." After saying that, she twisted her body and directly rushed towards the forest below, leaving behind a beautiful back view, which made Yin Nuashing a little stunned. "This girl, you're that relaxed?" Zai's indifferent voice rang out in his soul, making him sigh in exasperation. He sat down on the ground and said, "Xian has her own drive, and I don't want to stop her. I'll just be her shield. As for danger and whatnot, does little Yi really think that the demigod magical beasts nearby can pose any threat to Xian? Also, I've left energy on the Dragoncry sword. Even if a demigod magical beast suddenly charges out, even if it's thousands of kilometers away, it'll only take a second for me to react and save her. Xian can still hold on." Listening to his analysis, Zai sighed speechlessly and said faintly, "Do as you please. Anyway, you're here, so there shouldn't be any problems. I'm just worried that if little Xian gets hurt, you'll be heartbroken and soften your heart that you've worked so hard to harden. You struggled for an entire night before deciding to let Xian cultivate. In the past, you've always protected her so tightly." Yin Nuashing's heart skipped a beat when he was mercilessly exposed. His breathing quickened and he rubbed his chest. He sighed and shook his head. "One day, everyone will be independent. No one can't live without another. It's just a matter of how much you care. How long can I protect Xian? 100 years? 1,000 years? Or forever? That girl doesn't want to hide under my protection forever. She wants a change. That day, she said very seriously that she wants to protect me. She's working hard for this. When I heard her say that she wants to protect me, I felt my heart throbbing in pain." Yin Nuashing sighed deeply, shook his head, and said, "If there comes a day when I can't pick up the sword in my hand anymore, it'll be her turn to protect herself. Instead of carefully protecting her, it's better to let her have her own strength. Besides, she's also willing." The last sentence was said by Yin Nuashing and Zai together. Zai had heard it many times and knew that it would end like this. "Yes, that's true, but she's a girl. I don't want her to take on so much responsibility. In short, if you need anything, just call me. Xian, and I will be waiting in the soul." Zai nodded and said one last thing before falling silent. Yin Nuashing nodded his chin and opened his evil spirit eye. His gaze passed through the countless trees and looked at the beautiful figure leaping through the forest. He sighed softly in his heart. "Girl, you must be careful." Chapter 629. Thick dark clouds covered the entire sky. Occasionally, there would be lightning bolts that were a few feet thick, like silver dragons breaking through the dark clouds. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, tearing the sky apart. A dazzling light shrouded the entire mountain range. In this extremely violent environment, even the creatures deep in the mountains did not dare to casually come out. They were all hiding in their caves or underground. Faint low roars could be heard being carried by the wind for miles, slowly spreading throughout the entire mountain range. The storm uprooted an entire huge tree and threw it down from the mountain peak. After a long time, it landed heavily on the mountainside beside the youth who was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. The huge roar did not distract the youth. His consciousness was immersed in the array that was floating in front of him. In his hand, he was holding a simple silver scroll. In this place where thunder and lightning intersected, it flickered with silver light, as if the scroll was also releasing thunder and lightning. Rumble, a terrifying sound that caused the earth to tremble, came from the horizon. One after another, silver dragons roared and tore apart the shaky sky. Under the unceasing shaking of the sky, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. The silver-white sky fell from the sky in an instant without any warning, covering the entire mountain range. The pitter-patter of rain soaked the mountain range, and a warm aura with the smell of mud slowly rose. Raising her head and looking at the sky that was covered by dark clouds and lightning, the blue-clothed young lady let out a soft sigh. Before the boundless raindrops fell, she extended her jade-like hand forward. An energy barrier slowly spread out until it enveloped the young man who was a few meters away. Only then did it stop. What followed was the continuous sound of raindrops hitting the barrier. Feeling the change in the illusion, the youth slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the world that was already covered by rain, he let out a long breath. The hands that were holding the silver scroll tightly clenched. He felt his heart tremble slightly. In this place where an extremely terrifying thunder and lightning could strike at any time, his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Thunder Prison Array. His hand held the silver scroll tightly. At this moment, the blue array in front of him was slowly spinning. It seemed to be affected by the increase in thunder and lightning in the air. On the surface of the array, there were several thick lightning bolts that flowed through it. Why did you pick such a windy and stormy weather? Is the lightning pool in the academy not enough? Seeing him open his eyes, Yi Qinglian also stretched lazily. A beautiful curve appeared under her blue clothes. Looking at the weather with strong winds and thunder, her willowy eyebrows slightly furrowed. The Academy's lightning pool is man-made. Although it is similar to real lightning, it lacks the power of heaven and earth. Only here can one better feel the power of lightning. Lin Sheng smiled. He looked at the silver scroll in his hand and said, "The power of lightning released by the Thunder Prison formation depends on the power of lightning absorbed during cultivation. If it's true natural lightning, it should be very powerful. It might even reach the second rank of the demon rank." Mei Mao flapped her fan slightly. She raised her head and looked at the roaring silver dragon in the thick dark clouds. Mei Mao was a little worried. However, she nodded gently and said in a gentle voice, "Be careful." Lin Sheng grinned and slowly opened the silver scroll in his hand. He looked at the floating array in front of him. With a thought, he controlled the array to shrink back into the scroll. As the magic array entered the scroll, a blinding silver light suddenly burst forth from the scroll. Instantly, the thunder and lightning in the dark clouds seemed to be attracted. Waves of powerful silver-blue thunderbolts condensed into one and turned into a huge silver dragon that was at least 10 feet long. The dragon's shining eyes seemed to have intelligence. It stared at Lin Sheng below and suddenly roared. Then, it turned into a thick silver energy pillar and directly descended into the scroll in Lin Sheng's hand. The sudden shattering of the barrier shocked the two of them. Before they could react, the huge pillar of light had already poured down and enveloped Lin Sheng. The vast destructive power made him pale with fright. However, he reacted in an instant. The immortal qi and demonic qi in his body began to circulate with a whistling sound. They even carried a strange energy fluctuation as they enveloped and refined the thunderbolts that had recklessly barged in. Lin Sheng, seeing that Lin Sheng was enveloped by the huge pillar of lightning, Yi Qinglian's pretty face turned pale with fright. She stomped her feet on the ground and was about to rush into the pillar of light when she sensed that there was a tenacious life force in the pillar of lightning. Although it seemed particularly small in front of the might of heaven and earth, it was tenaciously resisting the lightning. This made her hurriedly stop in her tracks. Her bright eyes stared nervously at the silver-blue pillar of light. This strange phenomenon did not last for long before the silver-blue light pillar quietly disappeared. Lin Sheng, who was inside, took a few deep breaths when a lightning light pillar disappeared. Waves of numbness were transmitted from his body. He could not even hold onto the scroll as it fell to the ground. His body directly knelt on the ground. However, before he could kneel, a fragrant wind rushed into his arms and tightly supported his body that had lost control. Lin Sheng looked at the pretty face that was filled with worry and could not help but grin. He said, "It's fine, it's fine. It's just the power of lightning. It can't hurt me." Seeing him forcing himself to smile, Yi Qinglian could not help but roll her eyes at him. She helped him slowly sit down and casually asked, "Did you succeed?" "Yes, it wasn't as difficult as I imagined." Lin Sheng smiled as he leaned against the boulder that had not been shattered by the lightning beam. However, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with his palm. Fortunately, the scroll had absorbed 80% of the lightning energy for him. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as his body being paralyzed. After sitting down and resting for a while, Lin Sheng originally wanted to see just how powerful the lightning prison formation was after absorbing the pure power of lightning. However, a shocking ripple of energy suddenly erupted, startling the two of them so much that their expressions changed slightly. That is, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly saw a few huge craters explode in the ground not far away. Subsequently, waves of milky white energy aura rushed into the sky from the ground and rapidly gathered in a direction in the distance. Along with it, the roaring silver dragon in the dark clouds was also grabbed. There was actually a sliver of human-like fear in the monstrous thunder, as if a great demon was in that direction. What a powerful energy fluctuation. Could it be that some strong person is cultivating here? Lin Sheng was also shocked by the sudden movement. His expression changed slightly as he hurriedly raised his head and looked at the mountain range in the distance. This energy fluctuation, it has the energy fluctuation of a god, but it doesn't have that kind of majestic feeling. Yi Qinglian was also surprised. Let's go and take a look. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Sheng's face. He was very curious. Yes, up to you. Yi Qinglian did not mind. Hearing this, Lin Sheng smiled faintly. His body shot out like an arrow. Behind him, Yi Qinglian also quickly followed. The evil spirit eyes dyed the area around 1 foot in dazzling colors. That was the embodiment of pushing the effect of the eyes to the extreme. They closely followed the beautiful figure that was constantly leaping in the forest and fighting with the demonic beast. After a long time, seeing that Xian had killed the demonic beast without any injuries, Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. There seems to be no problem. It was also a demigod-level demonic beast, but Xian, who was holding the Dragoncry sword, was clearly much more relaxed than before. This was the power of a high-grade weapon. Yin Nuoxing also relied on the many powerful divine weapons that allowed him to challenge an Emperor God expert. If there's no problem, it's my turn. After observing for a while, Yin Nuoxing was also relieved. He flipped his palm and took out a jade bottle. He opened the bottle and poured out a red pill that was the size of a longan fruit. There was a dark red pattern and an emerald pattern on it, making it look very beautiful. This was the soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pill that the two of them had spent 12 million energy values and offended Yinemo to buy. Then next, let's see if this pill that has been strengthened by the energy of the glories will tree can give me a push. Twisting his neck, Yin Nuoxing turned his gaze and looked at the distant horizon. Over there, dark clouds covered the sky, but where he was, the sky was clear. Looking at the blue sky, he flicked his finger and the pill in his hand fell into his mouth. He swallowed it without thinking. Wow, an immortal-grade pill is eaten so casually. Seeing him eat the soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pill so casually, Zai could not help but laugh bitterly. It seemed that this guy usually ate too many high-grade pills and was too lazy to care about anything. Whatever. Anyway, it's a spiritual divine physique. It doesn't matter if I'm in peak condition or not. Sure enough, just as I thought, Yin Nuoxing was too lazy to care about anything. After a sigh, he continued, "This is a single-element soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pill. Do you want me to worship it before eating it? I've already eaten a saint-grade pill, and it's refined from 8 elements. Xianin has spoiled you." Hearing this, Zai's cheeks could not help but twitch. This kid was holding on to a treasure mountain. It would be strange if he was so calculative. Yin Nuoxing smiled and did not comment. When the pill entered his stomach, it turned into a huge amount of warm energy that surged through his body like a tide. He also relaxed his mind and allowed it to flow around his body. A warm current slowly condensed in the depths of his body, making him feel as if he was soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. All the pores on his body opened up, and wisps of faint black gas were forced out of his body by the medicinal power. They were expelled from his body through his pores. From afar, it looked like Yin Nuoxing was releasing a weak, demonic aura. Are there so many impurities? Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised to see that the black airflow could be observed floating out of his body with his eyes. After the reconstruction of his body in the Rainbow Aurora Celestial Pond last time, it should have been close to perfection. He didn't expect there to be so many hidden impurities. When his body was being transformed by the warm energy, his soul also emitted a weak fluctuation. His soul power that had already reached a threshold actually gave him a signal that he was about to break through. It's really effective, feeling that his soul power was running on its own without him controlling it. Yin Nuoxing's handsome face was filled with joy. Although the immortal grade pill was very effective for the first 3 realms of the initial god tier, his body was a little special, and he himself was not sure if it had any effect. Now that he saw the medicinal power, he knew that he had underestimated some immortal grade pills. Perhaps it was because he had eaten too many immortal grade pills on a daily basis, so he did not take it seriously. The expanding soul power turned into a figure that looked exactly like him and gradually enlarged outside his body. Then, with a slight tremble, it turned into a huge soul power cocoon. It was transparent and enveloped Yin Nuoxing inside. The 6 paths wool between his eyebrows spun rapidly at this moment, and the 6 paths of reincarnation technique also acted on its own. Waves of soul power kept gathering, but there was always an invisible barrier that suppressed this growth. This caused the soul power that kept gathering to be blocked together. The gathering of soul power became more and more powerful, but the invisible barrier did not move at all. Yin Nuoxing was also startled when he sensed this change within his soul. This soaring spiritual strength was quite large. It was so large that it caused him to be shocked. However, the barrier of the cultivation level was so tough that it exceeded his expectations. His soul, which had been nourished by the soul-tempering marrow-cleansing pill, was doing its best to grow and attack that invisible barrier. However, the unceasingly accumulating spiritual strength caused his soul to swell. This was a sign that his strength was overloaded. If this goes on, my soul power will explode before I can break through. My soul power will explode and turn into ashes. Thinking of a terrifying outcome, Yin Nuoxing shuddered and laughed dryly. What kind of joke was this? Soul burning art reverse. Fiercely clenching his teeth, Yin Nuoxing's hands formed a seal with lightning speed. Then, a bright red symbol appeared on the surface of his skin. But at this time, what was burning wasn't his soul force, but the power of his stars. By circulating the burning soul law in reverse, he was burning the power of his stars in order to obtain several times more soul force. At the same time, this soul force was much stronger and more destructive than normal. Feeling the rapid loss of soul power in his body, Yin Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of hot air. The scarlet runes climbed up his handsome face, making him look extremely ferocious. His drooping right hand slowly drew an arc. Then he clenched his fist. Rumble, terrifying soul power gushed out like a tsunami, covering an area of a few thousand miles. Then, waves of golden energy rapidly surged in his body. That was the origin energy of the divine body. Following the flow of the golden energy, Yin Nuoxing's body suddenly erupted with an extremely strong suction force. The heaven and earth energy, elemental energy, and spatial energy within 1,000 miles all surged towards him, condensing into a huge energy vortex outside his body. Suddenly, a milky white airflow that was 1,000 feet thick shot up from the ground, startling Yin Nuoxing. That was a dragon vein, and this dragon vein is extremely huge. Otherwise, it wouldn't be spewing out such a large amount of dragon aura. It's perfect for cleansing one's body and soul. At this moment, Zai's face was also filled with shock. This dragon vein must be extremely huge to be able to spit out such a thick airflow. However, before she could finish her sentence, she saw that the ground within a few hundred meters and a few thousand meters suddenly exploded with holes. Huge streams of dragon vein chi soared into the sky and merged into the huge energy whirlpool, causing the 2 people from Yin Nuo star to be stunned. In the distance, Xian, who was fighting with a demigod magical beast, was looking for an opportunity to give it a fatal blow. However, a milky white airflow suddenly shot up from the ground in front of her and collided directly with a magical beast, startling her. Her delicate body swayed, and she hurriedly left the place. She raised her head to look at the distant horizon and saw the huge energy vortex. There was a hint of surprise on her face, but she was relieved after sensing that it was Little Star's aura. She was not in a hurry to look for the magical beast. Instead, she stood on a tree branch and quietly stared at the energy vortex that was growing larger and larger. Mei Mao was a little nervous. They couldn't have dug out the ancient dragon vein, right? How can there be such a large amount of dragon aura? If this dragon vein was under a city, it would be able to turn that city into a holy land for cultivators. Yin Nuoxing stared in shock at the dragon aura that was erupting like a fountain. In the end, he could no longer remain calm. He was extremely curious and wanted to rush underground to take a look. However, his soul was currently on the verge of breaking through, and his situation was quite dangerous. He did not dare to be distracted. He only glanced underground and hurriedly focused his mind. Chapter 630. Within the mountain forest, two figures swiftly rushed towards the source of the unusual activity. In less than 15 minutes, they had neared the source of the unusual activity. The dark clouds in the sky had also gradually faded at this moment. They had arrived at the edge of the great wind and thunderstorm area. Furthermore, they could see the enormous energy whirlpool in the sky that covered an area of 100,000 feet. The strength of the vast aura caused the hearts of the two to speed up. Lin Sheng was shocked as he sensed the frightening aura. There was also a sliver of fear in his heart. Was there such a person in the High Light Academy? Could it be that an elder had made a breakthrough? This is spiritual strength. It has already neared the divine level. That expert should be making a breakthrough. Yi Qinglian's soft voice caused Lin Sheng to become slightly vigilant. The two of them carefully suppressed the energy ripples in their bodies. Even their vital signs had slowed down significantly. Their breathing had weakened. They looked at each other, and both of them descended into the dense forest below. After landing in the forest, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian stopped circulating the wind element. Their agile bodies flashed through the forest like two monkeys. Not long after they carefully flashed through the forest, the view in front of them suddenly widened. The forest disappeared, and an enormous mountain peak appeared in front of them. They had already neared the center of the energy whirlpool. They could even see a bright ball of light on the mountain peak. The two of them stopped at the edge of the forest and raised their heads to look at the bright and dazzling ball of light. Slivers of energy stealthily surged into their eyes, after which their two faces were swiftly covered by astonishment. Boom! When the continuously condensing energy finally reached a limit, there was an earth-shattering explosion. It was like a sudden clap of thunder on the ground. It startled Lin Sheng and the other man so much that their bodies trembled. They were both wondering if they should run away. After the thunder-like explosion, the attractive force at the center of the 100,000 feet large energy whirlpool suddenly disappeared. The whirlpool itself also suddenly dissipated, turning into a dense energy rain that fell from the sky and drenched the ground. It turned into wisps of energy mist that dissipated between heaven and earth. The energy rain drenched Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian until their bodies were completely drenched. Fortunately, it was formed from energy and turned back into gas in a short moment. However, a large portion of the pure energy was unintentionally absorbed by the two of them. Buzz! After the energy vortex dissipated, an explosive sound was emitted from the top of the mountain. Soon after, a spiritual light pillar that had solidified into a substance suddenly soared into the sky. Following, it was an extremely brilliant starlight pillar. The bright cluster of light shattered into numerous fragments. Yin Nuoxing suddenly opened her eyes. Two rays of light shot out from her eyes and cut through the air, bringing about a sharp whistling sound. The vast and mighty energy caused the hearts of the two people in the forest to palpitate. The soul of a deity rank, such vast soul energy, but he's only a demonic rank. Why? The terrifying soul shockwave spread throughout the mountain range. The two huge pillars of light that connected the heavens and the earth were brilliant and dazzling. Yi Qinglian and Mei Mao looked at the pillars of light in a daze. Lin Sheng also shook his head in a daze. Other than not being able to understand, he was also thinking about how to escape from this place. Given Yin Nuoxing's posture, she must be carrying a lot of secrets. When he recalled the two of them talking about being special in the square yesterday, he felt a little uneasy. He kept feeling that he had bumped into something incredible. After exchanging glances with Yi Qinglian, Lin Sheng slowly extended his palm and glanced at Yin Nuoxing, who seemed to be comprehending something. Then, he quietly waved his hand. The former nodded and quietly turned around. She moved her feet lightly without making a sound. "Why are you here?" Suddenly, a somewhat astonished voice rang in their ears, causing their bodies to tremble. The silent energy suddenly erupted. However, it was not aimed at Yin Nuoxing. Instead, it was to escape with all their might. However, before the two of them could escape, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their path. They were so shocked that their hearts skipped a beat. However, they were also stunned when they saw the astonishment on the person's handsome face. Yin Nuoxing, whose soul had broken through to the deity rank, had a layer of transparent crystals on both sides of her forehead. They formed a ring that wrapped around her forehead and ears. That was the materialization of her soul energy. It was also the manifestation of her breaking through to the deity rank. However, what was even more shocking was his eyes. That pair of resplendent, rainbow-colored eyes contained an extremely mysterious power. It made Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian, who had only taken a glance at them, feel as if they were about to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Ah, wait a moment. I just succeeded in breaking through and having controlled it well. Yin Nuoxing was also shocked when she saw the two of them become more and more confused. She hurriedly snapped her fingers, which contained the vibration of her soul. The two of them were so shocked that their bodies trembled. They could not help but break out in cold sweat, and their breathing became slightly hurried. After waking the two of them up, Yin Nuoxing covered her eyes with her palms. After a while, the layer of transparent crystals on her forehead slowly disappeared. Her eyes, which were rippling with terrifying soul fluctuations, also calmed down. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian took a few deep breaths. Their hearts were palpitating. They had almost lost themselves just by looking at her eyes. Speaking of which, why are you here? After a while, when they had calmed down, Yin Nuoxing asked. However, before the two of them could answer, she frowned slightly and probed. What did you see? Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian's bodies trembled when they heard her ask this. They looked at each other. How should they answer this? If they answered that they had seen it, this fellow wouldn't kill them to keep the secret, right? Just as the two of them gritted their teeth fiercely and wanted to firmly answer that they didn't see anything, because they didn't say anything for a few seconds, Yin Nuoxing sighed faintly and said, All right, you didn't answer for 3 seconds and hesitated. Then you saw it. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian could not help but laugh bitterly when they heard this. Why didn't this fellow even give them time to answer? Wasn't it just 3 seconds of silence? How could he be so sure? Even though he did see it, Brother Yun, we only saw a big commotion and came over by mistake. We didn't see anything specifically. We will keep today's matter a secret. Can you let us go? Lin Sheng swallowed his saliva and cupped his hands as he said in a deep voice. Yin Nuoxing's soul had advanced to the God level. Although she had restrained it, the pressure of the words God-level soul still weighed heavily on his heart. He had many trump cards. He might even be able to bury a peak demon-level expert with him if he risked his life. However, the person in front of him had a God-level soul. The peak of the demon level and the initial God level were two completely different concepts of power. Keep it a secret? Help me keep what's secret. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and took a deep breath. God. Lin Sheng subconsciously wanted to answer, but he was stunned for a moment. He suddenly reacted. If he said it, wouldn't he be admitting that he saw something he shouldn't have? Thinking of this, his forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. A chill surged in Yi Qinglian's beautiful eyes. She gently shifted her feet and stood in front of Lin Sheng. A strange energy slowly gathered in her jade-like hands as a clear and cold voice faintly sounded out. I wonder how Brother Yun wishes to deal with this? Seeing her actions, Lin Sheng's heart jumped. He did not care about anything else. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly pulled Yi Qinglian back. He raised his head and said firmly, Brother Yun, we saw your soul advancing to the god level. This has nothing to do with Qinglian. I wanted to come and see it. I am willing to bear the responsibility alone. Yin Nuoxing could not help but be stunned for a moment when he saw the expressions of the two of them. He sighed and extended his hands at lightning speed towards the Lin Sheng duo. His extremely fast actions caused some despair to surge in the hearts of the two of them. At the same time, there was also anger in their hearts. Let's fight. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian's energy started to riot at the same time. However, before they could do anything, they felt a pain on their foreheads. Their heads tilted back, causing them to be stunned. They hurriedly lowered their heads and saw that Yin Nuoxing's index fingers were still in the same position as after she had flicked them out. She heavily flicked their foreheads. You guys, you are lucky to have met me today. You are not professional at peeping. What would you have done if you had met someone with a strange temperament? When she saw the blank expressions on their faces, Yin Nuoxing sighed heavily and rolled her eyes at them in annoyance. She then waved her hand and flew towards the mountain peak. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian looked at each other in astonishment. Both of them held their foreheads. That flick just now was really painful. What should they do now? Follow her or run for their lives? Let's go then. At most, we will fight. Lin Sheng fiercely gritted his teeth. However, after he spoke, he felt that he was lacking in confidence. Would fighting with their lives really work? Yi Qinglian rolled her eyes at him. Her jade-like hand held his hand tightly, as if she was giving him strength. The latter also raised his head and glanced at her. He nodded heavily and looked towards the mountain peak. The two of them took a deep breath and flew towards the mountain peak with nervous hearts. It was a short distance of 1,000 meters, but Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian did not manage to fly over it after a few minutes. They felt uneasy and kept thinking about how to save their lives. However, when they thought of Yin Nuoxing's god-level soul and her strength that was comparable to Yin Mo's, so slow, it's not like I will eat you. After a full 10 minutes, the two of them finally flew to the mountain peak. When they saw Yin Nuoxing with her arms crossed and her eyes rolled, they could not help but be stunned. Soon after, they laughed bitterly. Wasn't it because her pressure was too strong? All right, don't be nervous. I won't kill you to silence you. I can understand that you feel uneasy after seeing my secret. However, this so-called secret is nothing. So, please settle down. Seeing the two of them trembling in the corner, Yin Nuoxing could not help but cover her face. Was she that scary? When they heard that she would not kill them to silence them, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian heaved a sigh of relief. It took them a while to calm down their turbulent emotions. You're also cultivating in this mountain range? Yin Nuoxing asked casually after finding a random rock to sit on. Yes, we were cultivating over there just now. Oh, over there where it rained. Suddenly, the ground cracked open and a stream of dragon chi gushed out. We saw this strange phenomenon here and came over to take a look out of curiosity. When Lin Sheng saw that she was very casual, he relaxed a little. He pulled Yi Qinglian and found a random place to sit down. However, they were a little far from Yin Nuoxing, as if they were still a little afraid. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, she smiled gently and said helplessly, I also brought the girl here to cultivate and try to break through at the same time. I knew that it would cause a big commotion, so I deliberately went deep into the forest to avoid detection. I didn't expect to meet you guys. Looks like I have to go to the thousands of mountains in the ultimate plain region to break through next time. I was the one who got a shock when I was cultivating the Thunder Prison Formation. I thought it was an earthquake and almost flew into the sky with Qinglian. Lin Sheng could not help but laugh. He deliberately mentioned the Thunder Prison Formation, which made Yi Qinglian's expression turn serious. However, She understood after a while. Was this considered an exchange of secrets? Thunder Prison Formation? You are also a spirit array master? When Yinuashing heard this, she looked at him with some surprise. One could not tell that a spirit array master was just by looking at his appearance. I was able to set up a first-grade demon rank spirit array not long ago. I also passed the demon rank test. If I advance to the demon rank, I can try setting up a third-grade demon rank spirit array. Lin Sheng scratched his head and said, since Brother Yin said also, could it be that Brother Yin is also a spirit array master? Yin Nuashing nodded, but then shook her head. The two of them were stunned. What was going on? I can indeed use spirit arrays, but I haven't taken a test. As for whether it counts or not, well, I'll just treat it as if it does. Yin Nuashing spread her hands. Lin Sheng could not help but smile bitterly. So this was what she cared about? After chatting for a while, seeing that Yin Nuashing really did not have any thoughts, Lin Sheng and Yin Nuashing let go. In addition, they had known each other since yesterday. Today, they had unexpectedly bumped into something incredible, but it made their relationship slightly closer. Yin Nuashing heard that they had come to cultivate. After thinking for a while, she shook her head. Just a second-grade demon rank, lightning prison spirit array might not be enough. Not to mention me and Zian, Big Mountain, and the others are all demon rank third seal experts. If you want to stand out, it probably won't be enough. That's true. Lin Sheng also nodded in agreement. Then he frowned slightly. He still had other methods, but he did not know if those methods could cause enough damage to demon rank third seal experts. After entering the Long Light Academy for half a month, it would be slightly difficult to break through to the demon rank third seal in a short period of time. Although I want to set up a higher level energy spirit array, the energy required is too high. The two of us are already living together to save rent and energy for the spirit array, but we still can't afford to squander those high-level spirit arrays. Lin Sheng shrugged helplessly. Even with the help of a higher-level spirit array, it was impossible to break through to the demon rank in a month's time. Even if they broke through, there was still a difference of 3 realms between them and demon rank third seal experts. But no matter what, I will work hard. No matter how strong the opponent is, we will give it our all. A moment later, Lin Sheng's eyes paused, as if he had understood something. His eyes were filled with determination. The academy had such a good cultivation environment. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to compete with others before breaking through to the demon rank. Yi Qinglian seemed to have thought of something. Mei Mao flapped her fan, looked at Yin Nuashing, and asked softly, how long did Brother Yin take to break through from the half-demon rank to the demon rank? Hearing him suddenly ask this, Yin Nuashing was also stunned. He asked in confusion, why are you suddenly asking this? I want to see how big the gap is between Brother Yin and me. Yi Qinglian shook her head gently. There was an indescribable emotion in her bright eyes. It seemed to be determination, but it was even thicker and deeper than that. Seeing that indescribable emotion, Yin Nuashing was also a little stunned. He then glanced at Lin Sheng, who also inadvertently glanced at him, as if he also wanted to know the answer. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment and said, it actually took me more than half a year to break through to the demidemon rank. Because I was suppressing my cultivation during that time, I suddenly stopped my cultivation when I was close to breaking through. After that, something unexpected happened, and I couldn't control my breakthrough. But if you really want to count, I cultivated for 3 months. At that time, I couldn't control my cultivation and almost broke through to the demidemon rank. 3 months? Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian sucked in a breath of cold air. It only took him 3 months to break through to the demon rank from the first transition of the half-demon rank. Qinglian, your talent is better than mine. How long did it take you to reach the 9th transition of the half-demon rank? Lin Sheng couldn't help but ask. His voice was trembling. Obviously, he was frightened by Yin Nuashing. He actually had some doubts in his heart, but when he thought about how the latter had no reason to lie to them, his doubts disappeared. It's already been a year. The cultivation of the half-immortal rank, half-demon rank, and half-god rank is more difficult than the usual cultivation. It requires the conversion, suppression, and fusion of energy. Although Yi Qingyan's state of mind was good, she was still shocked to the point that her emotions were in turmoil. She couldn't calm down for a long time. When Yin Nuoxing saw that the two of them were extremely shocked, he was also stunned. At that time, he was cultivating in that star field. The endless power and the power of the rules there gave him the best cultivation conditions, so his cultivation speed was very fast. If it wasn't for that place, he would have at least doubled or tripled in those 3 months. However, he didn't say it out loud. Comparing 7 to 8 months without breaking through in a year, it might not be good to say it out loud. Chapter 631. Both Lin Sheng and Yi Zichen were far more mature than their peers, but it took them a few minutes to regain their senses. The two of them looked at each other, and when their eyes met, they were both in disbelief. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly changed the topic. In order to avoid scaring people to death, he decided not to reveal his strength. Who knew if the two of them would jump down from here if they knew that he could fight with the Divine Lord? However, they probably wouldn't believe it. After chatting for a while, Yin Nuoxing urged them to cultivate. Let's not talk about it anymore. If you continue, you will blame me for delaying your cultivation. Hurry up. Didn't you say that you wanted to shine during the new student assessment and settle your grudges? Hurry up and cultivate. Lin Sheng and the other man glanced at him strangely and nodded. They did not argue further. They knew that cultivation was more important, so they did not leave. They stayed on the mountain peak to cultivate. At least they would have a companion and would not be too bored. As the two cultivated, they would inadvertently sneak glances at Yin Nuoxing. But every time, they would only see him staring blankly at the sea of trees below. He did not seem to be cultivating, nor did he seem to be in a daze. He seemed to have noticed something. Regarding this, the two of them could not say anything. According to their age, the two of them should call him brother. After being distracted a few times, the two of them entered a deep level of cultivation. Lin Sheng was still studying his lightning prison array, while Yi Qinglian was trying to fuse her elemental power and soul power. Looking at the trend, she was not far from advancing to the demon rank. When she reached the initial stage of fusion, she would be able to leap over and ascend to the demon rank. The three of them busied themselves with their own matters until the sun set in the west and night fell. Yin Nuoxing, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. A colorful light illuminated a radius of 100 meters. He looked at the sea of trees not far away. There, a slender and moving figure leaped over. The leaping figure also raised her head. When she saw the colorful light, as if she had been guided, she immediately changed direction and flew in that direction. In a short while, she landed in front of Yin Nuoxing, holding a long sword with a silver scabbard in her hand. "You're back." Seeing that Xian had returned safe and sound, Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. She could finally put down the heavy stone in her heart. Xian smiled. The faint blue moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, illuminating her slender and moving body. Her cloud-like dark purple hair was still stained with water droplets, and her body was surrounded by water vapor. She seemed to have just come back from a bath. There were many tattered marks on her purple clothes, revealing her white and translucent skin. She was like a fairy who had just come out of bath. Coupled with the fact that her body was exposed from time to time, Yin Nuoxing almost spat out saliva. He hurriedly took off his oversized windbreaker and draped it over her body. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and quietly looked at her. When he saw some of the covered scars on her body, he had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he couldn't say it. He knew how much courage this girl had to muster to ask him to learn the divine rank profound arts. His gentle words might crush her persistence, but she would also be unhappy, so he couldn't say it. "Thank you for your hard work." In the end, all the complicated emotions were exchanged for these 4 words. Yin Nuoxing sighed silently and pulled Xian to sit down. The wood elements were slightly active and surged into her body to heal her external and internal injuries. Fighting 10 magical beasts that were more than 6 realms higher than her in a row, even if she was holding the demigod-level Dragoncry sword, it wouldn't be easy. Seeing that there was some heartache in his eyes, Xian felt a little sweet in her heart. She smiled charmingly and didn't ask why Lin Sheng and Yun Nuoxing were here. She just snuggled into his arms and was a little dissatisfied. Wrinkling her nose, she stood up and sat on his lap. Leaning on his shoulder, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. Seeing this girl's charming smile, Yun Nuoxing sighed and didn't say anything. He took off the 2 jade arms that were hanging around his neck and wrapped one arm around her slender waist while the other held her jade hand. Just take it as encouragement for her. In any case, he was already used to it. If this could make her feel more comfortable, then let her be. Lin Sheng and Yun Nuoxing, who had just finished cultivating, opened their eyes and saw this scene. They were stunned for a moment. Then, Yi Qinglian's charming face blushed slightly, causing Lin Sheng, who had just turned his gaze, to stare blankly. He couldn't help but laugh foolishly. He also stood up lightly and pulled her into his arms. However, it wasn't as intimate as Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing. The two of them just sat there hugging each other. On this mountain peak, if the two couples were to be seen by the single youths of Yuanguang Academy, they would probably be so excited that they would go up and challenge Yun Nuoxing and Lin Sheng. In front of a precipice that was tens of thousands of feet high, a huge stream of water gushed out from the middle of the mountain wall. It fell down along the distance of tens of thousands of feet, forming an extremely magnificent waterfall. Standing at the bottom of the precipice and looking up, it was as if one was looking at the Milky Way falling from the sky. The huge waterfall slammed against the huge rocks below, creating a huge splash. A 10,000 feet wide lake had accumulated below. Countless ripples were spreading out from the bottom of the waterfall to the periphery of the lake. Why is it a waterfall? On the surface of the lake, there was an area that had been frozen into ice. It looked very out of place in front of the lake, and there were 2 people standing on the ice. The slender figure raised her head to look at the water that was several feet thick, and a drop of sweat uncontrollably flowed down her beautiful face. Have you forgotten what I told you? The figure beside the slender figure flicked her long, colorful hair that was like gorgeous silk. Looking at the waterfall, she smiled and said, "Although this method is very ancient and uncreative, the effect is still very useful. Moreover, there are enough water elements here. There are also earth elements nearby." Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, "At present, the 5 elements body only has the origin of earth and the origin of water. Originally, I wanted to find an underground lake, but I accidentally found this place. I can use the waterfall to slap your delicate skin and tender flesh so that your body won't be able to withstand it and tear apart when I use the divine rank mysterious technique." Hearing this, Zian couldn't help but curl up her sexy red lips. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing with watery eyes, as if she was trying to please her. This glance almost made the latter spit out a mouthful of blood. She quickly covered her face with her palm and laughed dryly. The 5 elements body is integrated with the 5 elements of heaven and earth. With the advantage of the physique, you can better sense the heaven and earth and resonate with this heaven and earth. Let's try another method. Zian pursed her lips as she gently shook Yun Nuoxing's arm with her jade-like hands. Yun Nuoxing turned her head with difficulty. The emotions in her limpid eyes and the rippling appearance made his heart beat faster. He had to admit that this girl's delicate and pitiful appearance stimulated the desire to protect her from the bottom of his heart. If it were anyone else, they would have already fallen for her. Even he, who almost never left her side, couldn't help but swallow when he saw this. Cough. It's shameful to act coquettishly. Hurry up and cultivate. If you continue to act cute, I'll spank you. Yun Nuoxing's face was red as she coughed dryly. She turned her head and didn't look at Zian, lest she be conquered by her gaze. Oh, Zian blinked and gently nodded. Just as she was about to walk towards the waterfall, she saw Yun Nuoxing's blushing face from the corner of her eye. Her heart skipped a beat, and her red lips curled into a sly smile. She gently retracted her raised foot, then stood on her tiptoes and gently bit Yun Nuoxing's earlobe with her red lips. She then used an extremely charming voice to imitate a kitten and meowed. Meow. After quickly finishing this action, She even lightly scratched his chest with her lily-white hand. Then, she turned around with a charming smile and flew towards the waterfall. Boom! A violent explosion sounded out in Yun Nuoxing's head, shaking his mind to the point that it rippled. In the depths of his colorful eyes, it was as if there was a stormy sea surging with raging waves, and his pretty face was so red that blood could drip out. He suddenly turned his head, only to see that the girl had already rushed into the waterfall. Yun Nuoxing could only laugh bitterly. Her fair hand gently caressed her burning red cheeks, and the corners of her mouth inadvertently curled into a joyful arc. "I'll deal with you later." Yun Nuoxing chided softly with a smile. She took a few deep breaths and suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. After a while, she finally collected her emotions. Yun Nuoxing glanced at the waterfall and walked forward. When she was a few hundred feet away from the waterfall, she sat down. Her eyes shone brightly as she stared at the waterfall. Has it begun? When he opened his eyes, he suddenly felt that the water and earth elements between heaven and earth were slightly surging, as if they were being implicated. Moreover, there was a power that he was very familiar with that was rapidly spreading with the help of the two elements. The range was also rapidly expanding because of the place where the two elements were present, using the body to sense the heaven and earth, using the body to adapt to the power of the heaven and earth. When the body can resonate with the energy of the outside world, until the breathing is in harmony with the breath of the heaven and earth, as if the body is the heaven and earth, it can sense all the energy that exists between heaven and earth. Then you can come into contact with the divine rank profound technique. Yun Nuoxing muttered to herself and let out a long breath. This step will take a lot of time. The five elements body will take at least half a month. In the emerald green sea of trees, there was a faint white mist. A gentle breeze blew, and the white mist rippled slightly. Finally, it surged into the sky with the wind, causing the forest to become much clearer. Chi! Clang! In the calm sea of trees, there were suddenly sounds of wind breaking and metal violently colliding and rubbing. One's line of sight passed through the layers of trees and fixed on an open space on a mountainside. After the sound of wind breaking rang out, an energy that flickered with the color of stars suddenly flashed through the air like a star field. In that energy, one could feel an extremely strong sword intent. After the sword chi streaked across a large distance in space, it also collided with another silver longsword on the other side. A deafening sound rang out, and that was where the clanking of iron came from. The speed of the starry sword light was not very fast. It could be seen with the eyes as it streaked across space. From time to time, it would rush across the ground, expanding from its original size of 10 feet to a size of 10 feet, drawing a terrifying gully. After a long time, it was finally cut into pieces by a slender silver longsword. Clang! A muffled sound of metal colliding resounded through the forest. Immediately after, 4 or 5 starry sword lights shot over. At the end of the small forest, a slender figure tightly gripped the long sword in her hand. When she saw the 4 or 5 starry sword lights that were rapidly flying over, she secretly took a breath of air. Tightly gripping the long sword, she cried out. Her jade-like hand waved a few times like lightning, completely dispersing the starry sword lights. However, her delicate body was also pushed back a large distance by this force. Her deep purple hair scattered like silk, making her incomparably beautiful. Can you still take it? In the distance, seeing the slender figure retreat a dozen steps, Yun Nuoxing, who had released the starry sword light, could not help but clench her fists. She almost wanted to throw away the iron sword in her hand and rush over. Xian took a few deep breaths. She was wearing Yun Nuoxing's black windbreaker. The material of this windbreaker was very special. It had been with Xian for almost 20 years. It had fought many battles, big and small, rolled on the ground many times, crashed through thick walls many times, and even damaged divine artifacts. However, this windbreaker had never worn out. He let Xian wear it because he wanted her to suffer less injuries. Phew! After panting for a while, Xian and Mei Mao froze. She pulled out the dragoncry sword that was stabbed into the ground. Holding it tightly in her right hand, she raised her head slightly, smiled at Yin Nuoxing, and nodded her head. Looking at Yin, who was clenching his teeth and persevering, Yin Nuoxing's teeth tightly bit his bright red lips. A trace of heartache flashed across his beautiful face. He felt that every sword strike was aimed at his heart, causing him to feel incomparable heartache. However, when he saw Ziyan's strong smile, he still nodded his head gently. The ordinary metal sword in his right hand suddenly swung out, leaving behind numerous afterimages as sword auras once again shot out explosively. Clang, 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 bang. In a small forest, among the sounds of metal colliding and muffled sounds, there was a soft and weak groan that continuously rang out. Yin Nuoxing moved extremely slowly. He didn't use even the slightest bit of the light element. He even controlled the speed of the sword light so that Ziyan could see it clearly. However, he also controlled it so that she had to use the large amount of strength to block it. Only then could she feel the sword intent in his sword. Even though he controlled the speed of the sword light to be slow, Ziyan was still unable to cope with the dense sword light. The mist sword light would mercilessly strike her body. Although she had the windbreaker to block it, the pain of the sword light whipping her delicate body made her tremble violently every time. Her beautiful face was also somewhat pale from the pain, and every time he heard her muffled groan, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but want to throw down his iron sword and rush over. His beautiful face would also become slightly pale from the pain. In this way, it was as if he was torturing himself. Clang! With a violent tremor, Ziyan, who was holding the dragoncry sword, was finally somewhat exhausted and unable to swing it. She could only barely hold it horizontally in front of her and forcefully block the attack. Even the dragoncry sword was sent flying. Afterwards, she finally reached the limit of what she could endure. Her jade-like legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground without strength. Yin Nuoxing's heart trembled, but before he could jump down from the rock, a beautiful figure in blue rushed out from the small forest to the side and quickly supported Ziyan. She held a piece of soft cloth in her hand and gently wiped the sweat and faint bloodstains on Ziyan's face. She didn't forget to raise her head and coquettishly said to Yin Nuoxing, "You should be gentler." Yin Nuoxing looked at Yi Qinglian with a bitter smile and shook his head. He jumped down from the rock and hurriedly ran to Ziyan's side. When he saw the latter's beautiful face was pale and her red little mouth couldn't help but gasp for breath, his heart ached. He wanted to be gentler, but Ziyan had seriously warned him that it must be effective. So what was he thinking about? He didn't know how to cultivate a divine-grade mystic technique without getting injured, and neither did Zai. This was a relatively gentle method that he and Zai had discussed. Ziyan's skin was soft and tender. If it was too forceful all of a sudden, no one would be able to stand it. I also want to, but it's necessary for cultivation. Do you think I want to? My heart hurts more than yours. Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His palm gently pressed against Ziyan's beautiful face. When he saw her reluctantly open her eyes to look at him and smile sweetly at him, his heart ached even more. Girl, why do you have to be like this? You guys have been talking about this for 15 days. 15 days. Behind the forest, Lin Sheng also slowly walked out. When he saw Ziyan's beautiful face as pale as a sheet of gold and a girl so weak, his heart tightened a little. At the same time, he didn't quite understand why this girl would treat him like this. He turned his gaze slightly and looked at Yin Nuoxing and Ziyan. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had been cultivating here for nearly a month. When he saw Yin Nuoxing construct a demigod rank energy array that day, he had developed a strong respect and a faint worship for Yin Nuoxing. This kind of person had the strength of a demon rank, but she could construct a demigod rank energy array and possess a divine rank soul. He had to look up to all of them. At the very least, he knew that he couldn't do it. There must be a lot of stories between them. There must be more than the stories between me and Qinglian. It must be even more distant. Looking at Yin Nuoxing and then at Ziyan, Lin Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He admired this girl for tormenting herself like this every day. The intensity of the training was unbearable even for him. Xian, this seemingly weak girl, was very strong. She didn't stop even once. She was even stronger and more tenacious than him and Qinglian. It was hard to imagine what the motivation behind her strength was. The shocking scene made him thirst for power even more. He had long regarded Yun Nuoxing and Ziyin as his greatest opponents in the freshman assessment. Even though the two of them had said that they didn't want to get involved in this matter from the strength that the two of them had displayed, it was true that if the two of them were to get involved, the others wouldn't even need to look at them. It would only be a show of their strength. He was thinking that if the two of them didn't like to stand out, the demon rank combat strength rankings would have already been turned upside down. The Thunder Prison formation that Lin Sheng cultivated had also been perfected a lot under the guidance of Yun Nuoxing, giving him the confidence that he could activate it to the strength of the third grade of the demon rank. With the latter's pair of magical eyes, he could naturally guide it and even modify it. However, he did not act recklessly, afraid of scaring people. Of course, what made Lin Xing even happier was that he and Qinglian seemed to have made two incredible friends. It had nothing to do with anything else. It was just that he liked the two of them very much after interacting with them during this period of time. The two of them didn't have that kind of arrogance. It was just like when he first met the two of them. It was as if he could feel the emptiness of nature. Chapter 632. Heavenly Chasm, World Slaying Formation. On the peak of the mountain, there was a sudden shout. Streaks of energy suddenly condensed towards the sky, quickly condensing into 6 gigantic swords that were tens of thousands of feet long. They stood side by side, their sharp tips pointing towards the sky. Even the radiant sun in the sky was shocked to the point that it flickered gently. Under the gigantic swords, a slender figure raised the silver swords in her hands. A few drops of sweat dripped down from her slightly thin face. With a shout, the long sword in her hand suddenly slashed down, along with the 6 gigantic swords that were tens of thousands of feet long. Boom! After a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth, the 6 gigantic swords fiercely slashed onto the ground. Then, 6 gigantic sword chi also shot out from the place where they landed, destroying everything in sight. The ground was destroyed into a mess, leaving behind a huge ravine of unknown width. It was like an abyss that stretched across the ground. Looking at the huge abyss in front of her, Xian's beautiful face surged with a joyful smile for the first time. After a month of hard work, she was finally able to barely use the Heavenly Chasm sword technique. It consumed almost 90% of the energy in her body. The destructive power also shocked her greatly. She also finally understood why Yun Nuoxing would collapse from exhaustion every time she used a profound skill. This divine rank profound skill consumed an astonishing amount of energy, and it was the result of her not using it completely. The foundation of the world-slaying formation was 12 gigantic swords. It was already very strenuous for her to condense 6 gigantic swords, and she also had to control them to unleash extremely destructive attacks. It was almost draining the energy in her body. In the past, when she saw Yun Nuoxing casually use several divine rank profound skills, she was not in such a sorry state. Only now did Xian understand that just in terms of energy, she was not much weaker than her. Of course, after a month of hard work, Xian finally passed the 3rd seal and reached the 4th seal of the devil rank. Moreover, she had also advanced 3 small realms. She was actually a little worried about this because they had all accepted the test of the stars. The change in their strength would affect the content of the test. However, when she saw that the content of the test did not change and that she still had to tame the ancient spirit godly phoenix on the demon god mountain in the divine land southern plains, she was also relieved. Papa, a crisp clapping sound rang out from the mountain peak below. Ziyin gently turned her head and saw Yun Nuoxing gently clapping her slender hands. She was looking at Ziyin with a smile on her face. That crisp clapping sound was the best encouragement for Ziyin. Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian, who were standing at the side, could not help but drop their jaws when they saw the 6 great swords and the huge abyss. This destructive power, even some beginner god-level experts would not be able to achieve this, right? Was this really an attack from the girl who was only at the fourth seal of the devil rank? Brother Yun, even though I know I shouldn't ask, I still can't help but want to ask this: what level of profound skill did Zian cultivate? Lin Sheng finally closed his jaw with his palm. He turned his head and asked Yun Nuoshing the question that he had been holding back for a month. Well, since we're all friends, there's no harm in telling you. Yun Nuoshing smiled, then turned his head and looked at Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian seriously. He smiled evilly and said, "Divine grade mystic technique, heavenly chasm, sword technique." Divine grade? As expected, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Their mouths were opened so wide that a pear could be stuffed in. Yi Qinglian also covered her red lips with her jade-like hands and stared at Mei Mao with wide eyes. The highest level they had seen in their lives was probably the immortal grade mystic technique. The divine grade was a divine item that was unattainable to everyone. They must have thought about it before, but they never thought that they would actually see it with their own eyes one day. The two words divine grade could represent everything. Once one was born, it would cause countless gods to go crazy and fight over it. It was even possible that blood would flow into rivers because of it. A divine grade mystic technique. Even some of the super forces in the divine world might not necessarily have it. Yi Qinglian couldn't help but roll her slender, jade-like neck as her cold voice faintly sounded. After these days of interaction, Yun Nuoshing also knew that she was a member of a great force in the divine continent's western region. Her status was equivalent to that of a goddess, but she didn't want to bear this title and gave it to another sister in the same clan. Then, she ran out of the clan and traveled thousands of miles to the Longguang Academy to find Lin Sheng. Before this, the two of them had met because of the academy's enrollment. Yi Qinglian had traveled thousands of miles to the Longguang Academy because of Lin Sheng. As for Lin Sheng, he was just a member of a small clan in a remote area of the Taiyuan region. After Yun Nuoshing knew the cause and effect, he jokingly said that the swan wanted to eat the toad. In the end, he was chased by the two of them all over the mountain, laughing as he ran. It was just a joke. Lin Sheng also laughed and said that he, the toad, wanted to eat the swan. Anyway, the swan was happy, right? Well, since you know, I don't need to say more. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing smiled indifferently. He wasn't worried that the two of them would leak the news. After interacting with each other for a month, he naturally trusted the other's character and dared to reveal it to them. Seeing his mysterious smile, Lin Sheng was a little touched. If such a secret was shared, it would definitely be a disaster if it were to spread. Yun Nuoshing told them because he trusted them. At the same time, they were also very curious. Why did these two mysterious people, who seemed to have a great background, come to the Longguang Academy? They had never revealed this point, and Lin Sheng had never asked. After forcefully using the world-slaying formation, Zian felt that the energy in her body was almost depleted. Her body was so weak that it seemed like she could collapse at any time. After taking a few breaths, she put away the dragon cry, sword, and hurriedly flew down. She landed beside Yun Nuoshing and crashed into his embrace. Her small mouth was still gasping for air. "Girl, you've already worked very hard. Rest for a while. It's already very good that you succeeded on your first try using a divine grade mystic technique. Don't be too anxious." Yun Nuoshing whispered softly and hugged the girl in his arms tightly. He didn't have any romantic thoughts in his heart. He just wanted to give her a safe embrace. Leaning weakly in Yun Nuoshing's embrace, Zian's breathing was slightly hurried. Her entire body felt sore and numb. She didn't even want to move her fingers. She gently rubbed her head against Yun Nuoshing's cheek as a response. It's still too strenuous for a demon-level body to use a divine item like a divine grade mystic technique. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to use it, Yi Qinglian said softly. After personally witnessing a divine grade mystic technique, she felt as if her soul had been sublimated and her horizons had been broadened. A small portion of the results is already so powerful. I really don't know how powerful a divine grade mystic technique would be at the phenomenal stage. Staring at the huge abyss below, Lin Sheng couldn't help but mutter with a bitter smile. Yin Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. Even he didn't dare to say that he had cultivated the heavenly chasm sword art to the phenomenal stage. He could only say that he had a good grasp of it, but he was far from being proficient. It seems that tomorrow is the day of the freshman assessment. Do you have any plans? Take first place? Or will it be fine after you settle your grudges? Hugging Xian and gently sitting down, Yin Nuoxing adjusted her posture so that she could lean more comfortably and ask casually. Tomorrow, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian also slowly sat down. The two of them looked at each other and muttered to themselves for a long time. Then they laughed loudly and said, "It's a waste of youth if one isn't frivolous. I still have to fight for the first place. But this is an idea that I've only had recently." Lin Sheng smiled and glanced at Yi Qinglian. Then he turned to look at Yin Nuoxing and said with a faint smile, "With our strength, we also know how difficult it is to fight for the first place among the freshmen. Other than Brother Yun and Yi Qinglian, the strongest among the freshmen are at the 3rd seal of the demon rank. Perhaps they are at the 4th seal of the demon rank. With Brother Yun's help, Qinglian has advanced to the demon rank. However, I'm only at the 3rd transformation of the half-demon rank. But Brother Yun has helped us so much this month. If we don't fight for the first place among the freshmen, it would be a waste of Brother Yun's good intentions." Lin Sheng grinned and scratched his head. There was a hint of gratitude on his handsome face. Yin Nuoxing had built a demigod array here, and they had only borrowed it for a month. Yet, the latter had not said anything against it. Instead, she had warmly invited them to stay here. This made Lin Sheng feel that he owed Yin Nuoxing something. Although the latter had said that there was no need to mind, it was better for them to use it together since it was the same for one person or 4 people. It's a waste of youth if one isn't frivolous. Why do I feel like I'm already old? I don't have that frivolity anymore. Yin Nuoxing could not help but laugh faintly when she heard this. Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly. He did not know how to answer. Do your best. Do your best in everything. If you encounter something that your best is not enough, then go all out. Burn your life and soul. There will always be someone who appreciates the blazing sparks that bloom. If there isn't anyone, then you are your own audience. Watching the blazing big fireball slowly fall, Yin Nuoxing gently stroked Xian's soft long hair and whispered softly, as if she was talking to herself. Burn your life. Lin Sheng listened and thought for a while. However, he nodded in agreement. This made Yi Qinglian feel very helpless. She did not know what this guy was thinking. When Xian calmed down a little, Yin Nuoxing began to inject energy into her to check her body. As the energy was injected, his expression changed slightly. Yin Nuoxing's meridians had swelled a little due to the excessive amount of energy gathered when she used the divine grade mystic technique. In particular, the main meridians that operated the world-slaying formation were about to burst. Yin Nuoxing did not doubt that as long as a trace of energy touched the swollen meridians, those meridians would shatter on the spot. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing's expression could not remain calm. He was somewhat annoyed that he had taught Xian the heavenly chasm sword technique. His body was very good in all aspects. His meridians were made of crystal and had been reshaped by the colored glass divine crystal. Back then, Xian Yin had used her divine power to cleanse his meridians countless times and even left an imprint on them. Even if they were hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than his body's capacity, it would not be a problem. However, he had forgotten that Xian's body was not very strong. Although she had become stronger after being reborn in the celestial pool, her meridians had been shattered once before. What's wrong? Seeing his slightly distressed expression, Lin Sheng could not help but ask. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh and shook his head. He lowered his head to look at Xian, whose pretty face was still slightly pale. After hesitating for a moment, he said gently, "Girl, don't fight for the freshman assessment tomorrow." He had thought that Xian would insist, but in the end, she only smiled and nodded. She rubbed her head against his chest like a kitten. She was so weak that she did not want to speak. She also knew her own body's condition. It seemed that she had to give up. "Silly girl, fighting for my life is my specialty. Why do you have to torture yourself like this? Seeing her so weak, Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh. He also felt a little bad. He gently rubbed her head with his palm. Taking out a scroll from the pendant, Yin Nuoxing glanced at it and handed it to Lin Sheng. He said softly, "In this array is the energy array that we will be using this month. This array will automatically absorb the power of heaven and earth to maintain its operation. Also, there is a thunder prison array inside. I have modified it slightly. It should be able to unleash the power of 5 seals." When he casually took the scroll, Lin Sheng was still a little curious. After hearing Yin Nuoxing's words, his hand trembled and he almost threw it away. Such a valuable item. I can't accept it. Lin Sheng laughed bitterly. It was a demigod energy array and a modified thunder prison array. This guy was really too powerful. He could give away such a valuable item so casually. It's just an array and it can't be reused. You can put the energy array where you live. As for the thunder prison array, you can slowly figure it out yourself. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Without giving Lin Sheng time to reject, he directly carried Xian up with both hands and jumped into the air. He made a face at the two of them and then quickly flew into the school. His speed made Lin Sheng sweat profusely. Looking down at the scroll, he felt that it was a little heavy. Lin Sheng could not help but laugh. He shook his head helplessly. This guy, I can't repay this favor. He is generous. He gave away a demigod energy array just like that, even though it's just an array. Yi Qinglian gently stroked her hair and smiled. Let's go back too. We have to perform well in tomorrow's assessment. Otherwise, we will let him down. Sighing softly, Lin Sheng slowly stood up and stretched. Then, he looked at Yi Qinglian with a wicked smile on his lips. The latter blushed and could not help but lower her head. Lin Sheng looked at the girl's charming appearance in front of him. His eyes were slightly hot. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Seeing her pretty face that was so red that water could be squeezed out of it, he laughed softly. He held her little hand and flew towards the Longguang Academy. Chapter 633. In the freshman area, in the small palace by the lakeside, there were occasional bursts of flames in the small palace. The blazing energy illuminated the small palace, as if there was a fire. This kind of light was enough to light up the night. However, there was an invisible barrier erected outside the small palace, sealing the attractive flames inside. In the room on the second floor, the fire coincidentally extinguished, causing the night to regain its tranquility. A graceful figure was lying on the large soft bed. Even the soft blanket was unable to cover her perfect curves. If one were to shift one's gaze upwards, one would see that her beautiful face was currently covered in perspiration. Her small cherry lips were tightly pursed, while her pair of delicate eyebrows were involuntarily tightly knitted together. It was as though she was enduring a great pain. That expression was extremely pitiful and lovable. Yin Nuoxing sat on the edge of the bed. His left hand was tightly holding Xian's small hand. His other hand was free, holding a jade bottle. Inside it was a ball of colorful liquid. It was the water from the Rainbow Aurora Celestial Pond that they saw that day. "Can you do it like this, on the other side of the bed?" As I was also nervously holding Xian's hand. She raised her head and looked at Yin Nuoxing coquettishly. This guy. At first, she was opposed to teaching Xian the Heavenly Chasm sword technique. Now, he was finally causing trouble. Beside her, Fonger and Lonexener also came out. They looked nervously at Xian, who was unconscious on the bed. In theory, it should be possible. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Even if he used his own life as a joke, he would not dare to use this girl's life as a joke. For balls of divine flames appeared and swiftly refined a heavenly spirit leaf and an inch of heavenly spirit branch into a pool of emerald liquid. Then, he poured into the jade bottle, after which he took a deep breath and formed a few seals with his hands. His finger drew across his jade-white wrist and a line of blood appeared. Drop after drop of golden blood slowly dripped down. Finally, all of it fell into the jade bottle. After only 5 drops of golden blood, Yin Nuoxing's face became much paler. That was essence blood. It was the essence blood of a god's spirit bloodline. It was not ordinary blood. If he used it recklessly, it would hurt his vitality. If he used too much, it would hurt his blood. But 5 drops were enough. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. He put the essence blood back into his blood vessels. His hand slid across his wrist. The wound disappeared. Yin Nuashing felt relieved. When the golden blood dripped into the jade bottle, the 3 drops of liquid combined into one. They released a life force. It was so strong that it could not be dissolved. That bottle had a part of the essence of the sky spirit tree, the essence blood of a god spirit bloodline, and the water of the rainbow Aurora Fairy Pond. It created a very bright life force. It also contained a lot of energy. That strong life force could bring someone back from the dead if they drank it. Hurry up. The longer we wait, the more pain Xian will have to endure. It will be harder for her to recover. Ziyi raised her head and looked at the jade bottle. Her small nose twitched. Her heart jumped. The thing in the jade bottle made her a godly creature. Want it. Yin Nuashing nodded and helped Xian up. However, when he saw Xian's tightly shut red lips, he was stunned. It seemed that she couldn't pour it in like this. Idiot, feed her. You have kissed her so many times. What is there to worry about? Seeing him like a wooden man, Ziyi stared at him angrily. This bastard was still hesitating? Yin Nuashing's handsome face turned red. He wanted to say that he should think of another way, but he did not have much time to hesitate. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly made up his mind. He stared at Ziyi and said, "Close your eyes." After that, he did not care whether they closed their eyes or not. He took a deep breath and poured the colorful liquid into his mouth. Then, he lowered his head and sucked the red liquid into his mouth. Wow, Lon Exener, who was peeping from the side, covered her eyes with her jade-like hands. However, she spread her fingers and saw everything clearly. Ziyi and Feng, Er's faces turned red. They coughed dryly and hurriedly covered the former's eyes. They also put away the night pearl and the crystal. They also turned their gazes away. If they continued to stare, it would be like a public execution. Yin Nuashing would fight them to the death in the dim room. A faint feeling of affection surged. The ambiguous and warm atmosphere made the hearts of the people in the room speed up. When the second day arrived, the freshman area of the Long Guang Academy suddenly exploded with an astonishing vitality. Almost all the freshmen opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at the stone platform in the distance with surging emotions. What Yin Nuo Planet had said the other day wasn't limited to what he had said to Lin Sheng and Luo Yinyang. Yuanguang Academy, Shaoguang City, and even the southern part of the Taiyuan region were merely the first stops on their journey. Their goal wasn't limited to just a small area. This freshman assessment was an opportunity for all the new students to shine. Only by standing out could they shine with their own brilliance. This time, there were more than 120,000 new students. The gigantic stage was prepared for these 120,000 new students. The intensity of the competition could be felt just from a number of people. This was the first time these 120,000 people clashed on the gigantic stage that was the academy. In the freshman area, the atmosphere in the area where Lin Sheng and Yi Qingyu were was similarly bubbling with excitement. More than 800 people had gathered in the square, and all of them wore a green lotus on their chests. On the green lotus, 2 figures could be seen standing back to back. It was the emblem of the Green Lotus Society. Clearly, they were all people who had joined Lin Sheng's society. Such a scene was also playing out in the other areas of the freshman area. With hundreds of people gathered together, the atmosphere was extremely majestic. At this moment, the expensive rent of the small palace by the lakeside had scared away quite a number of new students. Only those who had sufficient energy would stay in this palace area. Hence, the lively atmosphere did not spread over. However, at this moment, 3 people were standing in front of the small palace. They were gently knocking on the tightly shut door. The man who was as sturdy as a mountain had his arms crossed. His eyes were burning with passion. He had prepared a lot for today. Brother Yin, Miss Xian. The elegant man who was knocking on the door could not help but shout inside. After a long while, he finally saw the door slowly open. Looking inside, he saw Yin Nuashing in a nightgown. Her long, colorful hair was scattered. The nightgown was half open, revealing her chest and shoulders. One could even see the colorful patterns on her snow-white skin. It was extremely gorgeous. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Lin Xian's group couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. Can't this guy at least open the door for once and be dressed neatly? With a girl's face, this appearance is really alluring. Brother Yun, the freshman assessment is about to begin. Elder Jin Shun has asked everyone to gather. Why are you still sleeping? Big Mountain looked away with a red face. He coughed dryly and said, "Oh, are all the freshmen going?" Yin Nuoxing let out a long yawn. Her face was filled with reluctance. Yes, they have to go. All the freshmen have to go, regardless of their strength. Zhong Songbai's face was also slightly red. He hurriedly said, "Brother Yin, quickly tidy up." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing responded in a very languid manner and slowly walked upstairs. That graceful back almost caused Lin Xian's group of 3 to have nosebleeds. If this guy was really a girl, then she would definitely be a femme fatale who would bring disaster to the country and its people. No, the kind who would bring disaster to the world. A moment later, Yin Nuoxing and Xian walked down the stairs. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, they left the palace with Zhong Songbai and the other 2. They flew towards the plaza where countless freshmen had gathered. Is everyone here? If you're ready, then let's go. On the plaza, a ray of light flashed. Jin Chen appeared in the air. After not seeing him for half a month, his tone had returned to its previous stiff state. Even his expression was frozen. It was as if his entire person had been frozen. He looked at the numerous students below and spoke indifferently. Let's go. Lin Sheng waved his hand and took the lead to rush into the sky. He cupped his hands towards Jin Shun. Immediately, the figures below flashed, one figure after another shooting straight into the sky. Under Jin Chen's lead, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they flew towards the huge stone platform they had come from. While they were moving, densely packed black figures also soared into the sky from the other new student areas. They brought along large shadows as they flew across the ground. At the spot where the 100,000 feet tall stone platform was, 3 additional stone platforms had appeared at this moment. When they merged together, their enormous size caused countless students to involuntarily raise their heads to look at them. When the freshmen moved, quite a few older students also saw the 4 merged stone platforms and rapidly rushed towards them. The freshman assessment was not just a simple assessment. It was also one of the most important activities in the High Light Academy. The freshmen who were able to stand out from the various assessments would all become elite-level existences in the future. These older students also had to go and take a look to see if there were any freshmen worth paying attention to. However, regardless of whether they looked or not, there were already 2 freshmen who were appointed by the Imperial Court. They possessed an extremely strong threat to all the older students. That's right, they were the 2 nameless figures on the huge Sword Mountain peak. Lin Sheng and the rest followed Jin Shun as they flew towards the stone platform that had already become extremely large. They only arrived after a dozen minutes and landed on the top of the stone platform. However, what caused them to be somewhat astonished was that when they had first ascended the stone platform, they had been able to see Xiaoguang City from the side of the stairs. At this moment, however, they could only see a huge mountain range. It was as if the stone platform was connected to another space and had been switched to another location. The huge stone platform was already filled with figures. All the freshmen had gathered here. The noise from countless mouths pierced their eardrums and shot straight into the clouds. Boom! Just as all the freshmen had gathered here, waves of ear-piercing explosions suddenly rang out in the sky. However, when everyone raised their heads, they did not see anything. They could not help but feel somewhat puzzled. At the edge of the stone platform that no one was paying attention to, there were 5 additional figures. They were Yin Nuoxing and the other 4, who had arrived a little late. Phew, we made it in time. We made it in time. It's all Brother Yun's fault for sleeping in. How could he sleep through something as important as the freshman assessment? Big Mountain patted his chest and wiped away his sweat. Then, he patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and laughed heartily. Is it my fault? Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing wrinkled her face in an incomparably aggrieved manner. Her cute appearance almost caused Zhong Songbai and Big Mountain to have nosebleeds. Are there any problems? Yin Nuoxing looked at Xian. Her small face was pale. After a night of recuperation, she had completely recovered. However, she did not know how her body was doing. Yes, there's no problem. I've completely recovered. Hearing this, Xian smiled and nodded. Her two jade-like hands hugged his arm tightly. She smiled sweetly. The soft touch of a certain part of his body made Yin Nuoxing's face turn slightly red. 6 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Their appearance was extremely sudden and silent. However, the stone platform immediately quieted down. 4 of the 6 people were no strangers. They were the 4 elders who had received them. As for the 2 newcomers, they were extremely young. They were as handsome as youths. Their skin was fair, and they did not look old at all. They always had a smile on their faces. Their eyes were slightly narrowed, and they looked mysterious and kind. When the 6 people appeared, countless gazes on the stone platform below also turned to the 6 figures. Yin Nuoxing also raised her head with some curiosity. When the 6 people appeared, the elemental energy of heaven and earth was clearly disrupted for a moment. However, it quickly returned to its original state. It was as if their arrival made the elemental energy somewhat uneasy. The 2 elders standing at the front are extremely young. It is said that they are guest elders sent down by the Farlight Academy. They are also called Sky Elders. Their status is very high. Even the dean and the others have to be respectful when they see them. Zhong Songbai displayed his know-it-all ability at this moment and said softly, "Guest elders? What the hell? The Farlight Academy's higher-ups? Isn't that Geo? What's that thing?" Big Mountain could not help but gasp. He covered his mouth and carefully looked around. Guest elders. It is said that they have the strength of gods. Zhong Songbai waved his hand, indicating for him to lower his voice. Then he continued, "Gods of gods, as expected of a transcendent force in the realm of the gods. Gods of gods." Lin Exen also swallowed his saliva. Sky rank? Why would I think of the Xianlong continent? On the side, Yin Nuoxing and Xian looked strange. Except for the somewhat familiar title, they were all members of the 9 divine temples. Usually, they did not feel anything. After all, they had spent a lot of time with the Golden Empress and the others. They did not expect the 9 divine temples to be so sacred and transcendent in everyone's hearts. Just mentioning it made them feel pressured. In the sky, the 2 white-robed people with youthful appearances smiled as they looked at the endless sea of people on the huge platform below. Their gazes moved slightly, and they seemed to have a tacit understanding as they paused their gazes at the edge of the platform. When they saw Yin Nuoxing and Ziyan, a slight smile flashed across their eyes, and they nodded their heads in an almost imperceptible manner. The Son of God is also here. I thought he would stay in the palace and not come to participate in this. What are you going to do if he doesn't come? If he fails the freshman assessment, he will be expelled. Well, both of them are on the list. What else can you do? The 2 elders in the sky rank transmitted their voices and exchanged glances. Then, they smiled knowingly and did not say anything. It was enough for them to know in their hearts. However, seeing them looking at him, Yin Nuoxing could not help but roll her eyes. All right, since they could recognize him and smile and hint at him, they must be from the 9 divine temples. Newcomers, this old man is Yin Feng. Please take a second or two to welcome you all as students of the Longguang Academy. Of course, this is temporary. The white-robed man on the left said with a smile. His smile was like an old fox. It was somewhat strange for a youth who looked like a student to call himself an old man. However, for this kind of strangeness, more students noticed his words. What did he mean by temporary? My name is Bing. This year's freshman assessment will be presided over by the 2 of us. As usual, there are 3 assessments. If you do not pass any of them, I'm very sorry, but the Longguang Academy will ask you to go back and recultivate. The other white-robed man said lightly. Those in different words made the 120,000 people below suck in a breath of cold air. failing the assessment and expulsion. They had never heard of this before. The 3 tests are all extremely difficult. Furthermore, they are divided into the immortal rank, half-devil rank, and devil rank. In the past, there have never been less than 1,000 students expelled. You all have to be careful. Yin Feng smiled as he looked at the faces below, whose expressions had changed drastically. 1,000? How were they supposed to live? As he gazed at the students below, whose expressions had changed drastically, Yin Feng also ridiculed. In that case, without further ado, let the test begin. During the test, the 3 grades will not meet each other. Before the test is over, let's do our best. With a wave of Bing's sleeve, the space behind the stone platform suddenly enlarged and swallowed it. Many new students watched nervously as the space wrapped around the stone platform and brought them to another place. Chapter 634. This was an incomparably large mountain range. Within the mountain range, there were towering mountains that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall. These mountains were connected together, appearing just like a city wall that towered over the horizon. Even the sky was covered by them. The air above the mountain range appeared to be somewhat lively. Astonishing energy ripples were faintly emitted, spreading in all directions. Buzz! Suddenly, the space above the mountain peaks split apart, forming a huge crack. Boundless spatial ripples caused the energy in this area to scatter and escape in all directions. The crack in space slowly expanded, only stopping when it was hundreds of thousands of feet long. Subsequently, a silver-white huge object slowly appeared from the crack in space. Its enormous size was accompanied by a mountain-like heavy aura as it slowly appeared. Only when it completely emerged from the crack could one clearly see that it was an enormous silver-white stone platform that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. On the stone platform, there was a sea of people. The hubbub of human voices caused this quiet space to become lively all of a sudden. The first test is extremely simple compared to the other 2 tests. However, it is not so simple that it is meaningless. In the air, Yin Feng laughed softly. With a wave of his sleeve, his finger pointed towards the mountain range below. At that spot, there were 11 identical mountain peaks standing side by side. At the peak of each mountain, there was a huge cave entrance. Large words of different colors floated above the cave entrance. From left to right, they were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, metal, lightning, light, spirit, and soul. The 11 mountain peaks appeared to be dazzling. The 11 types of energy respectively correspond to your elemental strength, spiritual strength, and mental energy. Whichever energy you feel is stronger, you can enter the corresponding area and undergo the test. Regardless of whether you pass or fail, it will lead you to the second test location. As for the rest, we will talk about it when you face the third test. Bing gently crossed his hands within his sleeves as he spoke in an indifferent manner. There is no need to say any unnecessary words. As for the rules, there are not too many. Everything will depend on one's ability. Yin Feng softly chuckled, after which he suddenly waved his sleeve. Immediately, a clear metallic clang resounded in the area. Now, I announce that the new student test has begun. Hua! The stone platform suddenly shook just as Yin Feng's soft laughter spread across the land. In the next moment, countless surging energy soared into the sky. The 120,000 densely packed human figures leaped towards the 11 mountain peaks below the stone platform. Just like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they landed into the enormous holes at the top of the mountain peaks with a crackling sound. At this moment, heaven and earth were trembling from the earth-shattering aura. Yin Feng and Bing Ling stood in the air and looked at the crowd that was continuously falling into the mountain. They could not help but laugh. Isn't 1,000 figures too scary? We have never fired anyone in the past. Bing glanced at him and said faintly, "This old guy was just bluffing. How could he be fired so easily? Haha, if we don't scare them a little, how can we get them to be motivated?" Upon hearing this, Yin Feng laughed like an old fox, causing the 4 elders behind him to be speechless. Among the 4 of them, The kind-looking old man hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and saying, "Elders, during this divinity test, we discovered 2 students with divinity ratings over 100. Oh!" Yin Feng and Bing turned around and looked at the new students that were falling into the mountain peaks like a waterfall. Yin Feng could not help but laugh and said, "How rare. Even in the myriad god world, there are only a few with divinity ratings over 100. There are also very few in the 9 deity temples. Generally, those with divinity ratings over 100 will be able to enter the God-Emperor realm without any accidents. Moreover, they have great potential to break through to the legendary level." Bing took a deep breath and raised his head. He looked at Elder Lin and said, "Which 2? Elder Yin and Elder Ice should have also noticed the 2 little fellows who were wearing masks and hats try to hide themselves." The middle-aged man placed his hands behind his back and grinned. He continued, "Not long ago, they even made it to the demon rankings. One is ranked 20 and the other is ranked 36. Hearing the 2 people mentioned, Yin Feng and Bing opened their eyes wide in astonishment. They opened their eyes so wide that their eyeballs were about to fall out. The 4 elders were stunned. Could there be a problem? Huh! After a long while, Yin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. A smile also appeared on Bing's indifferent face. The 4 elders were stunned. They did not understand why they were so excited all of a sudden. Yin Feng also knew that they did not understand. However, there was no need for them to understand. It was enough for the 2 of them to know. The one wearing a mask and the one wearing a hat were Yin Nuoxing and Xian. The 2 of them were members of the 9 deity temples and had high status. Especially the former. He was the successor of the Great Hall Master of the 9 deity temples. He would inherit the 9 deity temples in the future. How could he not be happy when he heard that his divinity had exceeded 100? Excuse me. Leave the rest to Bing. I have some matters to attend to." After laughing for a while, Yin Feng restrained his expression and coughed dryly. Then, he grinned again and nodded to Bing before flying towards the distant sky. Seeing that he was in a hurry, the 4 elders thought that he was going to report to the dean. They did not suspect anything and smiled as they watched the former disappear into the horizon. The appearance of 2 little fellows with extremely high divinity would be the glory of the academy. One could imagine how great the fortune of those 2 children would be. However, Bing knew that the reason why that old fellow was in such a hurry was probably to report to the Great Elder or the Great Hall Master. He could roughly guess how shocking this news would be if it was sent back to the 9 deity temples. Is this true? Why did they only say it now? But a moment later, Bing had some doubts. The divinity test was done the moment they entered the academy. Although it was messy, they could always find the most special ones. But they only said it after 1.5 months. He had no idea what those 4 old fellows were up to. Hearing this, the 4 of them laughed awkwardly. After a while, the young man spoke. "A high divinity doesn't represent everything. We only planned to say it after observing for a while. But from the looks of it, those 2 little fellows are indeed worthy of the 3 digits. To be able to enter the top 40 of the devil rankings the moment they entered the academy. TSK. This has never happened in the academy before, especially since the quality of this batch of students is also very high." Bing nodded. The divinity value and talent weren't equivalent. It was just that having a high value meant that the person's path in the initial god rank would be smoother. It didn't mean that the person's talent was extremely high. However, the 2 of them knew about the talent of Yin Nuoxing and the others. It wouldn't be a problem for them to enter the initial god rank. That was why they were so excited. At the same time, far away in the northern wasteland of the Divine Continent, there were 9 huge floating islands in a connected and powerful self-contained world. Their volume added together was as big as 4 or 5 huge cities. When Yin Feng sent the message back to the Fire God Shrine, the one who received the message was the Fire God King. His palace suddenly burst into flames that soared into the sky. He even roared towards the sky for a long time, shocking Jin Wang and the others who were on the shrine of the floating islands. They originally wanted to scold this old fellow for what he was doing. But when the Fire God King slapped the message on his face, Jin Wang was so excited that his entire body emitted golden light. A majestic energy soared into the sky. As for the disciples of the Nine Shrine, they raised their heads and looked at the courtyard that was densely covered with 8-colored energy light pillars. Their faces were filled with confusion. They didn't know what the seniors of the Fire God King were doing. After being excited for a long time, Jin Wang and the others returned to their respective shrines and sent the message back to the Great Elder, the Shrine Master, and the others. During those 2 hours, the huge movements on the 9 floating islands didn't stop. The disciples were all a loss. In a pavilion in a huge courtyard in Xiaoguang City, the Golden Empress was stunned when she received the message. Her jade-like hand accidentally crushed the teacup in her hand. She didn't care about the scalding hot tea spilling all over her body. The golden Mei Mao couldn't hide her surprise and astonishment. "Little brother, you're quite capable. Divinity over 100 points. How many years has it been since I received such a message?" The Empress was also stunned for a long time before she recovered. Her jade-like hand trembled as she put down the teacup and smiled sweetly. In the 9 Shrine, there are less than 100 people with divinity between 90 and 100 points. Of course, these 100 people include the elders. After they advanced to the initial god level, their lives were smooth sailing. The worst of them could advance to the Emperor of the Underworld. There is only one person with divinity above 100 points more than 10 years ago. In that era, the 9 Shrine was revered by the world. The demon world and the demon world disappeared because that person used all his strength to reach that level. The Golden Empress took a deep breath. Although she wanted to calm down, her sexy red lips couldn't help but smile. Now, there are 2 little guys with divinity above 100 points. One is the spiritual, godly physique, and the other is the 5 elements physique. I really want to jump to 1,000,000 years later and see the magnificent scene of the 2 of them holding hands and standing above the world. The Golden Empress forced herself to take a sip of tea. She finally suppressed her emotions and didn't destroy the courtyard in her excitement. "Sister Jean, Sister Lioli, what are you laughing about?" In the courtyard, Yu and Little Moon ran into the pavilion. When they saw the 2 of them smiling happily, they couldn't help but blink their beautiful eyes. They giggled as they sat down beside the 2 of them and asked, "We're talking about your brother." The Golden Empress smiled and rubbed Yu's head. She didn't elaborate and quickly changed the topic. These 2 little guys were extremely excited when they heard about Yuan. "Speaking of which, how is your cultivation going? Where are Yuan Shi and the others?" Xiaoyu and I are fine. Brother Yuan Shi and the others are in pain but happy. Sister Yin is going crazy from refining gold. She hasn't gone out for many days. Yu and Little Moon, who were originally shining with beautiful colors in Mei Mao's eyes, shrank their little heads when they heard about cultivation and mumbled in response. Let them relax a little. Don't push themselves too hard, especially Qin Yin. If she is too anxious, she will go crazy." The Golden Empress reminded them seriously. Mei Mao flashed as if she had thought of something. She said, "Also, these days, I have learned more about the affairs of these academies. In the past, I was not in charge of them, so only got this information not too long ago. In about half a year, there will be a trip to a secret realm. It will be jointly organized by all the God-Great Academies in the God Realm. If I'm not mistaken, it will be in a self-created world in the void. The elemental academies that are related to the 9 shrines will also be part of this group. However, this secret realm is not a place where only people from the academies can enter. As long as one's strength is sufficient, one can enter. Life and death will be left to fate." The Golden Empress took a sip of tea and lifted Mei Mao. She looked at Yu and Little Moon and said softly, "Both of you should go. That secret realm was left behind more than 10 years ago. Both of you also have a trial. Going there might be helpful." Hearing this, Little Moon and Yu both nodded. "Big Sister Jean, I miss Big Brother. Can you?" Little Moon lowered her head, and her beautiful eyes fluttered. Her 2 little hands poked each other, and her pretty face was slightly red as she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. The Longlight Academy did not say that outsiders are not allowed to enter. I also did not ground you. If you want to see Little Star, you can go by yourselves. Both of you have advanced a level in this 1.5 months. It is time for you to relax. The Golden Empress smiled and rubbed Little Moon's head. Really, Little Moon and you suddenly raised their heads when they heard this, and their beautiful faces were filled with joy that couldn't be concealed. Their bright eyes blinked with all their might, and they seemed to be able to speak. If you want to go, then go. However, this place is slightly far from the Longlight Academy. If you go, you will need 2 or 3 days. Be careful, especially you. Remember to hide your identity. If others know your identity, they might not treat you as well as we do. The Golden Empress nodded. Then, Mei Mao turned and stared at you. A trace of seriousness flashed past Mei Mao's eyes as she said, "Yes." You stuck out her tongue. During this short period of time in the God world, she also knew that the demon world and the God world were like fire and water. The Golden Empress and the others treated her well because of Yin Nuoxing and also because she was still young. However, others might not think so. If they knew that you were from the demon world, they might directly kill you. You are too. You're slightly older than you. You have to take care of her. The Golden Empress turned her head and reminded Little Moon, as if she was a mother who was about to send her daughter away. The 2 little girls shrunk their heads and shrugged their shoulders. Although they agreed, in reality, who knew if they actually listened? Chapter 635. At the edge of the mountain range of the High Light Academy, a gigantic stone platform that was over 10,000 feet tall stood in the air. The pressure brought about by its size caused the magical beasts in the forest below to howl in fear from time to time. The black sea of people transformed into numerous waterfalls that fell into the 11 mountain peaks before them. Swoosh! Just as those new students completely disappeared from the stone platform, the spatial crack on the stone platform once again emitted a fluctuation. The few white-robed figures in the sky faintly smiled when they saw the spatial crack. These little fellows had also come to join in on the fun. The spatial crack fluctuated for a moment, after which numerous figures slowly walked out from it and landed on the stone platform. From the appearance of this group of people, they were also students of the High Light Academy. However, they were all seniors of the academy. At this moment, when they looked at this familiar place, they could not help but softly laugh. Back then, when they were new students, they had also come here to take the test. Why? Do you little fellows have the time to come here to reminisce about the past? Or are you here to watch your juniors embarrass themselves? In the sky, that middle-aged man had his hands behind his back as he involuntarily laughed. The crowd below respectfully cupped their hands together before turning their gazes towards the 11 mountain peaks. It doesn't matter if those people at the top of the devil rankings come or not. For those of us who are ranked slightly behind, we naturally want to see if there are any geniuses who can threaten our positions this year. Haha, since you are strong, you don't need to worry about your ranking being snatched away by others. If you know this, you should be working hard in your cultivation. That middle-aged elder curled his lips. He was extremely easy to get along with. His mocking words caused the crowd below to bitterly laugh when they heard it. Little Goo, why are you also interested? No, why are you guys also interested in coming here? That young elder's brows involuntarily twitched when he saw some familiar faces as he softly exclaimed. His voice also caused the numerous students below to abruptly turn their gazes over. When they saw the group of people walking out from the spatial crack, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Guyu's cold eyes glanced at the crowd before cupping his hands together towards the elder in the air. Without saying anything, he directly walked to the edge of the stone platform. Those indifferent eyes of his seemed to be searching for something. Hey, our little brothers are all working hard for the test. How can we not come and watch? Chuan Mu, Lin Kuei, and Zhong Songling were still inseparable. Chuan Mu grinned, then raised his head and shouted, "Old man, did you see where the 3 of them went?" Seeing Chuan Mu speak so rudely to the elders, everyone couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. However, The elders were obviously used to it. They just rolled their eyes and said in unison, "This old man didn't notice." While this tall platform was once again bustling with activity, an extremely intense energy ripple erupted from the mountain peaks below. Looking down from the hole at the top, one could see a large number of elemental human-shaped creatures and giant beasts appearing within each mountain peak. There were even real, magical beasts hiding within them. The vast sea of people collided with the three armies that were charging over. Wild and violent energy churned and swept apart, causing the interior of the Black Mountain peaks to become beautiful. The sounds of slaughter, angry roars, and roars converged together, as elemental creatures were continuously being born from all directions within the mountain. The originally vigorous new army was gradually being stopped by the limitless elemental army and magical beast army. Then, they were divided into countless thin streams of people that continuously charged into the interior of the mountain. Yun Nuashing and Lin Kuei closed their eyes and casually chose the mountain peak of the earth element. Along with them was the pangolin, Chuan Jingshan. The three of them were stunned for a second when they saw each other. Then, Big Mountain laughed loudly and led the way in front. At this time, the three of them were also divided into small groups. As Big Mountain and the other two did not join any clubs, the three of them were scattered. At this time, they seemed even more weak. The army formed by the elemental creatures and magical beasts seemed to have sensed their weakness and actually charged towards them. This is a trashy game that will teleport you out if you are killed, and you will also be expelled. Big Mountain clenched his fists and punched out, smashing the elemental creatures formed by stones that were close to him. Then, he slapped the magical beast that was charging at the front, and even found the time to roar. There is still the second test. Yin Nuashing looked at him in surprise. No wonder he could send a demigod instructor flying with a punch when he just entered the school. This guy had practically added all his speed, agility, and other attributes to his strength. Although the speed of his punches was fast, they could be easily dodged. It was also because of this that if one were to be hit by a punch, it would be very painful. Bang! Yun Nuashing clenched her right fist and slapped the magical beast that was close to her without using any strength. She slapped it into the endless army and knocked it over. The scene here was very similar to the first level of the spiritual light tower. There were endless elemental creatures, but the former was light elemental, while this place was earth elemental. They were hard and numerous, causing her hand to hurt. Do you know what will happen if you run to an assessment area that is not compatible with your own element? Yin Nuashing took the time to ask as she shook her slightly numb right hand. I don't know. These things are usually investigated by Luo and Bookworm. I'm only in charge of doing odd jobs and being a bystander. Big Mountain crushed a giant elemental creature with his palm and roared without turning his head. But I do know that as long as you pass this place, the first test will be over. The second test is said to be related to reincarnation, but it is not really reincarnation. It is just something similar to a spiritual world that is created with powerful strength. Huh. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment and looked at him in astonishment. Without turning her head, she kicked away the giant creature on her right and sucked in a breath of cold air. Her leg hurt a little. What is that thing? We don't know either. We will know once we fight. Seeing the two of them chatting anxiously while clearing the approaching elemental army at a leisurely pace, Xian sighed helplessly. The origin of Earth slowly condensed under her feet. After a moment, Mei Mao stood up and stomped on the ground. Boom! A loud sound came from the ground. Hundreds and thousands of giant earth spikes suddenly shot up from the ground in front of them. They were so fast that the elemental army could not react in time and were directly pierced through. They dissipated into earth elements and disappeared. The path in front of them was suddenly cleared. Yin Nuashing and Big Mountain. Girl, these things can't be killed completely. Even if you clear them all, they will regenerate. Huh. Just break through the encirclement. Huh. Yin Nuashing shouted as she slapped the regenerated elemental army into a mess. I saw that your hand was hurting, so... Zian blinked at Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuoxing's hand with some heartache. That jade-white, slender, and feminine hand was now a little yellowish. It was obvious that she had slapped too many earth elements. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. However, the three of them did not delay for long. Taking advantage of the sudden opening in front of them, they increased their speed and rushed forward at lightning speed. The energy that erupted from them dissipated the regenerating elemental army around them. Swoosh! Swoosh! When Yun Nuoxing and the others started to dash forward, other people in other directions also saw the opening in the path on this side. They also suddenly erupted with powerful demonic aura and started to break through the encirclement. Then, they quickly rushed behind Yun Nuoxing and the others. At this moment, there were quite a number of people within the mountain peak that had also left the large group. They single-handedly rushed towards the glowing cave entrance in the distance. Those who dared to act on their own all possessed powerful strength. They were also the cream of the crop amongst the new students. They were the peak strength of each association and faction. Bang! A few minutes later, Yun Nuoxing and the others suddenly rushed out of the cave. Dazzling sunlight poured down from the sky, causing the three of them to squint their eyes out of habit. After a while, they opened their eyes and were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. At this moment, they were standing on a huge plain. It was a plain on top of a mountain range. The surrounding mountain peaks were shorter than this place. Standing here and looking down at the surroundings, it was as if they were looking down on the mountains. Clouds and mist lingered around, wandering in the sky and below, as if they were riding on the clouds. When they turned their heads around, at the limit of their vision, they actually saw the huge stone platform they had come from. There were small and densely packed human figures on it. However, the position of the stone platform was clearly shorter than this place. Behind them, there were 11 holes that were 100 feet wide. When they came out from the 11 mountain peaks, they did not notice that the passageway inside was slanting upwards and had brought them to the peak of the mountain range. There were many people standing on the plain in front of them. They had come out earlier than Yun Nuoxing and the others. These people were extremely powerful, and it was not surprising that they were able to pass through so quickly. At this time, many people had also rushed out of the 11 holes behind them. Some were relaxed, while others were in a miserable state. When they arrived at the plain on the mountain peak, they could not help but be stunned when they saw the surrounding scene. Lin Sheng, it is not your turn to dominate this place. An intense energy ripple was suddenly transmitted from behind. It was accompanied by a cold laughter, causing everyone who had stopped to rest to be startled. They involuntarily turned their heads around and looked at the few holes. There were actually people fighting inside. Just how deep was the grudge between these people when faced with such an endless army? When Yun Nuoxing heard this cold laugh, her heart moved slightly. Then, she turned her head. Lin Sheng should be at the half-demon level. Could it be that he had fought his way to the entrance? Boom! Just as she turned her head, she saw a large flame suddenly erupt from the hole on the right, like a volcano. Then, a figure flew out from it. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Even half of his clothes were burnt. He rubbed against the ground and rolled a few hundred times before coming to a stop. His face was pale as he looked at the hole that was on fire. There was some disbelief in his eyes. A moment later, another figure walked out of the hole. His body was surrounded by flames, and his eyes were cold. It was Lin Sheng. At first glance, Yun Nuoxing almost did not recognize him. This guy's demeanor had changed during battle. In other words, they have gathered together again. When she saw Lin Sheng appear here, Yun Nuoxing blinked her eyes and understood something. Lin Sheng's eyes coldly looked at the youth who had been blasted out. He laughed coldly and was too lazy to say anything. His cold expression was slightly restrained, and a gentle smile hung on his face. He turned around and walked to the side. He saw Yi Qinglian looking at him with a smile. However, when Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian walked together, he felt two smiling gazes looking at him. He could not help but turn his gaze and saw Yun Nuoxing and Zian looking at him with smiles on their faces. They even waved their hands. Lin Sheng also laughed softly and walked towards the two of them. Brother Yun, He held Yi Qinglian's hand and came to Yun Nuoxing's side. He looked at the two of them and then at the hole behind them. After thinking for a while, he casually smiled and said, I didn't expect Brother Yun to be an earth element controller. Me? No, I'm also a fire element controller. It's just that I just closed my eyes and jumped around casually with my girl. In the end, we jumped into the earth element test. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved her hand. Hearing this, Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian were speechless. How could one pass the element test by mistake? Strong was just one word. They really could not think of another word to describe it. Brother Yun, do you know what the second test is? Lin Sheng smiled and asked casually. His gaze looked at the holes where people were constantly coming out, as if he was looking for something. I just heard from Big Mountain. It said that it has something to do with the spiritual world and reincarnation. However, I'm not sure either. Who cares? If there are no accidents, we will pass. Yin Nuoxing shrugged indifferently. Her casual words were filled with strong confidence, causing Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian to smile. That's right. No matter what test it was, they would pass. Chapter 636. After looking around in boredom, Yin Nuoxing fixed her gaze on the front of the mountain peak. There were 3 doors floating in the air in front of them. They were more than 10 feet tall, had 3 colors, and 3 names. Although they were names, it might be the difficulty of the test. They were all emitting a strange energy fluctuation. It was very similar to mental strength, but it wasn't mental strength or soul power. The white door for the immortal rank, the black door for the demon rank, and the golden door for the divine rank. What's the difference between the 3 difficulties? Yin Nuoxing crossed her arms and looked at the 3 huge doors in front of her. The door frame was engraved with very strange divine runes. There was only a spinning blue vortex in the open door, as if it was luring them to enter. There's no hint for the second test. The elder said that we'll talk about the rest before the 3rd test. However, these 3 doors must be for us to choose the difficulty of the second test. Of course, the easier it is, the better. A voice drifted out from an unknown corner, causing many of the resting freshmen to open their eyes. There was a puzzled expression on their faces. Was it like this? Discussion spread out from every corner, but no one took the initiative to move. The tens of thousands of eyes that were looking at the door were filled with doubts and puzzlement. Stop dilly-dallying. You'll know once you go in. Why did you come here if you're afraid of the slightest thing? Will you die? A sudden shout covered everyone's voices. Then, a black-robed figure suddenly soared into the sky and landed in front of the 3 doors. He looked at the 3 doors with a serious expression. Then, he swung his sleeves and walked into the black demon rank door. It's Tang Yang. He's known as the strongest among the freshmen half-demon rank. It's said that he defeated a demon rank 2nd seal freshman. Phew! I saw him fight once last time. He was also a freshman. I don't know why that guy is as strong as a monster. When everyone saw Tang Yang boldly walk into the black door, their gazes were a little complicated. Then, some people sneered and also jumped up and rushed into the black door. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. As someone entered the door, the rest of the people also got up and rushed towards the 3 doors. However, regardless of whether it was the immortal step, half-devil step, or devil step, no one dared to rush into the divine step golden door. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head and turned around. Just as she was about to say something to Lin Sheng, she saw his gloomy expression and could not help but be taken aback. Seeing him staring intently at the black door with a gloomy expression, she could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Have you met your opponent?" When Lin Sheng heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded and took a deep breath. His expression returned to normal. He smiled faintly and said, "He's just a clown. Don't worry about him. My target is not him." After a long response, Yin Nuoxing looked at the 3 doors. Before she could decide where to go, someone patted her on the shoulder. She turned her head and saw Big Mountain grinning and saying, "Brother Yin, I'll make a move first. The 2 of them have already gone in. You should hurry up too." After saying that, without waiting for Yin Nuoxing to reply, he laughed loudly and rushed towards the black door. Without knowing what the test was, they subconsciously treated the immortal step and devil step as the corresponding strength test. Then, was the divine step left for the demigod step, or even the initial divine step to take the test? But among the freshmen, the strongest one was only 3 devil step or 4 devil step. Yin Nuashing was puzzled. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. We're leaving too. You two hurry up. Turning her head, Yin Nuashing smiled when she saw Lin Sheng and Big Mountain still looking around. Yes, be careful. I feel that this is not simple. Hearing this, Lin Sheng also smiled and nodded. He had a rough idea in his heart. He smiled and waved his hand. Then, he exchanged glances with Xian. Both of them smiled at the same time. Then, holding hands, they jumped up and jumped towards the 3 doors. They stopped in front of them for a while, then rushed into the golden divine step door. Wow! When Lin Sheng and Yi Qinglian saw the 2 of them rush into the golden door, their cheeks twitched. Then, they smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Forget it. Anyway, the 2 of them were very mysterious. Maybe they really had that kind of strength and could handle it. Wow! When the freshmen saw that Yin Nuashing and Xian had chosen the golden door, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they did not know what the specific test was, they felt a little pressured when they saw the words divine step. How could they still choose the divine step so calmly? While the mountaintop plains were in an uproar because of the actions of the 2, 3 light screens appeared on the black platform. They corresponded to the 3 doors. The 3rd light screen did not fluctuate at all. It was not until the 2 figures flashed into the golden door that the light screen slowly began to change. The senior students and a few elders who were watching were stunned when they saw the change in the 3rd light screen. Their eyes were filled with mockery. The test for the golden door was the most difficult. Moreover, very few people had chosen this in the past. Haha, looks like it's another 2 stubborn freshmen. Even if they have the strength of 3 devil step, they might not even be able to break through the 3 devil step difficulty. They actually chose the divine step difficulty. Hey, every batch of freshmen has 1 or 2 who are bursting with confidence. The divine step is not something to be played with. Let's observe a moment of silence for those 2 freshmen. I hope there won't be any battle scenes. Otherwise, it would be really funny. Seeing that the light screen corresponding to the divine step difficulty had begun to change, the senior students were also interested. They wiped their faces and wiped their hair. Then, they quietly stared at the 3rd light screen. No one looked at the 1st and 2nd light screens. It seemed that they were most interested in the 3rd light screen. The 2nd test is a spiritual illusion. It's hard to tell what's real and what's false. Most importantly, that illusion is formed based on one's own experience. Although it's not necessary to break it, it's still a little difficult to find a way out. I hope those 2 little fellows are already mentally prepared. Even a few elders stared at the test for the golden door with great interest. In fact, everyone was looking forward to the 3rd light screen. The spiritual illusion that was formed from one's real memory. Among the 3 difficulties, the divine step difficulty was the most mysterious and the most realistic. It was so realistic that everyone was prepared to watch a show, and just as everyone was waiting, the 3rd light screen slowly enlarged. The scene inside was also slowly displayed. When they saw the scene inside, almost everyone spat out a mouthful of water. The elders' cheeks trembled slightly. Ice and Yin Feng, who had left and returned, were also speechless. How could it be this little fellow? What was reflected in the screen was actually Yin Nuashing. It was just that she didn't have a mask. That stunning face made many people stare. But when they remembered that this fellow was a man, they wanted to poke their eyes out. However, their hearts were still rippling. Even if they knew that she was a man, that was still a girl's face. They really wanted to know if she was a man and go for it. After entering the golden divine step door, he was dazed for a moment. When he regained his senses, he was no longer on the plains at the top of the mountain. Furthermore, he didn't have that soft little hand in his hand. He and Xian seemed to have been transported to different places. After being slightly dazed for a moment, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and raised her head. This was the riverside. The river flowed gently by her feet. On the calm surface of the river, there were lanterns with burning candles floating. In midair, there were also calming lanterns that rose slowly. The candlelight made the night slightly warm. The river reflected the blue moon in the sky. Bits of moonlight fell on her flawless hands, reflecting the clear moonlight. Only then did he see his own reflection in the water. He was dressed in white and looked ethereal like an immortal. He had a flawless face and a pair of colorful eyes that seemed to contain some magic. His soft, colorful hair was casually draped over his shoulders, falling in front of his chest and hanging on his back. It was stained with water vapor, as if it was caused by the humid air. He was also holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand. The bright red flower pattern was slightly similar to the atmosphere at the moment. It was somewhat joyous and made him feel very comfortable. After taking a light breath of cool air, Yin Nuoxing placed the oil paper umbrella on her shoulder and raised her head. The brilliant starry sky was reflected in her eyes. The familiar galaxy made her flutter her bright eyes. Her lips curled into a smile as she murmured, "A familiar galaxy. This is an illusion. Moreover, it is an illusion related to memories." If it was an ordinary illusion, under the night sky, she shouldn't be able to see the starry sky that she was most concerned about. Who would have the time to care whether the starry sky she saw was familiar or not? Moreover, who would use the starry sky to determine what kind of illusion this was? Probably no one other than Yin Nuoxing would do that. Two butterflies fluttered on the calm river surface. Their wings flapped gently as they flew across the river surface. They fluttered in front of Yin Nuoxing like little fairies. Then, they flew forward along the river. After flying for a while, they stopped and circled in place as if they were waiting for her. The deep purple and colorful butterflies made Yin Nuoxing a little absent-minded. Were they guiding her? Her feet stepped forward uncontrollably. Yin Nuoxing stared at the two fluttering butterflies. Only when she was in front of them did they move. They fluttered and spun as they flew forward. Her palm twirled the oil paper umbrella in her hand. Yin Nuoxing emptied her mind and lifted her feet to follow the butterflies. She walked forward unhurriedly. On the riverside, a gentle breeze blew. The candlelight flickered. The colors were warm. A snow-white robe danced with the falling petals. The oil paper umbrella twirled gently, pushing the falling petals away. Such a pleasant and ethereal scene stunned the elders and seniors who were watching the show on the stone platform. They knew that this was an illusion, but it was too real. Little Junior's illusion is so beautiful. It's so pleasant. Big sister, I think I'm in love. Love struck, ignoring the strange gazes around them. Bing and Yin Feng's expressions turned slightly solemn. The two of them looked at each other with some worry in their eyes. This time, the two of them were the ones maintaining the test. Therefore, they were the ones supporting the illusion. However, why did the illusion go out of control? The divine-level illusion is rarely activated because not many freshmen dare to enter it. We can't guess what will happen. Let's hope that the Son of God and Miss Xian will be able to escape safely, Bing said calmly. It won't be that easy. After all, it's a divine-level illusion. Let's wait and see. I believe that the Son of God and Xian will be able to escape. There are only the two of them in this illusion. Yin Feng's cheeks trembled slightly. He then let out a long sigh and transmitted his voice in a relaxed manner. Let's wait and see. This illusion might last for a long time. Just as Yin Feng had predicted, the illusion lasted for a long time. In the image, Yin Nuoxing was walking along the seemingly endless river. Perhaps it was a pleasant scene, but it was a little boring to stare at the same image. Therefore, a portion of the students looked at the first and second light screens. There were tens of thousands of images on them, and they couldn't finish looking at them all. 10 minutes later, figures suddenly appeared on the stone platform. The seniors understood and moved to the side to make space for them. The figures that suddenly appeared were the freshmen who were in the second assessment. However, looking at their confused faces, it seemed that they didn't know what was going on. Okay, those who were sent out have failed the second assessment. Bing's calm words made the freshmen feel as if they were struck by lightning. They were all dejected. However, thinking that they had passed the first assessment, they didn't have to worry about being kicked out. Thinking of this, they cheered up a little and raised their heads to look at the 3 light screens. They still didn't know what was going on. The second assessment is a spiritual illusion. Moreover, it's combined with one's own memories. It's not that easy to escape from it. It's better to say that those who rely on their own will to escape from it are really powerful. Seeing the confused looks on the freshmen' faces, a senior couldn't help but speak up. When the freshmen heard this, they suddenly understood. No wonder they felt a sense of familiarity. Not long after this group of people came out, another group of people fell from the sky and fell onto the stone platform. Looking at their blank expressions, it seemed that they also didn't understand what had happened, causing the older students to try their best to stifle their laughter until they suffered internal injuries. Chapter 637. A gentle breeze blew, causing his robe and colorful hair to dance. His slender hand gently stroked his long hair, and the colorful butterflies in his eyes continued to dance. The long river, the lanterns, and the galaxy seemed to be endless, and he could not find the source. He took a deep breath of the cool air. It seemed to be autumn, and the air had a bleak taste, but it was also filled with joy. Yin Nuoxing looked at the front where he could not see anything, and suddenly stopped. The oil paper umbrella in his hand was still spinning gently, and the two colorful butterflies also circled in the same place as he stopped. Let's change directions. This thought appeared in his mind for no reason. Yin Nuoxing caressed his slightly cold face, turned around, and walked towards the big river. Standing by the riverside, his feet were only an inch away from the big river. Yin Nuoxing could even smell the cold river water. He took a deep breath, lifted his feet, and slowly put them down. Drip! The faint sound of water dripping could be heard. Yin Nuoxing lowered his head, and it was not as he expected, where the river water would pour into his shoes and soak his robe. Instead, he stood on the river's surface, and circles of ripples slowly spread out under his feet. This river seemed to exist in between reality and illusion. Just as he walked on the river's surface, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. It changed so quickly that it even gave him a fright. His vision blurred for a moment, and what appeared in front of him again was a city. The soaring flames lit up the night sky, and hundreds of wisps of black smoke rose into the sky, dyeing the clear night sky with a layer of gray. A brilliant ray of light seemed to have cut through eternity and destroyed half of the buildings in the city. However, that brilliant ray of light froze at this moment. Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. He remembered this place, Xian's hometown, Xingyu City. That eternal ray of light was Ling Hongjian's sword light. At that time, he was seriously injured by Shuang Long from the Shuang family. When he was about to die, it was that girl who used the life crystal to give him the strength to live. The colorful butterflies fluttered gently, leaving behind bright particles, and took the lead to fly towards Xingyu City. They seemed to be in a hurry, and this time, they did not wait for Yin Nuoxing. When the latter saw this, he was slightly startled and temporarily put down his emotions. He put away his oil paper umbrella and quickly ran towards the two butterflies. The butterflies circled around Xingyu City, and very quickly, they came to a small street in front of the Xian family. Messy clothes were scattered all over the street, and Yin Nuoxing's eyes narrowed slightly. He swallowed his saliva and quickly turned the corner of the street. On the messy street, there was a black figure lying on the ground. The bright red blood dyed the blue stone floor red, and the cracks of the bricks were filled with the black figure's blood. This scene froze there. Yin Nuoxing subconsciously tightened his grip on his clothes. He still remembered the pain that day, when the long sword pierced through his chest and blood spurted out. That kind of pain made him feel suffocated, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Phew! After panting lightly for a while, Yin Nuoxing finally let go of the hand that was clutching his chest. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and slowly walked towards the hymn that was lying on the ground. He saw the two butterflies circling around his body. Standing on the bluestone floor that was dyed red, he lowered his head, and the half-exposed side of his face still vaguely resembled the face in his memory. It was a face that he had molded with Shui-Yan skin for a long time before he was satisfied with it. Unfortunately, it could no longer be used now. In front of the street, there was a slender figure that was frozen in time and seemed to be running in the opposite direction. Her somewhat childish face was filled with uneasiness. That girl was alarmed by me before she even returned that day. If she had walked 2 steps faster, there probably wouldn't be a person called Yin Nuashing in this world, and so many things that happened later wouldn't have happened. After a long sigh, Yin Nuashing shook his head with a bitter smile. What was he thinking about? Shwa! Mysteriously, Yin Nuashing took a step forward and walked towards the slender figure. However, just as he took a step forward, the scene in front of him was reshaped and changed, causing him to be slightly startled. Before he could react, the 2 suns in the sky suddenly poured down a brilliant ray of light, causing him to squint his eyes. The scene changed to daytime. Yin Nuashing opened the oil paper umbrella, holding up a bright red sky to block the dazzling sun. He raised his head and then was startled again. Moreover, when he saw this scene, his heart beat a few beats faster. Pink petals fluttered in the sky, like fairies chasing each other. They were wrapped in a gentle breeze and drifted to the entire city. A pleasant fragrance swayed in the breeze, filling the entire forest. In the entire city, the sun shone down from the sky, and the pink light was reflected in front of him, looking hazy and dreamy. This is the peach blossom forest when I first met Zian. That peach blossom forest wasn't very far from him, and he could enter it with just 2 steps. He still remembered that there was a huge peach tree in that peach blossom forest. At that time, Zian had slept on top of that tree, and it was covered with pink petals that gently covered her body like a quilt. At this moment, the dark purple-winged butterfly gently landed on the road leading to the peach blossom forest. The beautiful butterfly wings only fluttered gently after a long time, as if they were frozen together with time and space. The colorful winged butterfly gently brushed past his face and floated behind him, causing Yin Nuashing to quickly turn his head. He saw that the colorful winged butterfly had also stopped on the ground not far away, gently flapping its wings. What do these 2 butterflies represent? If it's me and Zian, then what does it mean? The 2 winged butterflies, which had stuck together since he came in, seemed to have parted ways at this moment, with their backs facing each other. Then, how should he choose? Which way should he go? How should he break out of this spiritual illusion? The oil paper umbrella that had been gently spinning stopped due to his inner hesitation. His hand gripped the bamboo pole tightly. At this time, on the stone platform in the outside world, 2 of the 3 screens had disappeared, leaving only the last screen standing in the air. In that screen, Yin Nuashing looked at the 2 winged butterflies in a daze, one in front and one behind. This made the audience watching from the outside a little nervous. Inexplicably, their emotions seemed to be connected with his. Old Bing, shouldn't we pull the divine sun out, or turn it off now? Yin Feng's face twitched slightly. Only 1 screen was left. The new students of the other 2 levels of difficulty had all come out. At this moment, on the stone platform, hundreds of thousands of students were staring at the huge screen. This was a public execution. After all, this was an illusion created by Yin Nuashing and Zian's memories. With their memories in it, it didn't seem good to let everyone see it. I've already tried. That illusion seems to have been sealed by some kind of power. I can't pull him out. Bing's face twitched. The memories he had just seen, the young man lying on the ground, and the young girl flying over were Yin Nuashing and Zian. However, this screen was connected to the illusion. If the illusion didn't turn off, the screen wouldn't turn off either. God, he's going to be beaten to death by the divine sun. If he knows that he's going to be publicly executed, I'm afraid he'll tear down the Long Guang Academy. Yin Feng laughed bitterly. Things are going to get out of hand. Let the 3rd assessment begin. It's better to disperse as much as possible. Thinking of that outcome, Bing's body trembled slightly. He quickly coughed, then waved his sleeves. His indifferent voice, like a bell, spread across the stone platform. Let's not wait anymore. The 3rd and final assessment will begin now. The voice that was suddenly transmitted caused many of the new students to raise their heads. However, their gazes still lingered on the light screen. Their hearts felt as though a cat was scratching at them. They really wanted to know how Yin Nuoxing would choose. They even wanted to delay the start of the third test. Bing knew what everyone was thinking, but he wouldn't let it happen. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the mountain range and the three majestic peaks in the middle. He said, "Those three peaks correspond to the three ranks. There's still the immortal rank, half-demon rank, and demon rank. There's a sword stuck in the peak. The one who can pull it out will be the first person in that rank." On the stone platform, there was a burst of astonishment. It couldn't be that simple, right? Of course, when you start to attack the peak, the array of this mountain range will also be activated. There are also all kinds of monsters and demonic beasts that you saw in the first assessment. There are also a few demonic beasts around the 7th or 8th rank. By the way, the level of the array won't be low either, Yin Feng said with a faint smile. Countless freshmen were stunned. Then, their faces turned bitter. It wasn't that simple. The one who pulls out the sword will be rewarded with 1 million energy value. The first person to reach the peak will be rewarded with 500,000 energy value. The second person will be rewarded with 400,000 energy value, and so on. Bing turned his head and looked at the screen. He said, "The top 10 will be able to head to the Sword God Pavilion. If you're lucky, you might be able to pick up a half-god rank weapon, a mortal rank profound art, or some kind of treasure." Immortal rank. On the stone platform, countless freshmen sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the older students had envy in their eyes. A immortal rank profound art. Any immortal rank profound art in the Azure Cloud Pavilion would cost more than 10 million energy value. It was something that countless experts would go crazy for. It was a fatal attraction to both freshmen and older students. By the way, if you feel that you can't snatch it and stay here, your energy value will be deducted. At this moment, Bing indifferently said, causing the faces of the freshmen who were smiling bitterly to turn pale. "Damn it. Even if you can't snatch it, you still have to go." When the seniors heard this, they were startled for a moment. There wasn't such a rule in the past. After all, there were quite a number of powerful characters among the freshmen. Most of them knew their own limits and knew how difficult it was to snatch those 30 spots among the 100,000 freshmen. Therefore, there were many who chose to give up and not fight for it, leaving the battlefield to those powerful people. However, they didn't think too much about it. They just assumed that the elder couldn't bear to watch and wanted everyone to fight for it, making the assessment even more intense. "All right, there are no other rules. Let's begin." Yin Feng waved his sleeves and laughed softly. Soon after, a majestic metallic clang resounded across the area. Just like the first assessment, countless energy auras were released after Yin Feng's voice sounded. Then, densely packed human figures covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed towards the mountain range like a group of reincarnated evil spirits. While the numerous new students were moving about, countless energy light pillars rushed towards the sky from within the mountain range. Numerous azure formations penetrated through the air, causing the mountain range to instantly become abnormally chaotic. Looking at the numerous older students below, Yin Feng originally wanted to say something to send this group of small fries away. However, Bing stopped him and softly transmitted, "In the past, the freshman assessment didn't confine the older students. If we chase them away, it is inevitable that they will think of something." Hearing this, Yin Feng could only smack his lips. He looked at the older students, who were still looking at the light screen with great interest, and helplessly sighed. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, "This damned illusion realm. It was fine in the past. Why did it suddenly break?" Bing also bitterly laughed. He also didn't know. Chapter 638. It was like standing at a crossroad, hesitating whether to go forward or turn. But no matter what choice he made, there would be a corresponding ending. However, he would never be able to guess what would happen if he chose the second path. Regret? Joy? That was an ending that he would never be able to guess. Yin Nuoxing looked at the two colorful butterflies and took a deep breath. Although the confusion in his heart had not completely disappeared, he still took a step forward and walked toward the peach forest. As soon as he took that step, Yin Nuoxing realized that the scene around him had changed once again. No, Rather than saying that it was a change, it was more accurate to say that his memories of the past were rapidly replaying. He remembered every single scene. The underground grotto. In the underground grotto, they had found the Earth origin source in the heart of the Earth. It had been a daunting but uneventful journey. They had also seen the Light Yuan King's message on the stone inscription. After that, they had discovered a dusty divine relic beside a small village in the northern wilderness. Divine Sky City. In Divine Sky City, they met Yuan Shi and his family. They met the woman who had a clear distinction between love and hate. They were also besieged by the Qi family for the first time. If not for the sudden return of the Netherworld ruined sword, it would have been very dangerous. Then, Yuan Shi followed them on their journey. Yu Xiao, the black stone of the forbidden sky god, Rain Country, Tana's water god temple, Taotia Shadow, Reincarnation Lake, Phoenix Blood, Qin Yin, Lihuan City, Glaze God Earth Palace, Little Purple Soul, Glaze Treasure Mirror, Qi Family, and Qinghai Palace's fabricated crimes. Those scenes flashed before them until they crossed the Eastern Sea, then turned to the Ghost Forest, Everlasting Night Forest, Xianlong Continent. And now, those scenes flashed very quickly. Other than Yin Feng, Bing Yu, and Yin Nuoxing, no one could see them clearly. However, Yin Feng and Bing Yu, who had been paying close attention, realized that no matter what happened, if Yin Nuoxing was in those scenes, Xian would definitely be there too. It seemed to be telling them that Yin Nuoxing stepped on this path because she met Xian. Yin Nuoxing seemed to have guessed this as well. He felt uneasy and his eyes flickered. After a long time, he took a few deep breaths and calmed down. If this would happen if they walked forward and met Xian, then what if they walked backward? That day, if they did not walk into the peach forest with Ming and meet Xian, what would happen? Suddenly, he really wanted to know. Even if he had never thought about it before, at this moment, he really wanted to know. If he hadn't taken that step that day and had gone somewhere else, what would have happened? Would he have died when Shuang Long ambushed him? Thinking about this pointlessly, Yin Nuoxing sighed. He seemed to have forgotten that he was in an illusion. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he slowly turned around and walked towards the colorful butterfly. Then he saw after he took this step, the world turned gray. The gray world, the sky, the buildings, the roads, the space, everything turned gray. Even the peach flower petals lost their vibrant color. It was as if gray ashes had fallen from the sky. The gray in his vision was so monotonous that it made him feel hopeless and lost. That's right. This is the original color of your world. It is empty and there is nothing. It is as monotonous and emotionless as this gray world. A figure appeared beside Yin Nuoxing. It was glowing with a colorful light. It was especially dazzling in this gray world. Yin Nuoxing could not help but turn his gaze. It was him, but it was not him, because at this moment, he had also merged into this gray world. The person beside him had the same appearance and was wearing the same clothes as him, but it was alive with color. Perhaps this was the only difference. He slowly lifted his feet. His gray eyes were empty as he blindly walked towards the pure gray world. The shadow of him beside him also lifted his feet. His handsome face was brimming with a devilish smile. Was that meeting really the right thing to do? Originally, you did not have a so-called purpose in life. You walked aimlessly in this world until that person appeared and gave you a life that did not belong to you. You took those things seriously. Because of that, you chose a path that did not belong to you. The colorful figure smiled. The umbrella in his hand turned into the Netherworld ruined sword. He held it in his hand and swung it slightly. Everyone should know the limits of their abilities. Even the words of the people around you brought you only pain and loneliness. The colorful figure strode forward and stood in front of Yin Nuoxing. The huge Netherworld ruin sword in front of him slowly dissipated. It turned gray and turned into dust that scattered between heaven and earth. At the end of the path that did not belong to you, there's only that person called Yin Nuoxing who no one had any hope for. She's a person who is full of sins. Who is really looking forward to you? Who is staring at you at the end of this twisted path? Do you mean those irresponsible gods who talk to themselves? The wicked smile on the colorful figure's face grew wider. It was even more wicked than Yin Nuoshing's. The netherworld ruin sword disappeared until only the hilt was left. It floated down like quicksand. Yin Nuoshing slowed down. There was no color on his numb face. His eyes were empty and lifeless. Even you will be destroyed by your own hands. It's about time you stopped. Cut off the shackles that don't belong to you. Live a little easier, just like how your world was gray from the start. Outside the light screen, Yin Feng and the others looked at the gray world. When they heard those words, their hearts trembled. Was he asking him to question his own life? If he can't break free from this layer of illusion, his life will be over. There was a hint of urgency in Bing's cold voice. They couldn't change the array and couldn't pull Yin Nuoshing out of it. They could only watch as he sank deeper and deeper into the gray world. The older students were getting more and more nervous. It was as if they were in the same situation. They wanted nothing more than to rush in and slap Yin Nuoshing to wake him up. Damn it! Turn around. Hurry up and turn around. That's where you should be. Yin Feng gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. If he continued walking like this, he would really be lost in the spiritual illusion, the established real world and his former inner world. The memories he has been evoked by the illusion. He is questioning his own life. Bing's voice also gradually deepened. He softly said, Old Yin, inform the people from the Water Goddess Hall to come and rescue him. Forcefully break free from the illusion. Yin Feng jumped in fright when he heard this. His expression changed slightly. If we forcefully break free from the spiritual illusion, the two people who are trapped inside will suffer a spiritual attack. If things go wrong, they will become idiots. That's still better than becoming a walking corpse and dying inside. Bing glared fiercely at him. With a flip of his hand, he suddenly took out a blue token and raised it to the sky. Just as he was about to crush it, he suddenly paused. In the spiritual illusion, Yin Nuoshing's eyes were still empty. The colorful figure was still smiling evilly. The pink peach forest behind them was still there, but it was getting farther and farther away. If they continued walking, they might not even be able to see the peach forest anymore. Like a walking corpse, Yin Nuoshing came to the depths of this gray world. Suddenly, he closed the oil paper umbrella. The colorful figure was stunned when he saw his action. A moment later, a strong wind swept across his body. It was so fast that he didn't have time to react. The strong wind passed through his shadow, causing his body to quickly become illusory. He widened his eyes, and his handsome face was filled with disbelief. Why? Yin Nuoshing retracted the oil paper umbrella that he had swung out like a sword. His gray eyes were still empty, as if there was no soul in them. However, he said indifferently, You made me question my life. Then what about the 10 years that I met her for? What about my life? If you really have my memories, then you should know that I have never regretted any of the choices that I have made, much less question my life. The gray world is for the sake of better color. The colorful figure that was gradually becoming illusory widened his eyes in shock. Even when he disappeared, he still couldn't understand why Yin Nuoshing was still able to struggle free after walking to this place. Bang! Yin Nuoshing threw away the oil paper umbrella in his hand and suddenly turned around. He stomped hard on the ground, creating a huge crater in the gray world. His figure ran like lightning towards the peach forest that was about to disappear. Phew! Outside the light screen, Yin Feng and Bing heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. Their faces were covered in cold sweat. They had already prepared themselves for the worst, but at the last moment, they woke up. Run! Run faster! Faster! Return to the world that you belong to. Yin Feng suddenly roared. He even spat out his tongue. His face was slightly distorted due to his excitement. His appearance caused the 4 elders behind him and the older students below to jump in fright. A moment later, they involuntarily let out a ghostly cry. This illusion seemed peaceful, but every step they took was heart-wrenching. If Yin Nuoshing had really questioned her life at that moment, she would probably be trapped in that gray world forever, unable to break free. At least, they felt that they didn't have the ability to break free from it. His heartbeat was like raindrops beating on a drum, shaking his chest until he felt a slight pain. Girl, I'm sorry. I've always been running away from you, from myself. I've never thought of truly facing you. I'm not someone who deserves all of your sincerity, but every time I look into your eyes, I can't say anything. I let you stay by my side because you love me. I'm sorry. This is my selfishness. Perhaps this is also one of my original sins. That's why today's scene happened. I'm sorry, but I'm such a person. I'm hopeless. A bunch of messy words flashed through his heart. Yun Nuoxing gasped for breath and suddenly stepped into the peach forest. He grabbed the dark, purple-winged butterfly on the ground. At this moment, the gray color on his body slowly faded and was dyed with its original color. The pink petals patted his face, and the bright colors looked so moving. When Yin Feng and Bing saw this scene, they cried out in agitation. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know why these two elders were so agitated, but they also cried out. This fluctuating illusion was about to end. However, at this moment, I want to say to you, thank you. Thank you for letting me meet you. Thank you for dyeing my world with so many colors. It's no longer a monotonous gray. Circling around the densely packed peach trees, Yun Nuoxing suddenly rushed to the center of the peach forest. Then, he deeply inhaled a breath of air and suddenly raised his head. Soon after, an extremely brilliant smile appeared on his face. A knowing smile. That smile caused the color of the peach forest to become a little brighter and more beautiful. Deep red peach blossoms were in full bloom, covering the branches of the entire tree. The sky was filled with peach blossoms, as though a deep red snow had fallen. On that thick branch sat a peerless beauty. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her pink dress wrapped around her exquisite and voluptuous body, accentuating her alluring curves. Under her dress, her perfectly straight and slender legs were gently swaying. When she saw him appear, she could not help but smile at him. Flowers flew all over the sky, and her pink dress blended in with the surrounding peach blossoms. She was like a flower fairy, just like the moment they had met. Two pairs of bright eyes looked at each other from 10 meters away. From the moment she entered, she had been waiting in this crimson peach blossom forest, waiting for his arrival. She also firmly believed that he would definitely come. Even if she saw him walk mercilessly into that gray world, she still believed that he would turn around at the last moment and come to her, just like now. In the next second, the flower fairy gently pushed the tree trunk with her jade-like hands and jumped down from the branch, bringing with her petals that filled the sky. As for him, just like before, he rushed to the peach blossom tree as fast as lightning. He reached out his hands and firmly pulled the fairy into his embrace. Crack! At that moment, the entire illusory realm began to crumble and fall apart. Chapter 639. On the huge stone platform, the light screen suddenly shattered, and golden particles fell from the sky. The dazzling light caused everyone to squint their eyes out of habit. Only when the golden light faded did they slowly open their eyes. Immediately, they saw two tall figures hugging each other in front of the stone platform. A gentle breeze blew past them, and their deep purple and multicolored hair danced in the wind. Specks of golden light fell on their bodies, making them look like a celestial couple. God's son. Yin Feng and Bing looked at the two people who appeared after the illusion shattered, and they heaved a long sigh of relief. Now, Yin Nuoxing was probably the most important person in the 9 divine halls. It was not as unanticipated as what he had heard in the illusion. The divine king, the great elder, and the other hall masters were all looking forward to the day when he would be able to rule the world. Many people were looking forward to him. A faint golden light sprinkled down. On the stone platform, the older students saw this scene. Perhaps it was the nature of men to love beauty, but when they saw the beautiful girl who was like a celestial in a painting being held in his arms, they were all a little jealous. However, after watching the scene just now, no one made a sound at this moment. They left this little bit of time to Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing. At this moment, they were the main characters. This is the first time someone has walked out of the divine level spiritual illusion realm since its appearance. In the past, 60% of the freshmen who challenged it were mentally damaged, 30% became mentally retarded, and the last 10% had a mental breakdown. This scene may be recorded in the Academy's history. Guyu indifferently inhaled a breath of air. His slightly cold voice caused the surrounding older students to inhale a breath of cold air. If he was so terrifying, why did he still release him? How can there be a shortcut in the path of the strong? If you want to become strong, you have to pay a price. Lin Kuang slowly sighed and muttered, "Divine level mental illusion realm, there are naturally benefits to passing it. Perhaps we will be able to see it later. Elders, will there be any special rewards for passing the divine level spiritual illusion realm?" A student finally could not help but raise his head and ask the 6 elders in the air. Hearing this, Yin Feng and the other 2 were stunned. They exchanged glances with the 4 elders behind them, and their eyes widened. This seems to be the case, right? As for the students below, when they saw the 6 of them in a daze, their cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Could it be that they didn't? Even Lin Kuang, who had said those words, was stunned. There should be, right? How could he not have it? If he said no, wouldn't it be a slap to his face? Immediately, the gazes of those who looked at Yun Nuoxing and her companion were filled with pity. They had spent so much effort and almost fell into their inner demons several times, never to be able to break free. But after breaking through, there was nothing special about it. That joke was a little too much under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yun Nuoxing and Xian, who were tightly hugging each other, took a deep breath and inhaled each other's scent. Only then did they slowly let go of each other. Their eyes were fixed on each other as they looked into each other's eyes. After a long while, the 2 of them chuckled. Cough! When Yin Feng saw the fiery atmosphere between the 2 of them, he could not help but let out a dry cough, startling the 2 of them out of that extremely ambiguous atmosphere. Their gazes scanned their surroundings, and only then did they realize that there were countless gazes staring intently at them. Those gazes of envy, jealousy, and pity caused the 2 of them to feel uncomfortable all over. The 6 elders descended from the sky and landed in front of Yun Nuoxing. Their eyes swept over the 2 of them. After a while, Yin Feng coughed softly. Cough. First of all, congratulations on becoming the first people in the history of the Longguang Academy to pass the divine level spiritual illusion realm. There will be a little toy for you later. Please stay calm. Little toy? What the hell? Yin Nuoxing tilted her head in confusion. She didn't understand what this little toy was. However, she had just come out of the illusion realm and was still a little confused. Or rather, she was still a little confused, so she didn't pay much attention to what Yin Feng said. She only nodded indifferently. HM, it's already here after I finished speaking. A few seconds after Yin Feng finished speaking, he turned his gaze and looked at the entrance of the illusion realm, at the plains on a mountaintop. Yin Nuoxing and Yin Feng also turned their gazes. Soon after, they saw a little thing flickering with golden light flying in their direction. For some reason, the latter felt a strong resentment. After a while, Yin Feng waved his hand, and the little thing that was still flying hard in the distance landed in his hand. Yin Nuoxing curiously stretched her neck. Then she saw a little face that was only the size of a thumb and filled with resentment. That little thing was wearing a strange outfit that he had never seen before. Her golden hair was tied into 2 buns that were weaved with fresh flowers. Then, her hair fell down until it curled up in Yin Feng's hand. There were also 2 feather-like wings of light on her back that were like butterfly wings. Her golden sun-like eyes were wide open, and that pure and holy little face was puffing out her cheeks as she stared at him with resentment. What a strong resentment! The corners of Yin Nuoxing's eyes twitched. He couldn't help but take a step back. What was this little thing? Its entire body was emitting golden light. He had never seen it before. Of course there will be resentment. Who asked you to become her master? Yin Feng said with a smile, giving Yin Nuoxing a fright. What the hell? Seeing his confused look, Yin Feng smiled and said, You've heard of elves, right? They exist in legends and only have a spiritual body or a body of energy. Although they are classified as demons in the god realm, they are legendary creatures that don't belong to the four categories of gods: humans, demons, and demons. According to legends, there are 9 types of elves, and they control the power of the elements. That's why they are also called elemental elves. Yin Nuoxing's nose twitched. Although he was a little confused, he still told Yin Feng everything he knew. Then, he spread his hands and said casually, "However, this thing is only a legend. Whether they exist or not is still a question. In the god realm, creatures like elves shouldn't exist because there are no suitable living conditions. If it's in the lower realm or the 8 elements realm's strange world, they might exist." However, after he finished speaking, he felt an even stronger resentment coming from the little thing in Yin Feng's hand. He opened his mouth in shock. Did he say something wrong? Hearing that he was quite accurate, Yin Feng smiled and said, "They are indeed legendary creatures. However, if such creatures don't exist in the god realm, where did the legend come from?" Hearing that, Yin Nuoxing was also startled. He lowered his head and thought for a while. He felt that it made sense. Since there was a legend, it shouldn't be groundless. Could it be that creatures like elves really exist in the god realm? In the mystic dragon continent, he had heard that there was a place called the Elves' Tomb. However, when he left, he forgot about it and didn't go there. Could it be that creatures like elves really exist? Yin Nuoxing raised his head in confusion. He still felt that there shouldn't be such a race. However, although he felt that way, he still imagined that such a strange creature should exist in the god realm. Yin Feng smiled and raised his hand. He jokingly said, "Isn't there one right in front of you?" Hearing that, Yin Nuoxing widened his eyes in shock. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he shivered and shouted in shock, "What? So this little thing in front of you is an elf. Moreover, that divine-level spiritual illusory realm was created by it. We were in charge of assisting it from the outside. However, after the two of you entered, the divine-level illusory realm went out of control. Now that you've passed the divine-level illusory realm, it can be said that you've received its acknowledgement. Yes, although its resentment might be a little strong," Yin Feng said with a smile. Yin Nuoxing looked at Xian in shock. When the latter saw him looking over, she shrugged helplessly and gave him a helpless look. This made the former smile even more bitterly. The logic in his head was a little messed up. Moreover, you're right. There's no suitable environment for it to live in the realm of the gods. The first great god who created the realm of the gods probably didn't take this strange race into consideration. Therefore, this elf came from another world, which is a strange world in another timeline of the 8 elements realm that you mentioned." Yin Feng smiled. When he heard this news, the degree of shock he felt was no less than Yin Nuoxing's. "No, wait a minute. I'm dizzy from saying it myself. Is this really an elf?" The amount of information was a little too much, and it made Yin Nuoxing feel a little dizzy. The information recorded in the ancient books was recorded because it was seen before. It can be speculated that there should have been a large number of elves in the realm of the gods during the Ancient Age, or even the Ancient Age. However, the environment in the realm of the gods wasn't suitable for them. They couldn't withstand the energy here, so in the end, they returned to their world from the realm of the gods, Yin Feng said softly. Yin Feng said softly, "These are some extremely ancient secrets. Fortunately, their 9 divine halls also originated from that ancient era. That was why they knew these things. Another world, a strange world in another timeline. How did it come here? I'm very curious." Yin Nuoxing pinched her chin and stared at the little thing that was emitting golden light. She was very puzzled. It was very difficult to travel between the primordial realms, and only the gods had the means to do so. Then, what about traveling between timelines? She didn't understand. You'll naturally understand these things in the future. First, find a suitable place for it. Although it's unwilling, it will accept you in the end for the sake of its own life, Yin Feng said again. Yin Nuoxing scratched her head in puzzlement. What did this have to do with her? I just said that the realm of the gods isn't suitable for elves to live in. This little fellow appeared in the realm of the gods by accident, but it can't return. A few million years ago, the dean of the Far Light Academy sealed it and made it into a special space, which is the God-level illusory realm. If someone can pass through that illusory realm, it means that that person can become the habitat of the elves. However, after so many years, no one has been able to pass through it, so there isn't much energy left in it. According to my calculations, if it can't find a suitable place to live in 10 years, it will disappear from the world. You also said that elves are only spiritual bodies and energy bodies. Once their energy is used up, they can only disappear, Yin Feng said calmly. Does that mean you're treating me as a suitable place to stay? Why me? Yin Nuoxing narrowed her eyes, speechless. Because you passed through the God-level illusory realm. Yin Feng smiled, then said telepathically, the other reason is that you possess the light element, and this elf is a light elf. Allowing it to exist in your mind can nourish your light element and also have the ability to purify it. Originally, we also thought of asking the people of the Light Temple for help. However, the elders of the Light Temple are all high-level gods. The power they hold is too great. This little elf can't withstand it, so we can only let it stay there and let it become a god-level illusory realm. Light element again. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh bitterly. All right, since elves are also divided into 9 types, then it's the same as the 9 elements. I see that it's full of resentment. If I let it in, it won't kill me, right? Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. He couldn't be blamed for being so cautious. Elves were still unknown creatures to him, and he couldn't judge whether they were good or bad. If he let it into his body rashly, if Purple Night couldn't suppress it, then he would be in deep trouble. Don't worry. For its own life, it won't touch you. Although you broke its illusory realm and made it a little resentful, you have to understand. It's a little girl, so it has to be reserved, right? Hearing this, Yin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Yin Nuoxing hesitated for a while and hesitated for a minute before finally sighing and nodding. If that little thing didn't have resentment towards him, he wouldn't be so resistant. Anyway, he already had enough things in his body. One more wouldn't matter. Upon seeing the latter nod his head, Yin Feng softly chuckled. He lowered his head and looked at the little fairy. The latter also turned around and glanced at him before lowering her head in embarrassment. A long while later, she nodded her little head as if she had accepted her fate. Soon after, the 2 glowing wings on her back gently flapped. From a distance, she looked just like a butterfly. It gently floated in front of Yin Nuoxing. Seeing the reluctance and resistance in his eyes, it seemed to know that the resentment on its body was too strong. Thus, it couldn't help but lower its little head. A moment later, it lifted it up and quietly looked at him with its sun-like eyes. The resentment had already disappeared, and there was a hint of human pleading in its eyes. It also realized that if it couldn't find a suitable place to stay, it wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being turned into ashes. At this moment, no matter how unwilling it was, it could only lower its head. Yin Nuoxing curiously took a few more glances at her when he saw that she had withdrawn her resentment and even seemed to be pleading for his help. Soon after, he softly sighed and nodded his head before slowly closing his eyes. This action caused a trace of joy to flash across the little fairy's eyes. She flew to the star bead between his eyebrows and took a look at it, after which she gently touched his forehead and merged with it. He didn't feel anything when he made contact with it. However, he could already feel that a little thing with warm energy had entered his spiritual world. Moreover, I say, little Yi, what are you all doing? He was shocked to see that in his spiritual world, Zi Feng on Xer and the little thing with the consciousness of the Yin spirit fire were all sitting at the table calmly. They had brewed tea and even brought out snacks from who knows where. It was as if they were entertaining guests. Even the surrounding sea of fire had turned into buildings. It looked like an exquisite little courtyard. We're welcoming a new guest. Come in and chat with us later. Elves are considered extinct in the current realm of the gods. You have to treat them well. Zi replied with a smile as he raised his teacup to the sky after hearing Yin Nuoxing's helpless words. Yin Nuoxing was confused. Chapter 640. The flickering golden light slowly dissipated after the little fairy entered the space between her eyebrows. On the stone platform, the group of seniors at the back craned their necks curiously, but they couldn't see what had just happened. The 6 elders were there, and no one dared to go up to take a look. They could only guess that Yin Nuashing had received some special reward, and didn't ask about it this time. Yin Feng watched as the light fairy entered Yin Nuashing's space between her eyebrows, and was slightly nervous. He didn't know if there would be any conflicts between fairies and humans, but both of them had the element of light, so there shouldn't be any problems. He also knew that this little fairy was a secret treasure of the Longguang Academy, so he took the risk to let Yin Nuashing try. According to what he knew, if they could really get along well, then the fairy would be a great help to Yin Nuashing in the future. Because of its long history, this little fairy is considered one of the most precious treasures of the Longguang Academy. You have to treat it well. Yin Feng reminded again. Yin Nuashing smiled and nodded, saying, as long as it doesn't mess around, well, I will treat it well. After saying that, she added another sentence in her heart. As for whether Zai and the others will treat it well, this remains to be seen. How is it? Do you feel anything special? Xian came up and asked softly. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing carefully sensed for a while, then shook her head, saying, not at the moment. There isn't any special connection between the two of us, but Zai is already entertaining her. I will go in and take a look later. To be honest, he still didn't dare to believe it. Perhaps it was like what Yin Feng said. Fairies weren't a rare species in the ancient times, and there were even a large number of them. However, he wasn't from the ancient times, and only knew that fairies were creatures that only existed in legends at this time. And now, a living legendary creature had appeared in front of him. No matter how open-minded he was, no matter how heartless he was, he still found it hard to believe. However, he had no choice but to believe it. That little thing indeed had the characteristics of a fairy. All right, I have to inform the dean about this. The two of you should hurry up and go to the third assessment. If you win, you will be rewarded with 1,000,000 energy values. Yin Feng smiled. Then, he pointed at the 3 mountain peaks in the distance. On the road there, huge energy fireworks exploded. However, there were also countless figures tumbling about in a majestic energy. A series of ghostly cries rang out. At this moment, there were already some freshmen who had rushed to the front of the mountain peaks. Energy value? Then I can give up. Anyway, I've already passed the first 2 tests. It's fine as long as I won't be expelled. It's useless to have so many energy values. Upon hearing that the reward was energy points, Yin Nuashing's face was immediately filled with disdain. The older students who heard him staggered and almost fell. This guy, they were risking their lives to collect energy values in exchange for high-grade mystic skills and other things that could increase their strength. In the end, he said that it was useless, you brat. Yin Feng and the other 5 elders were speechless. The former knew that he had a bunch of divine weapons hidden in his body. Moreover, the Hall Master, Great Elder, Divine King, and the others were also closely watching his growth. How could they not have those high-grade mystic skills and the like? Perhaps the things in the Azure Cloud Pavilion really weren't that attractive to him. The top 10 can still enter the Sword God Pavilion. If you're lucky, you can even pick an immortal grade Mystic Skill Heart Sutra. Yin Feng's face twitched, but he still endured the bitterness and said, only immortal grade. I'm interested in peerless grade. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but smack his lips. In his divine spirit palace, immortal grade mystic skills were as common as cabbages. There were hundreds of peerless grade mystic skills. Some of the more precious ones were even sealed. Yin Feng and Bing were still fine as they were mentally prepared. However, the 4 elders and the older students almost couldn't help but vomit blood. This brat's standards were too high. The moment he opened his mouth, he said peerless grade mystic skills. That kind of thing could create a transcendent force. Hee. Elder, why don't you let us exchange pointers with Junior? One of the older students finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He slowly walked forward and cupped his hands towards Yin Feng and the others with a smile. If he's willing, we don't have any objections. Yin Feng smiled and waved his hand. Then, he looked at Yin Nuashing. What would this brat choose? Yin Nuashing turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. When he saw the doubt in that person's eyes, he understood a little. Seems like he accidentally sat on the devil grade rankings with the identity of a new student, causing many people to doubt him. Now, do you want to test it out? It's fine if it's me. Senior, do you want to have a peaceful exchange of pointers, or do you want to use real bullets? Yun Nuashing took a step forward and smiled as he spread his arms, causing the older students to start. This was especially so when they saw the trace of laziness in his rainbow-colored eyes. An unknown flame ignited in their hearts. Wasn't this new student a little too arrogant? It's fine if we exchange a few moves. Junior should know that a new student sitting on the devil rankings would attract a lot of doubt. Maybe I'm not the first, and I might not be the last. How about I give you a chance to prove yourself? That senior smiled and clasped his hands. A low roar rang out from his throat as a majestic aura gushed forth from him like tidal waves. Ranked number 55 on the devil grade rankings, Yu Kuan. 7 seals, 7 revolutions, fire element. Junior, please give me some guidance. That boundless black-colored aura gushed forth, causing the students behind him to start. After that, they hurriedly retreated, creating an empty space. This fellow Yu Kuan, his strength has improved again. Upon sensing the tyrannical aura, everyone couldn't help but wipe their sweat. This Yu Kuan was ranked number 50 on the devil rankings and had been hiding for a very long time. Who would have thought that he would actually improve so much today? With such strength, he should be able to enter the top 50. Upon seeing the high battle intent in Yu Kuan's eyes, Yin Nuashing helplessly shook his head and smiled at Xian. The latter rolled his eyes and spoke in a light voice. Don't be too heavy-handed. You should know how strong you are. Yes, I know. Yin Nuashing helplessly smiled. He then took a step forward and smiled. Rank number 20 on the devil grade rankings. My surname is Yun. Fire element, 8 revolutions. Senior, please. As the last word fell, a seemingly solid star power suddenly condensed into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. It flickered with specks of starlight, as if it was a real star field. That extremely solid and vast aura caused everyone to be stunned. There was a trace of shock in their eyes. How could a rank 8 seal have such a huge amount of energy? A trace of astonishment flashed across Yu Kuan's eyes. A rank 8? Was he sure he wasn't a rank 8? He had also come from that realm. How could a rank 8 possess such enormous energy? Such a large amount of energy, even a powerhouse with the 8th seal of the devil rank might not necessarily possess it. However, that trace of astonishment only existed for an extremely short period of time. Graveness surged in his eyes. He stomped his foot on the ground, and his body shot out. Enormous energy rapidly condensed on his fist, and even condensed into a small whirlwind. At the same time, the fire element energy drifting between heaven and earth also rapidly condensed. Spirit extermination fist. Yu Kuan spat out a stern cry from his mouth. He clenched his teeth tightly as a fist carrying a blazing fire element suddenly blasted out. The blazing fist wind spread out and violently pounced towards Yun Nua's star. The blazing temperature caused the air to become extremely dry. Suppress. However, facing such a tyrannical attack, Yin Nuashing only chuckled. He lifted his foot and lightly stomped on the ground. A golden array erupted in an instant. No one could even clearly see how the array was constructed or how it was activated. They only saw a flash of golden light, and an enormous golden array appeared on the ground. Wong. The instant the golden array appeared, the suppressive force descended from the sky. That fiery red fist imprint turned back into pure energy and fire element in the blink of an eye. Yu Kuan's body also suddenly froze at that moment. He was firmly pinned in the air. His feet were off the ground, and he couldn't move at all. Yu Kuan's face was slightly pale, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. In just an instant, he couldn't even see how the array appeared, and he was already suppressed. What rank is this array? Yu Kuan swallowed his saliva fiercely, his eyes filled with disbelief. The other students also widened their eyes in astonishment. Rank 7 had challenged a rank 8 and was instantly killed. This This junior brother is indeed very capable. With just this move, I'm afraid that those below rank 9 won't be able to suppress him. The seniors all sighed. Indeed, one couldn't judge a person by their outer appearance. The devil ranking was still very valuable. I won't attack. Senior brother can't even defend himself right now, so Yin Nuashing rubbed his cheeks in embarrassment. He hadn't used his full strength to activate the suppressive array. If he did, even a God Emperor would be suppressed for a second. After saying that, he stomped his feet and the golden array disappeared. Yu Kuin, who was frozen in the air, staggered 2 steps before coming to a stop. There was still a complicated expression on his face. He sighed and clasped his hands at Yin Nuashing. Junior brother, you have good means. Yu Kuin is inferior. Perhaps the 20th rank of the devil ranking is still a little too low. I don't care about that plaything. That day, I went there for the war god token. I didn't expect that I would be able to rush up the devil ranking. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone. Hearing that, Yin Nuashing bitterly smiled and shook his head. If it wasn't for the Spirit Light Pagoda, he wouldn't have gone there to obtain the war god token. If he didn't obtain the war god token, he wouldn't have rushed up the devil ranking. Yu Kuin also smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. He could only clasp his hands and retreat to the side. Not bad, junior brother. Why don't the 2 of us exchange pointers? A thunderous laughter rang out from the side, causing Yin Nuashing to turn his head. He saw Chuan Mu and the other 2 slowly walking over. Hearing that laughter, Yin Nuashing bitterly smiled and shook his head. He waved his hand and said, Senior Chuan, don't tease me. Being humble is a good thing. But in the academy, why don't you release your own radiance? Lin Kuei walked out from behind Chuan Mu. There was a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Yin Nuashing for a while, before smiling. Yin Nuashing clasped his hands towards him. He didn't say anything and only smiled. This caused the other 3 to be puzzled. This little fellow was too mysterious. Bing coughed softly. He looked at Yin Nuashing and Xian, then pointed toward the mountain peak and urged, cough. All right, you still have to go to the 3rd test. Although it's a little late, it can be considered as balancing your strength. Hurry up and go. The most important thing is to participate. All right. Yin Nuashing lowered his head and muttered. Then, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He exchanged glances with Xian. The 2 of them chuckled. Then, they held each other's hands and jumped into the mountain range. Instantly, arrays appeared on the ground. However, those arrays didn't explode. Every time Yin Nuashing took a step, an array would form under his feet. Then, all the arrays that were about to release their power were suppressed. The 2 of them flew rapidly in the mountain range like swift swallows. In an instant, they had crossed a distance of more than 10 miles. There wasn't a single array that could successfully release its power to stop the 2 of them. TSK. This fellow is a monster. Seeing that the arrays couldn't stop the 2 of them at all, and that even a magical beast didn't dare to show their faces, the middle-aged elder couldn't help but click his tongue. Chuan Mu and the others also nodded. They had never seen a new student pass through arrays so smoothly in the freshman assessment. However, when they thought about how he was a magic array master, they were somewhat relieved. But they still felt astonished. Monster? Yin Feng and Bing couldn't help but chuckle in their hearts. This fellow wasn't a monster. He was a complete madman. He was a madman who could contend with a high-level god at the magic level. However, this madman was usually very peaceful. Chapter 641. In a magnificent mountain range, 2 figures flew side by side like lightning. Behind them, several formations quietly expanded, suppressing the boiling energy below. Boundless energy circulated around them. At the same time, a scarlet-pink energy flowed out, suppressing the fierce magical beasts below them into a corner, causing them to tremble in fear. Their gazes lazily swept across the surroundings, before raising their heads to look at the mountain range ahead. With the speed of Yin Nuashing and Xian, even if they were 10 minutes late, they would still be able to catch up with the group of freshmen who had set off earlier. Furthermore, the latter had countless formations and magical beasts obstructing them. However, these were nothing to the 2 of them. The mountain peak leading to the demon rank has formations of the third rank of the demon rank. Will be a little troublesome for the initial demon rank magical beast to pass through normally. Wherever Yin Nuashing and Xian passed, the magical beast would let out low cries and shrink their bodies. Even those in the middle of battle would roar and flee for their lives, causing those who were overtaken to be stunned. They looked at each other in dismay, and without caring about why such a thing had happened, they immediately chased after them. However, without the interference of the magical beasts, the formations started operating once again. Yin Nuashing did not break through all the formations, as that would be too frightening. With a wave of his hand, Yin Nuashing stopped the 3 large formations that were operating. Without turning his head, he said, "Under normal circumstances, we would have already reached the top of the mountain." This more straightforward answer made Xian bitterly smile. The extreme speed of the light element allowed him to pass through all the formations as if he was walking on flat ground. In other words, he was so fast that the attacks of the formations would miss. Roar! Just as Yin Nuashing and Xian paused for a second, a violent roar suddenly came from the front, resounding through the mountain range. The violent energy fluctuations in the roar swept out, snapping the towering trees in the middle. Demigod magical beasts. Aren't there only demon rank magical beasts? Yin Nuashing was slightly stunned, but he did not think too much about it. Just as he pulled Xian and planned to flash past, he was startled by a voice. "Haha, Yi Qinglian, let's die together. If you want to blame someone, blame your little boyfriend. Go to hell and resent him." After the earth-shaking roar, numerous miserable cries resounded. One of the cries contained an extremely strong resentment. Upon hearing that name, the expressions of Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing changed slightly, and their figures hurriedly flew out. After climbing over a mountain, they saw a giant golden beast that was thousands of feet long with its mouth wide open. This beast was covered in golden scales that shone with a metallic luster. It looked as if it was forged from gold and some kind of metal. Its ferocious mouth was filled with rows of huge teeth that were as sharp as swords. Even its saliva had a metallic texture. When it landed on the ground, it would even create a pit. The golden-scaled beast lives by eating the mysterious goldstone crystals underground. Its body is as hard as fine gold, and its scales are even harder. Ordinary weapons would find it difficult to break its scales. Yin Nuashing muttered. Around the golden scale beast, there were at least 30 people lying on the ground. The huge wounds on their bodies were as if they had been cut by a sharp sword. The most miserable one was almost cut in half at the waist, and all of their faces were deathly pale. Under the big mouth, there was a figure, but upon closer inspection, there were 2 people. Furthermore, one of them was pressing the other firmly to the ground. Their limbs were all locked into the ground, and the slender figure below was firmly locked to the ground. That person's stomach even had a slender silver sword that pierced straight through his back. The intense pain did not make him loosen his grip. Qinglian, seeing the slender figure that was chained to the ground, Xian's expression changed slightly. Yi Qinglian's pretty face was somewhat pale, and her breathing was unstable. She seemed to have been injured. At this moment, she was being bullied to the ground, as if she was waiting for the giant beast to bite her. Damn it! Seeing the giant beast open its ferocious mouth, Yi Qinglian's face turned even paler. She struggled with all her might, and a majestic, demonic aura erupted from her slender body. The long sword in her hand stirred fiercely, shattering that person's internal organs into pieces. However, the person in front of her, who had a crazy expression on his face, laughed out loud, as if he did not know what pain was. The palm that was grabbing the ground tightened even more, causing Yi Qinglian to be unable to breathe and her face to become even paler. Roar! Roar! The golden-scaled beast, which was opening its huge mouth, suddenly felt an extremely terrifying pressure. It suddenly closed its huge mouth, and with a violent sound of metal striking, there was a hint of uneasiness in its fierce eyes. It suddenly turned around, and when it saw Yin Nuashing and Xian, its huge eyes shrank slightly, and a low roar came from its throat. It was like a warning, but more like a sign of weakness. The latter's body emitted a faintly discernible pressure of a divine beast, causing its soul to tremble. What's going on? The man, who was firmly pressing Yi Qinglian on the ground, was also stunned. Doubt flashed across his pale face. He had also heard that the ferocious roar was filled with caution and fear. He also curiously turned his head around. Soon after, he saw that two figures had appeared beside him, which was originally empty. Bam! Before he could react, a huge force slammed into his body. It was as if he had been hit by a meteorite. That huge force directly caused his hands and feet to lose their grip on the ground. His body flew out horizontally, and he spat out mouthful after mouthful of blood, as if it was free. After that, he crashed into a huge rock and fainted. Roar! Roar! Only then did the golden-scaled BC Yin Nuo and Yun Xing suddenly appear at its feet. It was scared out of its wits, and the golden scales on its body dimmed. It hurriedly turned its gigantic body around and fled into the distance with all its might. Its heavy weight created a huge pit in the ground that was 100 feet wide. Looking at the golden-scaled beast running away and even knocking over a mountain, Yun Nuoxing was a little speechless. Fenger was too scary. Are you all right? Turning around to look at Yi Qinglian, who was still lying on the ground in a daze, Yun Nuoxing put away the black heavy hammer in her hand and smiled. Xian hurriedly ran to her side and gently helped her up. He also asked with concern, "How are you? Are you all right?" Yi Qinglian took a deep breath and gently wiped away the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth with her jade-like hand. Then, she smiled slightly. "Thank you." Looking at the many corpses beside her, Yun Nuoxing could naturally see that they were sword wounds. Yi Qinglian tightly held the black sword hilt in her hand, and the sword was still stained with blood. She couldn't help but ask, "You wiped them out?" Yi Qinglian smiled slightly and didn't say anything. It could be considered as a tacit agreement, which made Yun Nuoxing smile bitterly. Among the 30 or so people lying on the ground, the weakest was a demon rank 1 seal, and the strongest was a demon rank 4 seals. The one who was sent flying by Yun Nuoxing's hammer. Yi Qinglian had wiped them all out by herself. She herself had just broken through to the demon rank not long ago. Can you still move? If you continue to rest, the top 10 spots will be taken by others. Although the two of us are fine, you care a lot, don't you? Yun Nuoxing glanced at her calf. There was still a mottled blood stain and a wound there. She then raised her head and looked at the mountainside in the distance. Many people had already started to attack the mountain peak. However, there was a very powerful demon rank array there, so it shouldn't be easy to pass through. But with their current distance, they would still need some time if they didn't use light element. Phew! Fortunately, I shouldn't be able to make it in time. You guys go first. Yi Qinglian smiled bitterly and shook her head. She lifted Mei Mao and looked at the two strangely. When they started the third test, the two were still in the second test. The third test had started for almost half an hour, yet they had already caught up. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing wrinkled her nose and sighed softly. She then walked in front of Yi Qinglian and crouched down, saying, "Girl, let her up. Qinglian, bear with it for a while. Our speed is very fast. We can still catch up." Xia nodded and said softly to Yi Qinglian. Yi Qinglian's pale face became slightly rosy as she looked at that slender back. She raised her bright eyes and glanced at Ziyan. Only when she saw him nod his head did she gently nod her head. With Ziyan's support, she stood up with difficulty. However, the wound on her right leg caused her eyebrows to tightly knit together. She could even see the whiteness of her bone. She did not know what kind of enmity those people had with her for them to be so ruthless. Yi Qinglian almost fell onto Yun Nuoxing's back. Her soft body was tightly pressed against Yun Nuoxing's back. That warm touch made Yi Qinglian blush. However, before she could move some distance away, she felt her legs being supported by two warm and slender palms. In the next moment, she felt herself flying through the clouds. The whistling cold wind blew past her body. Yi Qinglian gasped for breath. Her ink-black hair fluttered behind her like a waterfall. However, Not long after she felt the cold wind, an energy shield gently enveloped her. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Sensing that something was amiss, Yi Qinglian raised her head. A hint of surprise quickly surged into her beautiful eyes. At this moment, they were already halfway up the mountain. She remembered that when they came here, there was a large array and many magical beasts blocking their way. How could they still maintain such a fast speed and pass through the array and magical beasts safely when they arrived at Yun Nuo planet? That's right. The demigod-level golden-scaled beast was scared away by them. Thinking of how the golden-scaled beast had fled, Yi Qinglian's heart skipped a beat. Looking at that beautiful face that was calm and even had a lazy expression, Mei Mao was curious. These two guys were becoming more and more mysterious. She really wanted to know who they were. 1, 2, 3. 15 people are resisting the array. Yin Nuoxing raised her head and looked at the road from halfway up the mountain. There were more than 10 small dots and a large black torrent. Moreover, there was a huge fault in the middle. At least 40 magical beasts comparable to the 4th seal of the demon rank. The Highlight Academy is too evil. Ziyin frowned slightly when she saw the ferocious aura emitted from the black torrent. There were so many intermediate demon rank magical beasts, yet they were unable to finish them off. Moreover, from the looks of the 15 people, it seemed that they had chosen to avoid the formation when they were facing it head-on. Qinglian, hold on tight to me. Also, close your eyes later. You definitely can't open them. If you can, seal your body's senses. Holding those two soft thighs, Yin Nuoxing's mind was clear of distracting thoughts. She took a deep breath and said softly. Although Yi Qinglian was a little doubtful, she still obediently did as she was told. Her jade-like hands quickly grabbed his shoulders. Ziyin tightly held Yin Nuoxing's arm with one hand and the former's jade-like arm with the other. She also understood what was going to happen in the next moment. Buzz, nervously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Mei Mao tightly closed her eyes. Her long and narrow eyelashes lightly trembled. In the next moment, she only felt a very strange energy rising from Yun Nuoxing's body. Following that, she felt as if the sky and earth were spinning. The feeling of weightlessness and supergravity came at the same time. That feeling was like when she was running with all her strength on the ground. A huge force suddenly slapped her back along the path she came from. Moreover, the speed at which she was pushed back was even faster. It caused her mind to turn upside down and her stomach to churn. She almost vomited. Fortunately, Yin Nuoxing reminded her to seal her 5 senses, so she didn't vomit. After that feeling of being turned upside down passed, Yi Qinglian felt herself being gently put down. Only then did she nervously open Mei Mao's eyes. Looking at the clouds floating in front of her, Mei Mao was overwhelmed with shock. Chapter 642. On the path leading to the mountain peak, 6 gigantic screens of light appeared on the giant stone platform. One of them illuminated the middle of the mountain, while the other illuminated the peak. The 6 screens of light corresponded to the 3 grades respectively. However, there was clearly a limit to what they could see. Hence, when the 3rd test began, there were already several figures rushing to the mountain peaks around the mountain range. At this moment, there were numerous gazes on the mountain peak that were staring at the scene near the peak. Especially when they saw the group of mid-tier, devil-ranked magical beasts. All of them had a look of schadenfreude on their faces. It's one thing to have the indiscriminate bombardment of formations, but there are still so many magical beasts. Defensive formations, magical beasts, and the other freshmen who are scheming behind their backs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even if you went to the top 100 of the devil rankings to capture one, you would still end up in a sorry state. Those are 4th grade and 5th grade devil-ranked formations. Earlier, I seem to have seen a golden-scaled beast fleeing. Isn't that the magical beast guarding the final test? Although it wouldn't really attack, it would still create a terrifying resistance. Did it flee? Yeah, look at the footprints below. Countless people stared at the path leading to the test. When they saw the freshmen being tormented to the point of being battered and exhausted, they couldn't help but mock them. It was as though they were watching a play. Back then, they were also forced to enter the devil rankings, but clearly, they didn't see such a difficult scene. Yeah, suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Among the gazes that were focused on the mountain peak, one of them suddenly turned to the mountain peak. There he saw 3 people squatting on the ground, looking at the gigantic sword that was inserted into the ground with interest. Someone has ascended the mountain peak. A cry of shock abruptly rang out. Those gazes that were watching the freshmen being tormented with interest were all stunned. After that, all of them turned their gazes to the mountain peak that was separated by a chasm. When they saw the 3 figures squatting together, all of them drew in a breath of cold air. This was especially so when they saw that among the 3, there was a glowing figure. The amount of cold air they drew in was even greater, almost choking them. Damn, why is it the 2 of them? The 2 fellows who were half an hour late in exiting the illusionscape even defeated Yukuin before they started on the path, snatching the lead from everyone else and ascending the mountain peak. And did anyone see how they ascended the mountain peak? I didn't even notice. They're obviously not in that group. It's a formation. It's definitely a formation. Soon, some people recognized the 3 figures, especially Yin Nuoxing and Xian. They had been publicly executed for a long time, so it was difficult not to recognize them. Immediately, an uproar broke out all over the mountain. These 2 little fellows were too abnormal. Moreover, they were perfectly fine. Did those magic circles and magical beasts not cause any harm to them? The Son of God used the light element, but no one seems to have seen it. Pulling out the great sword will drain all of a person's energy, but it will only take 1 or 2 minutes. It seems that those people still have a while before they can go up. Is this considered cheating? However, this element is a cheat to begin with. Let's just pretend we didn't see it. I didn't see anything. Yin Feng and Bing both stared at the mountain peak and grinned mischievously. The 4 elders behind them were baffled. Why were these 2 old men acting so strangely today? On the mountain peak, Yin Nuoxing and the other 2 squatted down to look at the great sword that was inserted into the mountain peak. The great sword was dark red and gave people a very strange feeling. It faintly emitted a suction force that sucked in the energy of heaven and earth. Yin Nuoxing tried to pull out, but he only used his strength once and then let go. This great sword had some tricks up its sleeve. You can't pull out? Xian and Yi Qinglian saw that he used his strength and then let go. They raised their heads curiously, their May mouths sparkling. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing wrinkled his nose. He shook his head and said, "Why try to pull it out? I felt the 3 types of energy in my body trembling. Perhaps pulling out this great sword will completely drain my energy, elemental energy, and soul energy. Of course, this draining should be relative. No matter whose energy is drained, that person will be able to pull it out easily. Well, but I don't lack energy. The reward for being ranked 20th on the devil rankings is 30,000 energy points every day. Pulling it out will reward me with 1 million energy points, right? I'll leave it to you guys. I'll protect you guys." Yin Nuoxing smiled and waved his hand. He then walked to the edge of the mountain. This mountain peak was separated by a chasm. It was a huge platform that stood alone in the sky. It was as if the surroundings of this mountain peak had been hollowed out. There was only a huge pillar that supported the sky here. There was a drop of 100 meters and a horizontal distance of 30 meters from here. It was really difficult to jump or fly over while facing the array and magical beasts. Xian and Yi Qinglian looked at each other. The latter was wrapped in bandages and knew that her body was weak. Moreover, in terms of strength, she was no match for the 2 of them. She planned to withdraw. However, the former only smiled at her. Then, he stood up and jogged toward Yin Nuoxing. Seeing this, Yi Qinglian was stunned. Her jade-like fingers touched her cheeks in astonishment. However, when she saw the backs of Yin Nuoxing and Yi Qinglian standing side by side, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. Why were these 2 so strange? However, she didn't hesitate for too long. Yin Nuoxing and Yi Qinglian had given this opportunity to her and even protected her. If she continued to be modest at this time, it would be a little hypocritical. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qinglian's long and narrow Mei-Mao eyes glowed. She stretched out her snow-white hand and suddenly grabbed the hilt of the huge sword. Then, she felt a strong suction force erupting from the huge sword. The demonic energy in her body also gushed out at this moment and was continuously sucked in. Feeling this strange state, Yi Qinglian was also startled. However, when she thought of what Yin Nuoxing had just said, she clenched her teeth and held on with all her might. On her bright and clean forehead, her eyebrows were tightly knitted as beads of sweat appeared. Wow, these two guys are really generous. That's 1,000,000 energy values. If only I had such treatment during the assessment. I'm really envious. Other people's teammates, then there's no point in that, huh? Originally, the fight for the huge sword on the mountain peak was the most exciting part. Who asked these two monsters to come this year? They just entered, and they already occupied the 20th and 36th positions on the demon ranking. Could it be that there's someone among the new students who can contend against them? Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. Countless gazes on the surrounding mountain peaks couldn't help but smile bitterly when they saw this scene. These two people had broken the rules. In this way, the assessment of the demon ranking had lost its meaning. However, the first and second positions of the new students wouldn't change. They already had a measure in their hearts. However, these two people might be comparable to the experts of the younger generation in Xiaowang City, or even the 5 major cities in the southern part of Sourcepeak region. Why do they still enter the academy? Looking at them, it doesn't seem like they've taken a fancy to anything in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. This, I don't know. With their strength, they shouldn't be any weaker than the divine sons and divine daughters that the clans and powers have nurtured with all their strength. I'm also very curious as to why they came to the Farlight Academy. Who knows? A moment later, more voices of doubt rang out. However, it wasn't discussed for too long before it was ignored. When the 4 elders saw Yin Nuoxing and Ziyan's actions, they helplessly shook their heads. When they raised their heads to look at Yin Feng and Ziyan, seeing that they didn't do anything, they also sighed. It seemed like the most exciting battle of the year was already over. Sensing the movement behind them, Yin Nuoxing and Ziyan's lips curled into a smile. Then they stared at the people below who had already reached the edge of the chasm and took a deep breath. Hey, how about I discuss something with you guys? Yin Nuoxing lightly exhaled. Her voice contained the power of stars as she transmitted it to the mountain range below, startling the 15 people who were retreating while fighting. Before they could react, she continued, I'll help you block those demonic beasts and break your array. After you're done adjusting your breathing, we'll fight around and line up. How about that? Why? Among the 15 people, one of them suddenly turned his head and looked at Yin Nuoxing on the mountain peak. His eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't even see the 2 of them and didn't even know how they got up there. Why? Because this... Yin Nuoxing was also stunned when she heard that. She scratched her head and thought for a moment. Then, she had an idea. She placed her hands on her waist and said in a domineering manner, because I'm ranked 20th on the devil rankings, and because I'm standing here right now. Of course, if you guys aren't convinced, you can charge up. I definitely won't stop you in midair. The 15 people were stunned, and their movements slowed down. They were almost caught by the demonic beasts behind them. They quickly took a second to look at the mountain peak. When they saw the 2 of them standing there unscathed, they bitterly smiled. All right, what you said made sense. They were speechless. So, aren't the top 10 able to enter the Sword God Pavilion? There are 3 people here, and 7 people are missing. I'll help you block the demonic beasts and array. You guys can fight among yourselves. Who can win? Yin Nuoxing smiled and sat down at the edge. 3 people? Those people started, but they soon regained their senses. Seems like there was one more person who was drawing his sword. No wonder he wanted to block them. How tyrannical. However, due to his strength, no one dared to say anything. They all nodded fiercely. Rather than being pincered from the front and back, they might as well fight it out with the people beside them. Maybe they might be able to snatch one of the 7 spots. Do you mean what you say? One of them seemed to be worried and asked again. I don't know any of the 15 of you. There's no need for me to be biased, right? Yin Nuoxing grinned. He also heard the voices from the surrounding mountain peaks. Since he felt it was boring, he might as well make it more interesting. This little fellow really knows how to smooth things over. The four elders couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Their original plan was disrupted, but now they barely managed to smooth things over. Although the first, second, and third spots were taken, there were still other spots. Okay, we promise you. The 15 of them fiercely clenched their teeth and agreed. However, the instant they agreed, they suddenly discovered that those demonic beasts had abruptly stopped in their tracks. Horrified expressions appeared on their faces, as if they had encountered something extremely frightening. Immediately, they turned around and fled for their lives. Yin Nuashing also opened his evil spirit eye. Staring at the arrays below, he lightly snapped his fingers. Following that, those arrays that were constantly exploding with energy suddenly shattered into pieces in an instant. This method made the cheeks of everyone who had been paying attention to the situation here twitch. Was this guy a human or a monster? The fourth-grade magic array was broken just like that. He didn't do anything, and yet he still scared the demonic beasts away. It felt as if he had been commanding the demonic beasts and the arrays all along. It's done. You guys rest for a while, and then fight among yourselves. I'll be watching from above. Whoever wins will be the first among the freshmen. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and laughed loudly, causing everyone's faces to be filled with black lines. Weren't you the first among the freshmen? However, what surprised Yin Nuashing was that the people below did not adjust their breathing. Instead, they started fighting. Moreover, it was a chaotic battle. Streams of energy flew across the sky, creating huge craters on the ground. Even the towering trees were broken. The 15 people below seemed to be fighting with their lives on the line for the 7 spots. They were somewhat stunned as they watched them fight with their lives on the line. One of them even used his teeth as a weapon and bit someone's hand. The latter immediately screamed in pain. Why do I feel like I'm a villain? Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly as he touched his cheek. Chapter 643. Yin Nuashing didn't have the slightest bit of interest in the title of number 1 among the freshmen. It was just like how he had discussed the strongest expert of the younger generation with Yuan Shi and the others back then. He had no interest in fighting for that title, nor did he have any interest in knowing who it was, although they had already tacitly agreed to it. After all, not everyone had the ability to challenge gods at the devil rank. Elder, the title of number 1 among the freshmen, is being fought for below. You guys can just watch. I have no interest in it. Yin Nuashing waved his hand at Yin Feng and the others as he smiled. MHM, you don't want to fight for it? That's true. It's the same whether you fight for it or not. You're already ranked number 20 on the devil rankings. There's no difference whether you want the title of number 1 among the freshmen or not. The 4 elders stared at Yin Nuashing in astonishment. Usually, youths at this age should be hot-blooded and full of vigor. A title could satisfy their vanity, yet this fellow actually didn't want it? This old man has no interest in this plaything. Yin Nuashing clasped his hands behind his back and shook his head with a sigh. His words, sounding like an old man, caused everyone to have black lines on their faces. The 2 elders here might seem young, but they also knew some things. It was fine for them to refer to themselves as old men, but you don't seem to be that old either. Why are you acting like an old man? Yin Feng and Bing exchanged a glance, but they didn't say anything. The temperament of a godchild was no longer the same as when he was young. He was only thinking of ways to make himself younger. If one said that he was a white-haired old man in his heart, they would believe it. It was because that kind of profound aura was something that couldn't be faked. When Yin Nuashing and Bing turned around, the huge sword that was tightly embedded in the ground had already been pulled out. As for Yi Qinglian, she had already exhausted all her strength and was lying at the side, seemingly unconscious. Xian hurriedly ran over to help her up. Yin Nuashing did a quick check, and then her cheeks twitched slightly. She smiled bitterly and said, "You actually used up all 3 types of strength. No wonder those seniors said that the most exciting battle in the past was the mountain peak battle, and the most difficult part was probably when you pulled out the sword. If you didn't have a trusted teammate to hold the line, You wouldn't be able to pull out the sword no matter what. You would only be drained of strength as you tried one by one, and then be repelled one by one. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh and raised his head to look at the sky. His mind was still replaying what he had seen in the divine level illusion. At that time, when he had walked into the gray world, there had been no images flashing before his eyes. This was because those images had directly turned into memories and surged into his mind. That was a world of dead gray. Even the path he had to face was gray and emotionless. This made him feel even more fortunate that he had walked into the peach forest that day and met Xian. However, he still hadn't completely recovered from those events. Yin Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat when she thought of that light spirit. She warned Xian, and then her consciousness slowly sank into the soul world. In the soul world, the three colored flames had condensed into a large and exquisite residence. She could even hear some discussions coming from the courtyard. She quietly walked into the courtyard and stood in front of the stone table made of flames. The light spirit had turned into the size of a normal person. Apart from the beautiful wings on her back and her sharp ears, she was no different from a girl. The girl had a graceful and slender figure. Under the cover of her golden dress, her breasts were perky and her waist was slender. Her picturesque eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her beautiful face was no longer as angry as it had been the first time she had seen it. When she was talking softly with Ziyi and the others, she would cover her mouth and chuckle. She cupped her face with her slender hand, and her jade-like fingers gently stroked her long golden hair. This scene was like a painting, and Yin Nuoxing was stunned. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and walked out from the corner. There was still an empty seat in front of the stone table, and there was even a cup of steaming hot tea. It seemed that it had been deliberately left for him. Oh, the Lord is here. When Yin Nuoxing walked out from the corner, Ziyi also saw him. He couldn't help but chuckle, and a crisp sound like a wind chime slowly rang out. Feng and Hexer also turned their gazes and looked at the former with smiles. However, when the light spirit saw him, she pouted her little mouth, and there seemed to be some hidden bitterness on her delicate little face. Yin Nuoxing walked straight to the empty seat and sat down. When he saw her bitter look, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. There's no need for such a big change. I only broke your illusion, and it's as if I did something to you. When the light spirit heard this, her pretty face turned red, and she lowered her head and muttered something. What? Yin Nuoxing frowned slightly and stretched his ears, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. I said, the light spirit slammed her jade-like hand on the stone table, and her whole body bounced up, giving Yin Nuoxing a fright. Then she roared hysterically. Why did you wake up at the last moment? I don't understand. It's fine that you woke up, but you even hit me. And you hit me so hard. Bad guy, bastard. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let you off. I'm so angry. Yin Nuoxing was a little stunned by the roar, and his whole body leaned back in the chair, and his expression was blank. Ziyi and the other two girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. After so many years, you finally met a little chilly. Let's see how you deal with it. After the light spirit finished roaring, she suddenly sat on the stone table and crossed her arms. She was so angry that she was breathing rapidly, and her full breasts rose and fell with her breathing. After a long time, Yin Nuoxing came back to her senses, and she awkwardly fixed her messy long hair. When she heard the light spirit speak the common language of the God realm, she remembered that the person in the illusion also spoke this language. Only then did she say with uncertainty, that person was transformed by you? I didn't know about this. Besides, who asked you to make the illusion so scary? Even I was shocked and almost lost in it and couldn't come back. You're blaming me for this. You barged into the illusion yourself, and you're blaming me? The light spirit was so angry that her beautiful hair fluttered. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed fiercely, and her eyes widened in anger. Seeing that she was even angrier, Yin Nuoxing also laughed bitterly. Before her mood changed, She hurriedly resisted the urge to quarrel with her. She waved her hand gloomily and said helplessly, "It's my fault. It's my fault. It's my fault, all right? If not you, then who should I blame?" The light spirit was so angry that her pretty face darkened. Yin Nuashing almost flared up when she heard this. Her cheeks trembled, and she felt somewhat unhappy. He, the one who barged into the illusion, didn't even complain, but the creator of the illusion was complaining that he had barged into the illusion. After being silent for a moment, Yin Nuashing inhaled a deep breath of air. He suddenly raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a cluster of extremely dense light element abruptly emerged from the courtyard. The brilliant light caused a few of them to habitually narrow their eyes. The light spirit was originally furious, but the sudden appearance of such a large amount of light element caused her heart to skip a beat. She immediately forgot about her previous unhappiness as she opened her mouth and sucked the light element energy into her stomach. That extremely pure light energy caused an intoxicated expression to appear on her pretty face. The light emitted from her delicate body became a little denser, and she even started to tremble because of the comfort. "Are you full?" Seeing an extremely beautiful smile blossoming on her pretty face, Yin Nuashing also let out a sigh of relief. Hearing this, the light spirit's pretty face reddened. She knew that she had lost her composure, so she promptly recovered. She wanted to pretend to be calm, but her bright eyes betrayed her. She couldn't hide the longing and excitement in her eyes. "Have you calmed down? If you have, then I'll make some more." Seeing that Mei Mao couldn't hide it, Yin Nuashing crossed his hands on the table and smiled faintly. The light spirit looked at him in a daze. After struggling for a while, she immediately nodded obediently. Then, Mei Mao looked at him with a fawning expression. "What resentment? What resentment? That wasn't important. What was important was that with such pure light element, she could survive and wouldn't dissipate between heaven and earth." Seeing this, Yin Nuashing also laughed softly. With a thought, another large ball of extremely pure light elemental energy appeared. It was like a small sun, illuminating this place until it was as bright as day. Seeing this, the light spirit was so happy that she didn't care about anything else. With a wave of her lily-white hand, she called over that ball of light energy. Then, she spat out a strange syllable from her small mouth. With a change of her hand seal, that ball of pure light element, as big as a house, was condensed to the size of half a fist. Then, she threw it into her mouth and swallowed it without chewing. She even let out a satisfied burp filled with light energy. "You're reconciled so easily?" Mei Mao looked at her in astonishment. Her small face was full of satisfaction. Zai also stared blankly for a while, then helplessly shook her head. She had thought that this little chili would be able to spice up Yin Nuashing. Seeing Zai's smiling expression, Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Looking at the light spirit who was lying on the chair in satisfaction, she asked softly, "Are you satisfied?" Hearing this, the light spirit nodded her head in embarrassment. Slowly, she sat up straight. Her pair of sun-like eyes stared straight at Yin Nuashing. Her eyes flickered with a strange color, as if she was thinking about something. "Okay, let's stop messing around. I have some serious matters to discuss." Zai let out a dry cough. Mei Mao glanced at the light spirit, then turned to Yin Nuashing and said, "Kai Xia said that she might be able to disperse the demonic aura in your soul." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing suddenly became spirited. She stared at the light spirit called Kai Xia with sparkling eyes and asked with some expectation, "Really?" Her sparkling eyes stunned Kai Xia. Then she hurriedly nodded her little head. However, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "I heard from Sister Yi and the others that light is the natural enemy of darkness. That so-called demonic aura is similar to darkness. However, I'm only a little spirit, so I don't have 100% certainty. I only have a 30% chance of success." 30%. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath, and the blazing in her eyes dimmed slightly. After her soul had advanced to the god level, she also had a 30% chance of success. With this 30%, she had a 60% chance of expelling the demonic aura in her soul. However, if she was unlucky and really encountered that 40% chance, she might suffer a backlash. At that time, whether the surging demonic aura would slowly corrode her soul or completely corrode her soul in one breath was hard to say. 60% chance. Yin Nuashing murmured, then let out a long sigh. Should she take a gamble? Or should she drag it out until she found a way in the future? There's still 1.5 months. At this moment, Zai suddenly said something, which made Yin Nuashing's heart tremble. She raised her head and saw the solemn expression on Zai's pretty face. Zai continued, "You've used a lot of energy recently. Originally, you still had 3 months before you couldn't suppress it, but now, the time has been shortened by half. In 1.5 months, you'll advance to the second seal of the demon rank." This should have been something to be happy about, but the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly froze. Fonger absent-mindedly played with her hair, and her expression was slightly gloomy. Even Xin fell silent. She curled her legs up on the chair and hugged her knees with her hands. Her little face was somewhat gloomy. Yin Nuashing's heart trembled slightly. Had it already reached such a critical moment? Zai's words were very clear. In 1.5 months, she definitely wouldn't be able to suppress her advancement to the second seal of the demon rank. At that time, there would be an 80% chance that she would directly fall to the devil. However, if she gave it her all now, she still had a 60% chance of survival. Moreover, if she succeeded in expelling the demonic aura, her future path would be as wide as the sea and sky. Yin Nuashing raised her head and took a deep breath. Determination flashed across her eyes. Chapter 644. Not long after, 7 victors were finally decided among the 15 people fighting below. Although the giant sword was pulled out by Yi Qinglian, according to Yin Nuashing, the 3 of them did not fight for the title. The title was given to the first person among the 7 who jumped to the top of the mountain. At this moment, Yin Feng and the other 5 elders shook their heads, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Young people these days, they really didn't know what was going on in their heads. No matter if it was Yin Nuashing, who had been chosen internally or was supported by everyone, or Yi Qinglian, who had pulled out her huge sword, they had all directly given up on that so-called title. It was estimated that the number 1 freshman this time was thrown around like a rubber ball before it barely landed in the hands of that person. However, that person's strength was also very strong, and he also received everyone's recognition. Of course, compared to the other 2, he was still lacking by quite a bit. As such, the freshman assessment finally ended with a very funny ending. The one who won the number 1 freshman was not the abnormal freshman that everyone recognized, but the little guy who risked his life in the assessment. However, the one who pulled out the sword had nothing to do with him. Therefore, in the hearts of many freshmen and seniors, this title of number 1 freshman was not deserved. However, everyone had a scale in their hearts. It was just a title. As long as they knew who it was enough. Those few people did not fight for it, but it did not mean that they did not have the strength to do so. The battle between the half-demon and immortal ranks also came to an end. On the half-demon side, the person who pulled out the giant sword and obtained a number 1 freshman was very unexpected. He was not one of the powerful half-demon rank 9 transformation stage freshmen, but a little guy at half-demon rank 3 transformation stage. His name was Lin Sheng. The opponent he defeated in the end was Tang Yong, who everyone thought highly of. The latter was at half-demon rank 9 transformation stage, but he lost to Lin Sheng, who was at half-demon rank 3 transformation stage. The exciting battle between the 2 of them shocked many people. He probably had a place in the demon rank. In that battle, even the proud seniors in the academy could not help but admit defeat. If it were not for Yin Nuashing and Yi Qinglian, he would be the most dazzling name in everyone's hearts. However, Lin Sheng clearly did not care about this. After the battle ended, he rushed to the freshman area in a hurry. After pulling out the giant sword, he was already exhausted. No one knew where he had exploded with such great power. His speed left everyone dumbfounded. Before returning to the freshman area, Lin Sheng saw Yin Nuashing and Yi Qinglian on the way. When he saw Yun Nuoxing carrying the unconscious Yi Qinglian on her back, his heart skipped a beat. Especially when he saw that her body was covered in bandages, his heart almost stopped beating. He hurriedly rushed to the two of them and hurriedly grabbed the latter's snow-white and soft hand. After checking for a while and finding that her life was not in danger, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he fainted as well. He used up all his strength to pull out the giant sword. How'd he fly all the way here? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched when she saw Lin Sheng suddenly relax. The injuries and exhaustion he had been suppressing suddenly burst out, and he fainted. What was this young couple doing? Xian cutely shrugged her shoulders. Then, Mei Mao had a hint of a smile in her eyes. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and teased. Little Star is the same. He won't collapse until he's exhausted all his strength, and he's not in a safe place. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. What kind of attribute was this? As the freshman assessment came to an end, all the freshmen heaved a sigh of relief. They constantly rejoiced that they had not been expelled. In reality, there was not a single freshman who failed the assessment. After that, Bing also told everyone that Yin Feng was joking when he said that there were 1,000 people. This made the freshmen laugh helplessly. This joke was too big. In the following period of time, the tense atmosphere in the freshman area eased slightly. The freshmen were now beginning to integrate into the Far Light Academy. Perhaps it would not be long before they would become familiar with this huge academy and become a part of it. However, Yun Nuoxing clearly did not have such self-awareness. He was as carefree as the wind. There were very few things that could truly bind him. Similarly, his personality was inclined towards indifference, which made it difficult for him to feel a sense of belonging. He did not feel that way now, and perhaps it would be difficult for him to feel that way in the future. After the assessment ended, Yun Nuoxing brought Lin Sheng and Xian back to the palace. One of them was seriously injured and had used up all his strength. The other was half dead and had used up all his strength. They had only recovered after 3 days of recuperation. In this regard, Yun Nuoxing only wanted to say that they were indeed husband and wife. They were even injured in pairs. Even their injuries were of the same type. As for the grudges between the two of them and others, Yun Nuoxing did not pay any attention to them. They could handle these matters themselves. Furthermore, the two of them had expressed that they did not need too much help. Their grudges would only be meaningful if they resolved it personally. Yun Nuoxing did not say anything and nodded indifferently. He watched as Lin Sheng and Xian disappeared into the forest. Only then did he regain his senses. He heard that there seemed to be a lot of noise coming from the outskirts of the freshman area. He suddenly thought of the Spirit Light Pagoda. He took a light breath. He would go there again and give it a try. This time, with the experience, he should be able to go even further. He turned around and went out. Just as he closed the door, before he could fly up, he heard the door behind him open softly. Then a fragrant wind blew over, and a slender figure appeared beside him. She was wearing a light purple dress that wrapped around her delicate body, and he could see the alluring curves of her full breasts. Little follower, I won't run away. Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly. He stretched out his hand and rubbed Xian's head. The latter smiled mischievously and hugged his arm tightly with her jade-like hands. She blinked her Mei Mao at him. Shaking his head helplessly, Yun Nuoxing did not delay any further. He allowed her to hug his arm. With a move, he brought her away from this place and headed towards the Spirit Light Pagoda. There were many people in front of the Spirit Light Pagoda, as usual. The hubbub of voices caused Yun Nuoxing to have a headache. When he landed, he could not help but be noticed by others. A portion of the older students had gone to watch the freshman assessment. What had happened in the illusory realm of the second assessment had made the two of them famous. Breaking through the divine-level illusory realm was unprecedented in the history of the Far Light Academy. When Elder Liu, who was guarding the pagoda, saw the two of them, he smiled faintly and said, "Have you rested well? Which level do you plan to practice on? Do you want to change the difficulty?" "You can change the difficulty of the Spirit Light Pagoda?" Yun Nuoxing asked in astonishment. Every level has a different difficulty. That's the most basic of the basics. However, You can also change the difficulty of the first level to the second level or even the third level. The training method for every level is different. Therefore, you can change the difficulty. However, you can only adjust it higher and not lower it. Elder Lu smiled. Hearing that, Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment. However, he shook his head with a bitter smile. The requirement for this astral body exam was to pass the 7th level. It should end at the 7th level. If he couldn't lower the difficulty, then it would be useless to him. After chatting for a while more, they entered the Spirit Light Pagoda. Xian stood outside the golden door and quietly waited. Just by standing there, she attracted countless gazes. Even those who wanted to enter the Spirit Light Pagoda couldn't help but stop and stare at her for a long time. Only when they recalled that she was an expert ranked number 36 on the Devil rankings did they reluctantly leave. For the second attempt at the Spirit Light Pagoda, Yin Nuoxing was much more experienced. The first 4 levels didn't have any effect on him. Hence, he used the light element to quickly pass through them. In fact, when he reached the 3rd level, the 9 people curiously glanced at him. Very few people would choose to attempt the 3rd level multiple times. Once he attempted the 3rd level, it was equivalent to telling them that he was going to attempt the higher levels, testing his limits. However, the 9 people seemed to know what Yin Nuoxing wanted to do and directly let him pass. They knew that they wouldn't be able to stop him even if they wanted to. He wasn't here to cultivate, so there wasn't much meaning in stopping him. After all, he had passed through the 3rd level in a crushing manner. If he tried again, he would most likely be crushed. When he reached the 4th level, the formation was broken in less than 10 seconds. Since he had secretly learned it, there was no need for him to waste so much effort. When Yin Nuoxing stepped onto the 4th level, the Spirit Light Pagoda lit up with a bright light. Just like the previous time, a golden beam of light soared into the sky, causing everyone to be stunned. Was there another person who had reached the 5th level? Half a month ago, there had been another attempt. Back then, no one had been able to find a challenger. Would they be able to see one this time? Compared to those students who were at a loss, a terrifying light flashed past Elder Lu's aged eyes. If there was anyone he could think of, it would be the 2 of them who had been at the scene on both occasions. Thinking of this, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Xian. It couldn't be that brat who was at the 1st rank of the Devil rank, right? As though he had guessed that Elder Lu would be suspicious, Xian had already turned around. Now that he saw Elder Lu looking over, he felt that he couldn't hide it any longer. He bowed slightly toward Elder Lu and raised a jade finger to his lips as he whispered, "Elder, please keep this a secret for him." This disguised admission caused Elder Lu to widen his eyes in astonishment. A trace of shock could be seen in his eyes. It was really him. That brat who was merely at the 1st rank of the Devil rank was actually the one who could only pass the 5th level after passing the initial God rank. Why didn't he directly reveal his identity that day? If he did, the number 1 spot on the Devil rankings would be changed. The Academy would even give him one of the 3 recommendation spots to the 9 Deities Hall. He doesn't like to be ostentatious. Seeing that Elder Lu was about to say something, Xian spoke before him. He bowed again and returned to normal before anyone could see anything wrong with him. This caused Elder Lu to be at a loss. He really couldn't understand what the youngsters these days were thinking. First, he rushed up the Devil rankings and then gave up the title of number 1 among the freshmen. Right now, he didn't want anyone to know that he was the one who had passed the 5th level of the Spiritual Light Pagoda. However, seeing Xian's insistence, Elder Lu nodded his head gloomily. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but others might not be able to guess it. At this moment, in the Spiritual Light Pagoda, Yin Nuoxing was standing on the last step leading to the 5th level. After adjusting his condition, he attempted to take out the Netheruan sword. However, as expected, there was still a powerful force suppressing his body, preventing him from taking out the divine artifact. Last time, I took the risk of activating the soul-burning art to 18 times. Because the amount of recovery wasn't much, I had to consume 1 soul talisman every second. This time, I don't have much left. I used a few hundred talismans last time and didn't replenish them. It seems like I won't be able to rely on talismans to pass this level. Looking at the last step, Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat worried. 18 times soul-burning art, overlaid with divine flames, and fused with Feng'er and White E's soul energy. I forcefully raised my strength to the peak of the demigod rank before getting stuck. Only at that level can I summon the Netheruin sword. Muttering to himself, Yin Nuashing raised his head to take a look and walk through the door. What he saw was still a huge hall. It was pitch black and gave off a very intimidating feeling, condensing the light element to the strongest level. Can I pass through it in an instant? Yin Nuashing muttered to himself. Then, he took a deep breath and nodded his head. Let's give it a try. As the last word fell, Yin Nuashing let out a low shout. Surging light elements gushed out endlessly like a fountain. Tens of thousands of light particles condensed into a sea of light, illuminating his body like a small sun. Taking a step back with his right foot, Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. His multicolored eyes looked sharply at the spiral staircase at the end of the hall. He slowly let out a low chant. Radiant divine art. Radiant transmigration. Before he could finish speaking, Yin Nuashing's body seemed to have turned into a ray of light. He crashed in a hall at the fastest speed possible. Then he suddenly stopped. A monstrous pressure fell on him like a meteor, causing his eyes to widen. His body, which had turned into light particles, suddenly froze. His body trembled violently because of the extreme pressure. Moreover, because of his charging posture, the pressure fell from the sky, causing him to almost fall to the ground. Still not enough. Yin Nuashing's eyes widened in anger. He suddenly raised his head. Then, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, because he was less than 10 meters away from the spiral staircase. Without much hesitation, a scarlet talisman surged out of his body along with his thoughts. At the same time, white fur and scarlet-pink wings slowly grew out of his body. When he reached his peak state, he abruptly drew the Nethervoid sword from his body. It was also in that instant that he charged past the 10-meter mark and stepped onto the 6th step. At the same time, a huge pillar of starlight shot into the sky from the Tower of Spiritual Light. A starry sky seemed to appear in the sky above the academy, illuminating the land along with the two suns. Chapter 645. Phew! As soon as his feet touched the ground, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and Yin Nuashing quickly stopped using the soul-burning technique and his beast transformation. He turned around to look at the pitch-black hall and wiped the sweat off his forehead. I've passed, but that alone consumed 50% of my power. While rejoicing, Yin Nuashing also felt a bit heavy. If the 5th floor was already like this, then how terrifying would the 6th floor be? Jin Shun had said that the 6th floor was darkness. He didn't know what it was exactly, but he immediately thought of the Song of Farewell in Yuyin City, the black starry sky, the boundless darkness, the demonic aura in his soul, and the chaos in his soul and shadow. He didn't care what he thought. He only knew that the word darkness wouldn't bring him too many good things. God-level soul, compared to the soul power at the peak of the demon level, it's more than 100 times stronger. I should be able to withstand burning 36 times for a long time now. Yin Nuashing muttered to himself as he rubbed his forehead. Yin Nuashing stretched his back, got into the horse stance, and pressed his legs. He took a deep breath and walked towards the 6th step. It was a short 1-minute walk, but Yin Nuashing walked for a long time. He walked very slowly and was a bit nervous. When he finally saw the door, he heaved a sigh of relief. Before he entered, he only looked from the side and didn't see any difference from the hall below. However, the real test started when he stepped in. Xianine, Sister Shui, Sister Jean, Sister Liuli, Sister and Divine King, please protect me. Yin Nuashing gently touched his chest and took a deep breath before exhaling. Then, he focused his gaze and stepped through the door. As soon as he stepped out, the world turned completely black, pure black, sounds disappeared, and he couldn't hear anything. It was absolute silence. There was no sound of breathing or heartbeat. It was as if even his heart had stopped beating and his blood had stopped flowing. Along with the disappearance of his energy, he could not sense any energy, but he could feel that in this pure black world, there was a terrifying sense of danger that could devour people, as if there was a prehistoric beast hiding in this dark world. This reminded Yin Nuoxing of a bad memory, the Song of Death. It sealed the five senses and extracted life force. Perhaps it was a little different. Perhaps it would not extract life force. But at this moment, he was like a blind man. Moreover, he was a blind man who could not feel anything. He could only control the most basic movements of his body. He did not even know how to move. Staying here for a long time would definitely drive him crazy. This is darkness. Yin Nuoxing subconsciously lowered his head. He could not even verify if he had lowered his head. His body did not feel anything. It seemed that he could only give orders to his body, but he could not see the extent to which the orders were carried out. He could not even make a sound when he spoke. It was impossible to tell if he had spoken or if it was just a thought that floated through his mind. I have to walk to the end of the hall like this. Yin Nuoxing was in despair. In this situation, he couldn't tell if he had moved his hands or feet. He couldn't feel his body or the outside world. He was like a living dead. He didn't even know if he was still alive. How was he supposed to walk to the end of the hall? It's here again, this feeling darkness. It was as if he was in a black hole. Yin Nuoxing felt his consciousness being swallowed by the darkness. He could only watch as the black tide slowly eroded his consciousness. He couldn't do anything within Xiaoguang City, in a huge mansion courtyard. The giant white tiger, who had transformed into its original form and was lying lazily on the ground, suddenly rolled up its eyelids. There was an indescribable emotion in its tiger eyes. Then it slowly stood up. Its huge body was 4 to 5 meters tall when it stood up, startling the few people in the courtyard. Little White, the Golden Queen, gently lifted Mei Mao. There was an uneasy aura emitting from its body, causing her to frown. She didn't sense anything bad, but she knew that Little White and Yin Nuoxing had a soul contract. Could it be that something had happened to the latter? That brat's spiritual flame is rapidly dimming. Little White's huge tiger eyes looked into the distance. Its deep voice caused the Golden Queen and the others to be startled. Then, they all abruptly stood up with a trace of anxiety on their faces. Images flashed through its mind. Little White knew what had just happened through the soul link between them. It said in a deep voice, "It seems to be the test of the 6th stage of the spiritual light tower. Darkness, endless darkness. He has already experienced the song of death. If he experiences this darkness again, he won't have a good ending. Fortunately, this is only in the spiritual light tower, so it won't affect his body too much. However, the fear in his memories is unavoidable. I only hope that the seed of darkness won't be planted in his heart because of this and eventually walk on Yu Ying's old path." Little White sighed, and its huge body slowly lay down again. Seed of darkness? Hearing that Yin Nuoxing wasn't in danger, the Golden Queen heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, she thought that something had happened to Little Star. She also knew about the spiritual light tower, so she wasn't too worried. However, when she heard Little White mention that, she was stunned for a moment and repeated it. Her understanding of Feng Yuing was based on some information left behind. Could it be that there was something that hadn't been recorded? The eternal nightmare has always troubled him. Although the things that he experienced were dreams, the emotions of his dark side would leak out. Once or twice is nothing, but it's impossible for Yuing to not sleep for trillions of years. There will always be an accident that causes him to fall asleep. Even in such a state, he would still enter the nightmare and suffer endless torment. The emotions of his dark side would eventually take root in his heart like a seed. When a seed takes root and germinates, it's the time when the time bomb explodes. Whitey let out a long sigh as a hint of sadness appeared in its tiger eyes. That memory was too terrifying and horrifying. What happened at that time? The Golden Queen couldn't help but ask. Little White raised its head, looking for something in the sky. However, in broad daylight, it could only see 2 dazzling suns. Yuing was just like those 2 suns. He had always been warm and gentle. However, at that time, in a distant star field that left the realm of the gods, he destroyed a star system. Hearing this shocking news, the Golden Queen and the Empress' jade-like hands trembled slightly. They looked at each other and sighed. Could it be that little star would also be like this in the future? Hopefully, it wouldn't be like this. Are you trying to say that you're sorry for being born into this world? The Black Devil, the son of darkness. Murderer, executioner. Why aren't you the one who died? You're the incarnation of calamity. Everyone who gets close to you will be tainted by your sins. In the end, they can't escape death. You're the one who caused their deaths. Yes, I did it. What does it have to do with me? They died because they were too weak. The weak deserved to be devoured by the strong. What did I do wrong? You brought this upon yourselves. Look, this black sky is the accompaniment to the collapse of the world. It's a sad song for your funeral. You're all afraid of me. You're all afraid of my power. However, you're all looking for more power. What a joke. Millions and millions of people? Billions and billions of people? What does their life and death have to do with me? I don't give blessings. I don't bring blessings to the world. I only bring darkness and death to everyone. His eyelids slowly rolled up. It was pitch black in front of him. It was so black that he didn't know if he had opened his eyes or not. He only felt that he should have opened his eyes. There were many mixed voices in his mind. They were voices that originated from his memories. He hadn't heard them for a long time. How long have I been asleep? 2 hours? 1 day? Or half a month? Yin took a deep breath and struggled to sit up from the ground. It was pitch black all around. There was nothing. Nothing existed. He turned his head blankly. Without thinking, he lifted his feet and walked in a direction. From the moment he stepped into this place, there was no choice to turn back. He could crush the crystal or die. He wanted to choose the former, but he couldn't take out the crystal. Xian will be worried. I have to get out of here quickly. There was not a single sound in the vast dark world. Yin Nuoxing even walked unconsciously. It was said that people who walked in circles with their eyes closed would walk in circles. Therefore, every few steps he took, he would take a step to the left or right. He would pause for a few seconds before continuing. Darkness, darkness, darkness. Life is limited. Fate is unpredictable. The uncrowned demon king hiding in the dark abyss, forgotten by death, is called this darkness. I am the black demon. I am the embodiment of darkness. Darkness is like my body. Why should I be afraid of darkness? There are as many lives as the stars. Then let them fall. Ha! Ha 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 ha! A mournful and evil laughter was suddenly emitted from the empty and dark space. This should have been a place where no sound could be heard. However, this laughter was emitted and resounded unceasingly within the empty large hall. That extremely evil laughter caused the darkness to tremble in fear. The brilliant starlight pillar transformed into a star domain that spread out. It was originally still daytime, and the 2 stars were still hanging high in the sky. However, in an instant, it seemed to have changed to night. The flowing star domain had starlight descending, and it was no different from a real starry sky. It enveloped the entire Far Light Academy. This magnificent scene caused all the students to raise their heads. They looked at this scene in astonishment and felt a little uneasy in their hearts. Who was it that lit up the starry sky? Jin Shun, Yin Feng, and the rest raised their heads and looked at the brilliant starry sky under the sun. There was respect in their eyes. That was formed by the energy of the stars. It was the God Sun who was challenging the spiritual light pagoda. In a myriad divine realm, other than him, there shouldn't be many people who possess such brilliant energy of the stars. The 6th floor of the spiritual light pagoda is filled with darkness. Only by having light in one's heart can one walk out of that predicament. I wonder if the young master is able to do that. Possessing the light element, the light should also remain in one's heart. Jin Shin raised his head and looked at the starry sky. He allowed a long sigh. He felt uneasy in his heart. He had also been to the 6th floor of the spiritual light pagoda. It took him over a dozen times before he barely passed it. The darkness there was enough to drive people crazy. Only those with great perseverance and light in their hearts could walk out of it. Young master, do your best. Jin Shin let out a long sigh as he prayed in his heart. Buzz! Just as this thought was confirmed in his heart, a clear echo suddenly rang out from the horizon. The star field in the sky above the Long Guang Academy slowly fluctuated at this moment. Then, like a liquid, it slowly shrank back into the spiritual light pagoda. It drilled into the body of the pagoda and dyed the golden body of the pagoda with the color of stars. It was just like a giant star pagoda, deep and magnificent. This is passing the 6th floor. The instant the giant star pagoda appeared, Elder Lu, who was standing in front of the spiritual light pagoda, fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. A smear of astonishment quickly surged into his eyes. When Xian heard this, a smear of joy flashed across Mei Mao's eyes. Passing the 6th floor, would the 7th floor be far away? Furthermore, Jin Shun had told him that there was only one dark god expert in the 7th floor.